Chapter 2298. Intense winds and rain filled the entirety of Celestial Court. The silver-white sky was dark and gloomy. Within the intense winds, more than 10 immortal goo houses were moving around. Almost all of the members of Celestial Court were here to stabilize the situation. A large amount of black smoke is leaking from the northeast corner. It can corrode the ground and turn it into mud. The immortal graveyard is there. We need to protect it. Name Plaque Palace is heavily damaged, requesting reinforcements. Someone help me, I can't repair this crack in time. The goo immortals conversed. This situation had already been going on for dozens of days. It was getting more and more intense. Celestial Court was filled with danger everywhere, and most importantly, Celestial Court's foundation was too deep. It could be said to be the #1 heaven vein node in the world. During these 2 days of confusion, Celestial Court suffered the greatest impact. Originally, Celestial Court was heavily defended, but after 2 invasions, the defensive methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and the rest were either completely destroyed or had their power greatly reduced. They could no longer be used. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed across half of Celestial Court. It was blocked by 5 Deity Hall in the end. The latter suffered heavy injuries and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater and rumbling dust. Such a phenomenon was the display of Celestial Court's deep foundation. Even the rank 8-5 Deity Hall could barely resist it. It was a chaotic scene. Right at this unstable situation, in Central Great Hall, star constellation Immortal Venerable slowly opened her eyes. Her starry eyes were deep and profound. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze pierced through Central Great Hall, instantly seeing the situation in Celestial Court. From today onwards, this is your home, little star. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable introduced the young star constellation. Where is this? Celestial Court. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable said with deep emotions. Celestial Court. Star constellation muttered this unfamiliar term. You can treat it as your home. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable stroked Star Constellation's head. Home. Star Constellation's eyes brightened. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable looked at everything. His gaze seemed to be looking at the 5 regions, as if he could see through the future. This is naturally your home, because it is also the home of the entire human race. A scene from deep within her memories appeared in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind before vanishing. Since when has the Celestial Court been in such a difficult situation? This is our home. I will protect you until the end, and then I await your return. In the next moment, a purple radiance suddenly spread out from the central hall, and soon spread to every corner of the Celestial Court. This is... Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable made a move? We are useless. We implicated Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, why would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? Clearly, she had completely refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately changed the situation. Under the illumination of the purple light, the raging wind and rain dissipated, the bombarding thunder and lightning disintegrated, and the cracks between heaven and earth quickly closed up. The Celestial Court's goo immortals were deeply shaken. This was the might of a Tao Lord. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had refined all the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court. Her strength here had already surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Even now, when Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan joined hands to attack the Celestial Court, they would not be able to gain an advantage over Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Go! Let's go and meet Lady Star Constellation. Some immortal goo houses landed, some floated in the air. The goo immortals moved out and entered the Central Great Hall. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already using her investigative method. This time, the effect was completely different from before. Using the huge number of wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, the investigative killer move's power rose sharply. It seems that the situation is still within our expectations. The 2 venerables are still refining natural Tao marks. Feng Yuan is limited by his immortal essence. His refinement results are the lowest. Giant Sun Immortal has the most results, he is ahead of me. Star constellation Immortal Venerable soon stopped her investigative method. She needed to conserve her immortal essence. It was time for the Celestial Court's immortals to report the situation. With the fusion of 2 days, Celestial Court was shaken and suffered huge losses. Back then, profound literature Grotto Heaven was in danger of being attacked by the stars. Old Immortal Hua, you did not make a move against me. I managed to retrieve that batch of stars and bring them all back to Central Continent. Jun Shenguang mentioned an interesting situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Humans, the Imperial Court, poems, mountains and rivers, Feng Yuan, mermaid immortals, sovereign immortal aperture. In an instant, all sorts of information regarding old Immortal Hua Yu and profound literature Grotto Heaven flashed past star constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. With the help of the Celestial Court's wisdom path Dao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable only used a few hundred thoughts and a negligible amount of immortal essence to deduce the result. This profound literature Grotto Heaven has the possibility of rebelling. Star constellation Immortal Venerable could completely understand old Immortal Hua Yu's deep feelings towards the Grotto Heaven. Disrupting Jun Shenguang was undoubtedly a huge contribution, but old Immortal Hua Yu did not do so. This proved that in his heart, profound literature Grotto Heaven's status was higher than his contribution in the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. And most importantly, old Immortal Hua Yu was against Feng Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. Thus, profound literature Grotto Heaven joined the Righteous Qi Alliance. But later, when Feng Yuan declared it to be Great Love, Eastern Sea's superforces were too disappointing and joined Feng Yuan. Profound literature Grotto Heaven was actually caught in the crossfire. As for why Feng Yuan did not devour these Grotto Heavens and end it all, it was simple. The sovereign immortal aperture was not stable. It could not hold on for much longer. Non-conflicting Dao marks was a double-edged sword. Long before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already deduced this huge threat to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan absorbed resource points crazily. He focused on Earth Path resource points in the beginning. He was likely constructing Earth Path Dao veins and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan lost a large number of Gu immortal subordinates. Later, he recruited 6 mermaid immortals and was willing to take the risk. It showed that he was lacking manpower and the sovereign immortal aperture was in danger. Thus, Feng Yuan could not devour these Grotto Heavens. He is only good at defending against wisdom path deductions. Western Desert's Feng clan's decision also affected his mental state. His lack of refinement path gains is his greatest worry. Profound literature Grotto Heaven situation is unavoidable. Even though Feng Yuan was strong, he became venerable in refinement path, not wisdom path. His wisdom path attainment was not high in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. The reason why Feng Yuan succeeded in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave was because star constellation Immortal Venerable focused on reviving and plotted to obtain Crazed Demon Cave's gains. While guarding against Giant Sun Immortal, Feng Yuan managed to take advantage of this loophole. Wisdom Path was not good at fighting. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had too little time to prepare. As time passed, Wisdom Path's advantage continued to accumulate. Ignoring everything else, after refining Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Dao marks, star constellation Immortal Venerable was already invincible against the 3 Venerables. But even if Feng Yuan is not skilled in Wisdom Path, his Wisdom Path methods are not something ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals can compare to. The flaw in profound literature Grotto Heaven has just been exposed. Old Immortal Hua, you will definitely not report this matter. This is our Celestial Court's advantage. Once we do not grasp this opportunity and waste time, Feng Yuan will notice this. Thinking of this, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sent Jun Shenguang and Qin Dingling to profound literature Grotto Heaven in secret to try to instigate old Immortal Hua Yu. Since profound literature Grotto Heaven can be instigated, maybe Western Desert's Feng clan can as well? Wan Zihong's will saw this and raised her opinion. Duke Tong chuckled in disdain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shook her head and asked Wan Zihong's will. Why do you think Wan clan did not choose to side with Fang Yuan back then? Knowing the relationship between Fang clan and Fang Yuan, why did Western Desert's super forces still agree to form an anti-Fang alliance with Fang clan before our celestial court showed up? Wan Zihong's will was slightly dazed. She seemed to have understood something. The fusion of the two heavens, the confrontation of three venerables, the political situation of the five regions was treacherous. Other than benefits and strength, there was also the human heart. The human heart was a very subtle thing. It was hard to guess at times, but also easy to distinguish at other times. Back then, the reason why the Celestial Court was established and received an extremely intense response was because of the human heart. Righteous path and demonic path, if they were only divided according to the standard of those who benefited from it, it would be somewhat superficial. The Celestial Court could recruit otherworldly demons, it could recruit demonic path Gu immortals like Wan Zihong. This could be said to be protecting the righteous path. It was a great virtue. But if the Celestial Court recruited Fang clan, it would lose the human heart. What reason did the Celestial Court use to support Wan clan? What slogan had the Celestial Court always followed? What stance did they take? If they could easily recruit Fang clan, who had joined the demonic path, then what would the Celestial Court's actions, which only cared about benefits, be like? In front of such a major issue, if the Celestial Court wavered and coveted small benefits, it would be a huge blow to its own prestige. Even the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would hesitate because of this. Especially at this sensitive moment, Fang clan had Fang Yuan's support. Fang Yuan secretly plotted to have Fang clan attack Wan clan because he knew that his prestige and the human heart would not gain widespread recognition just because he proclaimed great love. Eastern Sea's superforces took the initiative to side with him because they feared his prestige. Wu Yong and Fang Yuan's transactions were mostly for the sake of benefits. Not long after, didn't Wu Yong openly transact with the Celestial Court again? If the Celestial Court did that, Fang Yuan would probably laugh his head off. This suggestion was only made by Wan Zihong's will. She was from the demonic path after all. The other Celestial Court Gu immortals did not make such a suggestion. Did they not think of it? Of course not. The righteous path has already gained the upper hand in the battle in Western Desert. The only worry is that Fang clan is staking it all and selling all their resource points to Fang Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a thought. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She had already expected this situation, thus, when she sent people, she chose Zhou Xiong Xen. Zhou Xiong Xen was an information path Gu immortal. He was skilled in collecting clues. Once Fang clan abandoned everything and wandered, Zhou Xiong Xen would collect relevant clues and report them to Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Evil must be eradicated. Fang clan had to be destroyed. After Star constellation Immortal Venerable refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks of the Celestial Court, she needed to rest and accumulate some immortal essence before moving on to the next step. In this short period of time, the threat of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is much greater than Giant Sun Immortal and Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. It is time to send people to search for Fairy Myrtle. Star constellation Immortal Venerable arranged everything clearly. Chapter 2299. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. This time, I managed to conceal it again. Just earlier, Star constellation Immortal Venerable had used an investigative killer move to probe Fang Yuan's background. Obscured heavenly secret worked again. It helped Fang Yuan conceal the truth. Heaven Path. Giant Sun Immortal did not understand Heaven Path, so be it. But Star constellation Immortal Venerable was deceived time and time again. She had once become one with the Tao. She influenced and even altered providence. She was actually deceived by me. Is it because Heaven Path is profound, or is it because her revival has hidden flaws? At least in terms of Heaven Path, she did not inherit her previous life's foundation? Earlier, Star constellation Immortal Venerable's investigative ability was unprecedentedly powerful. There is a high chance that she completely refined Celestial Court's Tao marks. Feng Yuan was only guessing. He did not use any investigative methods. Feng Yuan inspected the sovereign immortal aperture. The third ring of earth path Dao veins had already been constructed. The wind path Dao veins and fire path Dao veins were also almost complete. Only a few more were left before the first ring of Dao veins would be completed. The immortal goo transactions in jewel yellow skies were carried out several times. They were exchanged for some resource points. The main reason was Feng clan's contribution points, otherwise, there would not have been such huge progress. Western Desert's fire path, earth path, and wind path Dao marks were outstanding, so these three paths had the most resource points. Feng clan was forced into a desperate situation. They could only sacrifice themselves to survive. The sovereign immortal aperture had a lot of gains, but this caused the immortal aperture to be in a dangerous situation. Currently, Feng Yuan had already slowed down the acquisition of earth path resource points. He had switched to other paths' resource points. According to his deductions, he should first construct the initial stages of each Dao vein, at least to the scale of the first ring. After that, it would have an immediate effect on the stability of the entire sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture is unstable, abnormal situations are occurring frequently, the goo immortals inside the immortal aperture are already being squeezed to the limit. Even the 6 mermaid immortals we recruited earlier are not enough. During this period of time, several goo immortals had already gone all out. Thankfully, Feng Yuan built a healing hall, otherwise if the goo immortals took too long to heal, the sovereign immortal aperture would collapse. In the end, Feng Yuan's main body had to personally suppress it. I need to increase the manpower of some goo immortals. It was true that venerable ones were invincible, but the situation was rather complicated when 3 venerable ones were confronting each other. Based on the current situation, the most important task for the 3 venerables was to refine the natural Dao marks. However, the scale of the natural Dao marks in the world was terrifying. It would take a long time for the 3 venerables to completely refine them. Currently, Giant Sun Immortal was making the most progress. He was still refining Northern Plains Dao marks. The 3 venerables were far from reaching the stage of a decisive battle. Because Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were refined, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a stable base. Even if the other venerables joined forces, they would not be able to form a sufficient advantage. Before they had enough of an advantage, it was unwise to fight in advance. The venerables would never do such a thing. Thus, for a long period of time, the venerables needed other goo immortals to help them and assist them. Because of the situation, ordinary goo immortals had a lot of value to the venerables. This kind of value was still very great during the standoff. Even if Feng Yuan was a refinement path venerable who could refine rank 8 and below immortal goo at will, and could construct many immortal goo houses, he could not replace goo immortals. It was clear from the fight against Feng Yuan earlier. The true deciding factor was not the immortal goo houses, but Feng Gong and Wan Gucho. 4 goo immortal experts. Once an immortal goo house's routine was figured out, it would be stiff and inflexible, easy to target. Be it Feng clan's roof tile breaking killer move or Zhuoqiu clan's scattered sand, they could counter immortal goo houses. Thus, it depended on the person. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, while man was the spirit of all living beings. It was good to have many immortal goo, but the human factor was equal to the goo. Feng Yuan needed a large number of goo immortal subordinates. On one hand, when the venerables fought, it would be convenient for him to have enough subordinates, especially when he was refining natural Dao marks and could not leave. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was developing the sovereign immortal aperture. He needed a large number of goo immortals to suppress abnormal situations. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also needed goo immortals. On one hand, during the confrontation, they could help the venerables deal with some matters. For example, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was refining Celestial Court's Dao marks, Jun Shunguang went into the 2 heavens to collect stars. On the other hand, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were trying to nurture a second venerable. With Fate Goo destroyed, it was completely possible for a new venerable to be born. As for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, because of conflicting Tao marks, they could not become a second Venerable. But how could he increase the number of Gu Immortals? It was most convenient to bring in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions. But there was a huge hidden danger. On one hand, these Gu Immortals might be planted by other Venerables. Feng Yuan was already taking a risk by bringing in the 6 Mermaid Immortals. If he brought in Gu Immortals from the 5 regions, Feng Yuan was more inclined to bring in variant humans. After all, variant humans stood on the opposite side of Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Other than bringing in external Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan's main method was to undergo immortal ascension. He would nurture Gu Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that the Gu Immortals' loyalty could be guaranteed. The disadvantage was that nurturing Gu Immortals would take a long time. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. But thankfully, Feng Yuan was more outstanding than the other Venerables. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture did not exclude time path, so he could easily change the flow of time. Among the Venerable Immortal Apertures, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had the fastest flow of time. It was almost the fastest. In terms of nurturing Gu Immortals, Feng Yuan had accumulated many excellent candidates. He had specially revived the Gu Immortals who were sacrificed in Crazed Demon Cave as mortals. But now that the 2 heavens were mixed, Providence was in chaos, Gu Immortals would lose the chance to undergo immortal ascension now. This would not do. Feng Yuan knew his own limitations. His wisdom path deductions could not compare to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and he could not compare to Giant Sun Immortal either. Thus, Feng Yuan had to make good use of this chance of natural imitation. If he missed this chance, his deductions and modifications of killer moves would fall behind the other 2 Venerables. If he could not bring in Gu Immortals, or nurture Gu Masters into immortal ascension, what should he do? Feng Yuan thought of human path. Feng Yuan's clone was still trapped in Divine Emperor City, but he used Shenshang to transfer his human path cultivation results to Feng Yuan's main body. Moreover, Feng Yuan had made a transaction with Shenshang. The latter contributed a portion of his human path cultivation results. Feng Yuan thus obtained Merchant Gu and Beggar Gu's Immortal Gu remnant recipes. If he had the complete Immortal Gu recipes, Feng Yuan could refine Merchant Gu and Beggar Immortal Gu. After activating them, he could add more manpower without worrying about loyalty. But Feng Yuan's human path attainment level was not high enough. Human path Immortal Gu recipes were not easy to deduce. Were there such wild human path Immortal Gu in the natural world? According to Feng Yuan's deductions, there was a high probability of none. Such Immortal Gu recipes needed to be created personally. After Feng Yuan thought about it, he did not try to deduce these human path Immortal Gu recipes. It would waste too much time and effort. Thus, Feng Yuan was looking forward to the development of human path in Central Continent. Not to mention anything else, just his soul Dao cultivation had to be driven by the human Dao. Like refinement path, the reason why it could reach its current level of prosperity was because of the development of refinement path itself, and also because of the various paths. The sea of people shook, creating huge waves. After the tides rose and fell, 2 Gu Immortals were left on the beach. Where is this? I should have died on the battlefield. Feng Dongxi and Feng Enlei stood up in confusion. The scene in front of them made them uncertain. But soon, Feng Yuan's will descended and told them everything. Lord Feng Yuan actually has such an incredible method to revive us. Feng Clan's 2 Gu Immortals were filled with excitement and joy of revival. Right at this time, a huge wave appeared in the sea of people. The scale of this wave was much larger than Feng Clan's earlier wave. The huge wave crashed onto the beach. It came quickly and retreated quickly. A young-looking Gu Immortal stepped on the wave, walking towards the shore. He had rank 8 aura. The 2 Feng Clan Gu Immortals were dumbfounded. They immediately recognized this newly revived Gu Immortal's identity. It is one of Feng Yuan's original bodies, Zhan Budu. In the situation where bringing in external Gu Immortals, nurturing Immortals, and human path Immortal Gu could not work, Feng Yuan chose to revive Gu Immortals. Originally, When Gu immortals revived, they were mortals. But now, they had cultivation level. Fang clan's 2 immortals had rank 7 cultivation level, while Jean Budu was rank 8. Because of this, Human C had an unprecedented expenditure. According to the remaining numbers, 3 more rank 8 Gu immortals could be revived. There were gains and losses. Next, Fang Yuan needed to cultivate again and collect Human Qi to replenish Human C. But this was not urgent. The most important thing to replenish was Refinement C. At this point, Fang Yuan's Refinement C was about to dry up. After releasing the 2 Fang clan Gu immortals, Fang Yuan gave the transformation path Immortal Gu to Jean Budu. This way, as long as he used the transformation path killer move, Jean Budu would have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Jean Budu went to deal with the situation, while Fang Yuan's main body expended the heavenly membrane to replenish the power of obscured heavenly secret. Next, he continued to dispel the truthful floating ice. Right now, Fang Yuan's transformation path, rule path, and other attainment levels had risen. The greatest increase was still in heaven path. Fang Yuan could already sense that his heaven path attainment level was approaching a qualitative change. Black and white heavens. A transparent pillar fell down. Most of the soul beasts below were killed by the pillar. From a desolate level soul beast's body, 2 Gu immortals flew out. One was a female immortal wearing an embroidered purple robe. She had snow-white skin and black hair that reached her waist. Her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her face was shrouded in sorrow. The other was a male immortal. He had an ordinary appearance. His eyes were pitch black. He emitted a soul path aura. They were Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. What heaven path immortal material is this? When it fell, the soul beasts could not move, they could not dodge. Ing Wuxia asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle identified it. This is a heavenly pillar. Every heavenly pillar is a rank 9 heaven path immortal material. Back then, Central Continent's Tian-Ti Mountain was able to connect to Celestial Court because it had a heavenly pillar. There are no soul beasts to hide, but we obtained a rank 9 immortal material. Is this good or bad luck? Ing Wuxia sighed. What's the point of lamenting about this? The most important thing now is to find your true body, Lord Ghost. Writing Pen Chinese Net. Chapter 2301. Western Desert, Fang Clan's Territory. Open for me! Mo Shada shouted loudly. As the killer move was activated, the immortal formation in front of them opened. It was completely empty. There were no resources left at all. It was like a desert. Nothing was left behind. This again. Many Gu immortals were furious. It's all gone, it's all gone. Another person muttered, his eyes somewhat absent-minded. Such a vicious Fang clan. Some Gu immortals' eyes were spewing fire. They gritted their teeth. Fang clan alone does not have so much manpower and methods. Heaven refining demon Venerable must have done this behind the scenes. These Gu immortals were helpless. This was Fang clan's last resource point. Like the previous resource points, nothing was left for the anti-Fang alliance. The Gu immortals discussed noisily. This was too different from their original expectations. Not only did Fang clan empty their resource points, they even left behind immortal formations. These immortal formations were created using natural Dao marks and immortal materials. The anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals had to expend immortal essence to unravel the immortal formations. They expended a huge amount of immortal essence, but in the end, they gained nothing. Looking at the pits or the deserts, these anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals had dark expressions. Xiao Yi, who did not even have the strength to be angry. He felt great regret. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this stupid matter. Xiao Yi, whose injuries had not healed yet, and most importantly, his immortal Gu house chamber pot was destroyed. It was not that he did not gain anything, but the battle spoils were too little, the losses were too great. Wan Gucho looked at this scene and sighed internally. She was helpless. In her first life, she had never seen such a bottomless superforce. This revival had broadened her horizons. She led the anti-Fang alliance and did not see a single Fang clan go immortal. They unraveled many immortal formations but did not gain any resource points. Some immortal formations were very devious. If the method to unravel them was not in place, they would explode. This was too damaging. Many Gu immortals were injured because of this. As for Fang clan's headquarters, they had already moved it away. This was a public blessed land. Fang clan actually had such a method to move their immortal aperture. There was a saying on earth, a monk can run away, but the temple cannot. But now, Fang clan had moved their temple away. Wan Gucho did not know of this saying. But her mood was equally terrible. Even though they defeated Fang clan, Wan Gucho was not happy at all. She felt even more worried. Fang clan was gone, but they still had enough battle strength left. Now, it was one family and the other super forces' turn to worry. If one day Fang family attacked a certain resource point, the possibility of defending it was very low. Without these resource points, Fang clan did not need to send Gu immortals to guard them. This was the clan's Gu immortal Gu of them. Wan Gucho looked at the heavenly court Gu immortals. In this, celestial court and clan, Fang clan, Gu clan was you. In fact, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already given the order to exterminate Fang clan. Thus, when Zhou Xiongxi noticed Wan Gucho's gaze, he immediately said without hesitation, Fang clan's actions are completely destroying their own foundation. It is equivalent to completely submitting to heaven refining demon venerable. This means that Fang clan and Fang Yuan are the same kind. They are both demons. They are the scourge of the world. Don't tell me this, what do we do now? The other Western Desert Gu immortals did not buy it. Zhou Xiongxin smiled. Our Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already expected this situation, thus she sent me to search for clues and traces of Fang clan. Once we find them, the anti-Fang alliance will go all out and destroy Fang clan. On the other side, Wan Zihong understood Fang clan's actions. Some time ago, she had suggested to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to recruit Fang clan, but her suggestion was rejected. Wan Zihong knew that Fang clan could not surrender. Celestial Court would definitely punish them as a warning to others. In this situation, she would do the same. The anti-Fang alliance's actions were too slow. It gave Fang clan and Fang Yuan plenty of time to relocate their resources. The anti-Fang alliance's best strategy was to attack Fang clan immediately. However, they spent too much time on internal discussions. Negotiations were time-consuming to begin with. The anti-Fang alliance only began to act after they had confirmed the division plan. But Wan Zihong could understand. If they did not do this, the anti-Fang alliance's Gu immortals would not be able to send their Gu immortals or determine their strategy. Benefits and risks were equal. Only after confirming the benefits, and then deciding who would take the lead and who would take care of the rear, would the anti-Fang alliance have enough battle strength. This alliance was established too recently. The Gu immortals participating in the alliance came from all sorts of super forces. No one was willing to submit to anyone else. The strength of an individual was not enough to influence them. Without benefits, the anti-Fang alliance could not be formed. Like earlier, one clan had no choice but to take out all their assets to attract all the super forces to send people to form the anti-Fang alliance. After Wan Gucho was exposed, they used Fang clan's assets to attract other Gu immortals. And without a clear division of benefits, the anti-Fang alliance had no battle strength. Once the battle began and Fang clan attacked, the Gu immortals would immediately retreat. Without clear benefits, no one was willing to take the risk. Fang clan, on the other hand, was forced into a desperate situation. They were united. In such a situation, Fang clan could only clench their fists. Even if the anti-Fang alliance had many people, they were in a state of disunity and had a high chance of failure. Thus, the anti-Fang alliance had to go through this process. However, just me alone is far from enough. Everyone should know the threat of Fang clan's remnants. If we want to get rid of these demonic path cancerous tumors, I hope everyone can send information path Gu immortals to hunt them down. Zhou Xiongxian said. Fang clan is in the demonic path. They are no longer Western Desert's righteous path. Everyone has the right to kill them. Western Desert's Goo Immortals nodded. But our efforts were in vain. Your Yuan clan and Celestial Court need to give us an explanation. That's right, in this situation, we can't return empty-handed, right? If we return empty-handed, Yuan clan will be too disappointed. If Fang clan invades us in the future, will anyone join this anti-Fang alliance? The Goo Immortals started to argue again. Wan Gucho felt a headache. She thought about it and secretly transmitted to Xiao Yihu. Friend from Xiao clan, don't worry, my Wan clan will be the first to guarantee your gains. It is said that back then, Fang clan's first ancestor was the only Goo Immortal in Fang clan. Back then, Fang clan occupied the movement rock crack and was the smallest superforce in Western Desert. When the Sand Calamity attacked, Fang clan's ancestor had to make a choice. He could have set up an immortal formation and sacrificed some Fang clan mortals to resist the Sand Calamity. But he chose to preserve Fang clan's people and directly retreated. He would rather give up on the movement rock crack. Such an extreme nature can be said to be of the same origin. Fang clan's action is not hard to understand. Friend, you have already obtained many Fang clan clansmen. Although they are only from a branch family, with Fang clan style, we can make use of them. Xiao clan was one clan's strongest superforce. Wan Gucho first had to appease such an existence. Everything depended on strength. Xiao Yi, whose expression eased after getting Wan Gucho's guarantee, he stopped making a fuss. Wan Gucho was trustworthy. This was how the righteous path worked. Moreover, even if Wan Gucho did not keep her word and refused to pay, what could Xiao Yihu do? So, I want to sell these Fang clan clansmen as slaves and humiliate Fang clan. We can also do something to these people. We might be able to find out the range of Fang clan's immortals. Xiao Yihu gritted his teeth. He was determined. Not long after, in jewel yellow skies. Where is this place? Wang Xiao cried out in shock. The surrounding people were also in a state of shock. Buzzing noises could be heard. These people were floating in jewel yellow skies. There was a formless force restraining these people. Thus, Wang Xiao felt very uncomfortable. He was not standing on solid ground. There were people above and below him. He was also being squeezed by the surrounding people. We were sold. This is the legendary jewel yellow skies. Some knowledgeable Goo masters spoke the truth. Fang clan's expressions turned extremely pale. This was the result of defeat. Fang clan Goo Immortals, listen to me. You have defied the law and turned into the demonic path. You are the shame of Western Desert's righteous path. Even if you escape now, you will be punished in the future. These people are your Fang clan clansmen and family members. They are actually innocent, but because of you, they became slaves. This is all your fault. Xiao Yi, whose will also entered jewel yellow skies. He continued to spread the news and humiliated Fang clan. These words made the Fang clansmen cry out in grief. Someone save us. Lord Ancestors, we are here. Why are you crying? Don't throw away Fang clan's face. To them, the best situation was for Fang clan's Goo Immortals to buy them back. Wang Xiao was among them. He also cried out a few times. He was feeling very uneasy. He was thought to be a member of Fang clan, because the situation back then was too chaotic. Fang clan's people did not know that an outsider Goo master had mixed in with them. Different from others, Wang Xiao was not willing to be bought back by Fang clan's Goo Immortals. Because Fang clan's Goo Immortals knew they were different. In the previous period of time, not only did Fang Dongxi torture him, he even tried many strange and vicious methods to torture him. He was healed afterwards. Chaotic times are coming. Fang clan is a super force, but they actually fell to this state. They are courting death. Fang clan definitely did not want to take one clan's first supreme elder's life. They must have held back. In my opinion, it is all because one clan's first supreme elder was too useless. He was actually killed like this. The current Wan clan is different. With the revival of Wan Gucho, such a legendary expert, Wan clan will definitely return to its peak. Cooperating with Fang Yuan will allow us to trade immortal Goo. Cooperating with Celestial Court will allow us to revive Goo Immortals. This is really tempting. Fong clansmen becoming slaves was a warning to many Gu immortals. The 5 regions' chaotic war had not started yet, but the super forces were already unstable. At once, there were people who grieved and some had other thoughts. How much are you selling these human slaves? Many people asked. Human slaves were actually getting rarer. In the last 100 years, there had not been such a large-scale sale of human slaves. After all, capturing humans for no reason and selling them as slaves was a proper demonic act. But now, these Fong clansmen were the losers. Their origins were justified. Chapter 2302. Among the Gu immortals who came to purchase Fong clan slaves, there might be Fong clan Gu immortals, but they could not be identified in jewel yellow skies. Xiao Yi who did not care. He stated the price expressionlessly. This was a normal price, neither high nor low. Immediately, a few deals were made. With this batch of Fong clan clansmen, I have filled the final gap. I can try to refine wealth Gu again. Shi Kong was very happy. Don't let Fong clan's Gu immortals buy me. Wang Xiao Air prayed internally. Let's go with this batch. They seem to be of good quality. The Gu immortal communicated with Xiao Yi Hu and chose a batch. Human slaves were of high quality too. Among them, rank 5 Gu masters sold the best. After them were young Gu masters who showed great talent. At once, cries could be heard. Fong clansmen were sold. Their families were separated. They were separated by life and death. Parting here would be the last time they would see each other. It was truly a tragedy. Here, the fates of Fong clansmen would change. The difference would be like heaven and earth. The pitiful Fong clansmen would be used as Gu refinement materials by Shi Kong. They would die immediately. The better ones would be chosen to be Gu immortal seeds. They would join sects or clans. If they succeeded in their immortal ascension, this investment would be huge. Of course, there were very few Gu immortal seeds that could be favored. Fong clan lost, but they have not lost yet. It seems that this battle will continue. In these 2 days, Fairy Myrtle had diverted some of her attention from jewel yellow skies. She was paying attention to the situation of the world. Right now, several days had passed since she and Ying Wuxie entered the 2 heavens. During this period of time, they had traveled with great difficulty. They experienced many dangers. The immemorial 2 heavens environment was dangerous to begin with. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals had to be careful. Now that the 2 heavens had merged, the environment became chaotic and unstable. The 5 regions were already affected. The 2 heavens were even more intense. From time to time, they would encounter roaming immemorial desolate beasts, or large numbers of desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, or even immemorial desolate beast armies. Encountering wild beasts was not too bad. The scarier thing was that some dangerous areas with dense Dao marks were mixed together after the 2 heavens shattered, causing these dangerous areas and forbidden areas to move around. Once one fell into it, it would be like a mortal trekking through a desert and falling into quicksand. One could only despair and wait for death. Even someone as strong as Fairy Myrtle was in danger. Ying Wuxie, how much further? Fairy Myrtle asked. Right now, the 2 of them were hiding in a group of soul beasts. There were many ancient soul beasts in this horde, and they were all under Ying Wuxie's control. Ying Wuxie replied, according to my senses, it will be another 3 days before we can see the main body. During this period of time, if the main body were to move, the time might be shortened or even longer. Ying Wuxie used Soul Path Killer moves to barely sense his main body. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's speed was not something they could match. Thankfully, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind now. He did not guard against detection. He was roaming around and destroying things. He did not purposely avoid these 2. Thus, during this period of time, Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie were still getting closer to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The soul beasts that were moving ahead suddenly stopped, as if they had crashed into an invisible wall. They cried out in pain. What's going on? Fairy Myrtle immediately became alert. Be careful, stop. Ying Wuxie also controlled the soul beast group to stop. They floated in the air. Over the past few days, they had relied on their soul beasts to explore many dangerous places. For this, they sacrificed 30% of the soul beasts. This is Heavenly Chasm? Fairy Myrtle recognized it and exclaimed in shock. Heavenly Chasm was a rank 9 Heaven Path immortal material. Its shape was not fixed, but it was huge. It was formless and looked like transparent air, but it could not be passed through. We are so unlucky to encounter this. Ing Wuxie was very disappointed. Heavenly Chasm was not dangerous, but it was a huge problem for the two of them. Because they had to go around Heavenly Chasm, but they did not know the shape of Heavenly Chasm and how it was arranged in the sky. Both Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie's detection range was far smaller than the size of Heavenly Chasm. In other words, they could only rely on luck, choose a direction, and try to go around it. No one could estimate how much time they would have to waste. Without a choice, Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie could only take the long way around. After walking for a long distance, Heavenly Chasm was still in front of them, like a huge wall that connected heaven and earth. Suddenly, a sound entered Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie's ears. At first, they did not pay much attention, thinking it was just the normal sound of the wind. But soon, the sound became more and more pleasing to the ear. When the two immortals were naturally attracted to it, their movements unconsciously slowed down. After a dozen breaths, the entire soul beast group also stopped in the sky, completely immersed in this beautiful sound. There were no musical instruments in this sound. It was purely made up of wind, rain, thunder, birds, and so on. Yet, it formed such a wonderful music that Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie were both immersed in it. Oh no, this is heavenly music. Fairy Myrtle's heart shook. She wanted to warn them, but she only moaned as her body went limp and relaxed completely. Ing Wuxie's cultivation level was lower than hers, but he was even more immersed than her. He had an intoxicated expression on his face, unable to extricate himself. Fairy Myrtle's heart continued to sink. She knew that they were in a desperate situation this time. At this rate, she, Ing Wuxie, and the soul beasts would all be immersed in this heavenly music until their consciousness completely dissipated, turning into floating corpses in the sky. Fairy Myrtle wanted to save herself, but after several attempts, she could not activate any goo worms, not to mention any killer moves. If she had reacted immediately and retreated with all her might, she might have had a chance of survival. But now that she had been immersed in the heavenly music for so long, she was like a mortal struggling after falling into water. Her strength was getting weaker, and she was drinking more and more water. Am I going to die here? Fairy Myrtle felt her eyelids becoming heavy, her vision was turning blurry. She could not help but close her eyes. She wanted to listen to this heavenly music with all her might. This might be the most beautiful way to die in this world. As Fairy Myrtle gradually died, her heart was gradually filled with intoxication and happiness. When she died, she would not leave behind any negative emotions like sadness, despair, pain, or anything else. But right when Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie were about to die, the heavenly music started to weaken. A goo immortal was flying towards them from afar. He wore a red and white robe. His posture was tall and straight, resembling a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long, his eyes were filled with divine light that was concealed. His lips curled into a smile, giving off a warm and confident feeling. It was the current rank 8 sound path great expert Feng Jioge. What a heavenly music! Feng Jioge laughed heartily as he looked at the soul beast group, as well as Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie who were unable to guard against detection. The heavenly music that trapped the two members of Shadow Sect did not do anything to Feng Jioge. Instead, he used some mysterious method to collect it. Feng Jioge? Fairy Myrtle gradually recovered. She was moved when she saw the goo immortal in front of her. Ever since the Battle of Fate, Feng Jioge had vanished without a trace. Was he in the two heavens all this time? If he could collect a rank 9 immortal material like heavenly music, did this mean that his strength had risen again? Did he retain pseudo-venerable battle strength? These were all mysteries. Feng Jioge collected the heavenly music while activating a killer move. 2 lumps of profound white light shot towards Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxie, enveloping them and gradually seeping into their bodies. Fairy Myrtle was still unable to move because of the heavenly music. She could only let Feng Jioge do whatever he wanted. What killer move is this? What are you trying to do? Fairy Myrtle slowly recovered her ability to speak. Feng Jioge said, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming you. After the battle of fate, our changes are actually very similar, isn't that so?" Feng Jioge said as he turned around and left. Fairy Myrtle could not chase after him. She could only watch as he flew away. What happened? Ing Wu Xie also gradually recovered. He could only see Feng Jioge's departing figure far away. We were hit by the heavenly music. We were already in a desperate situation. But Feng Jioge suddenly appeared and collected the heavenly music. He also used some mysterious method on us. Fairy Myrtle explained everything in a concise manner. Ing Wu Xie stared with wide eyes. This? Feng Jioge did not kill us? He is also a member of the demonic path. He betrayed the celestial court. Why would he want to kill us? Fairy Myrtle sighed. If he wanted us to die, he could have just stood by and watched. He would have obtained our corpses, immortal apertures, and immortal goo. Other than collecting the heavenly music, his motive was also the killer move he planted on us. The two used all sorts of methods to investigate their bodies, but they did not find any clues or abnormalities. It was as if Feng Jioge's killer move earlier was just an illusion. It had never happened. Regardless of whether he still has pseudo-venerable battle strength, his methods are getting more profound. Fairy Myrtle sighed. What killer move is this? Ing Wu Xie frowned. Is he trying to use us as bait to harm his main body? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. There are too few clues now, but my intuition tells me that Feng Jioge does not care about Lord Spectral Soul. Maybe your guess is correct. But are we going to stop here? Ing Wu Xie thought about it before nodding. Of course we have to move forward. Even if Feng Jioge wants to harm the main body, he is only rank 8, how can he deal with the main body? The two immortals continued on their journey. The Soul Beast group had lost half of their numbers because of the heavenly music. There were no replenishments around the heavenly chasm. This time, to guard against the heavenly music, the Soul Beasts were spread out. They were very far apart from each other. Main body, I can sense the main body. Not long after, Ing Wu Xie suddenly shouted in shock. Following the feeling, the two immortals adjusted their direction and saw Spectral Soul Demon Venerable after 15 minutes. So the main body was separated from us by the heavenly chasm, but because of the Heaven Path rank 9 immortal materials interference, I thought that we were far away. Ing Wu Xie realized at once. He shouted, I am here. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable saw the clone, he roared. Boom boom boom. With a series of loud sounds, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hundreds of fists landed on the heavenly chasm. The heavenly chasm shook intensely. It was on the verge of collapse. Ing Wu Xie and Fairy Myrtle had pale expressions. Why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become so fierce after seeing the clone? It was as if they were mortal enemies. What was going on? Chapter 2303. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang flew carefully in the two heavens. This old immortal Hua Yu is really crafty. He actually made us instigate flickering light grotto heaven first. Jun Shenguang complained. After they received the mission to instigate old immortal Hua Yu, they had secretly approached profound literature grotto heaven. While old immortal Hua Yu was driving away beast groups, they secretly contacted him. Do you think old immortal Hua Yu is purposely trying to fool us? When we instigate flickering light grotto heaven, what if there is already a trap set there? Jun Shenguang suddenly said. Qin Dingling sighed. This is not likely. Old immortal Hua Yu has been hesitating for a long time, but why is his attitude so ambiguous? He is worried that if they betray him, they will be hunted down by Feng Yuan. In this situation, he naturally hopes that there will be less hostility towards him. Thus, he hopes that more grotto heaven forces will betray Feng Yuan. That way, profound literature grotto heaven will not be conspicuous. But the situation you mentioned cannot be ruled out. Jun Shenguang said with difficulty, what should we do? Flickering light grotto heaven's Gu immortal leader Liang Jingjing is different from old immortal Hua Yu. We do not understand her and cannot determine her true intentions. Qin Ding Ling pondered. We do not understand her, but old immortal Hua Yu has some confidence. Otherwise, he would not have singled out this grotto heaven for us to instigate. Maybe it is time to use this move. Qin Ding Ling slowed down, her expression became resolute, she had made up her mind. Jun Shunguang had a puzzled expression. Qin Ding Ling said, Flickering light grotto heaven is not far away, but before we take the risk, let me use luck path methods to make some preparations. Jun Shunguang asked worriedly, Isn't the price of this move too high? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. Even though I need to expend some luck path Dao marks, for the sake of the celestial court, this is nothing. The reason why I am hesitating is because this move has a huge flaw. It is like moving my future luck to the present. It might have the effect of helping the enemy. So it was like that. Jun Shunguang nodded. Qin Ding Ling continued, but thinking about it, the matter of persuading old immortal Hua Yu is quite important. Now that the three venerables are facing off, there will be a long period of balance. Western Desert Fang clan has already become a stray dog. If old immortal Hua Yu and the rest betray Fang Yuan, then heaven refining demon venerable's reputation will fall to the lowest of the three venerables. Whether or not Fang Yuan pursues old deity Hua Yu, he will suffer a loss. We rank 8 Gu immortals can influence the battle of venerables, isn't this very valuable? Jun Shunguang was convinced. Indeed. Lord Qin Ding Ling, please do as you wish. I will protect you. Not long after, Qin Ding Ling finished preparing and activated her killer move. But this time, it took an hour to activate the killer move before it ended. Qin Ding Ling's face was pale and covered in sweat. Her gaze was extremely strange. Is there a problem? Jun Shunguang had already noticed that something was wrong and quickly asked. Qin Ding Ling didn't hide anything and answered, When I activated this move this time, it actually triggered a mysterious change, as if heaven and earth were responding to me. Originally, a killer move only needed a dozen breaths of time to activate. But in that situation earlier, with the help of heaven and earth, I tried to persevere and activate it continuously. I didn't expect that this would last for an hour. Jun Shunguang frowned. I've heard of the secret of the Tao Lord's might. When a venerable refines natural Tao marks, their every action will be amplified by the Tao marks, that is the response of heaven and earth. Lord Qin Ding Ling, how did you have such a fortuitous encounter? Qin Ding Ling shook her head. I can't comprehend it for now. But it doesn't matter. In this trip to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, we will definitely receive a huge boost. Let's go. The two immortals of the celestial court continued on their way. On the other side, boom, with a loud sound, the heavenly chasm could no longer hold on. Its weakest point was pierced by spectral soul demon venerable's arm. Both sides communicated at this moment. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie's pupils shrunk at the same time. At that instant, they felt boundless killing intent surging out of spectral soul demon venerable's body. This killing intent was so dense that Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie felt an illusion. It was as if they were mortals facing a huge wave. Helplessness, despair, and panic rose in their hearts, filling up their chests. Quickly leave. Fairy Myrtle was a wisdom path great expert after all. She reacted quickly and activated a killer move. Ying Wu Xie also regained his senses after receiving help. Bam bam bam. Spectral soul demon venerable's arms pierced through the heavenly chasm and reached towards the two. The rank 9 heavenly chasm could not stop Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie, but it could only cause some trouble to the mindless spectral soul demon venerable. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie quickly retreated. But all of a sudden, a black arm sped up and grabbed Ying Wu Xie. At the moment of life and death, Ying Wu Xie quickly used a method. Immortal killer move, change soul technique. At the next moment, he switched places with a soul beast. This ancient soul beast replaced him and was captured by spectral soul demon venerable. Meanwhile, Ying Wu Xie appeared far away, escaping in panic. During this period of time, Ying Wu Xie had cultivated hard and created change soul technique. This change soul technique had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Fang Yuan's soul swapping dream method. Ing Wu Xie managed to escape. Spectral soul demon Venerable roared. With a loud sound, his claws squeezed and turned the ancient soul beast into powder. The ancient soul core was instantly absorbed by spectral soul demon Venerable. Even more claws broke through the heavenly chasm and extended towards him. Close to 10 claws opened up, a terrifying suction force burst out from their palms. Ing Wu Xie's soul beasts were unable to resist, they were all sucked in. The claws closed, but this time, they did not crush these soul beasts, they continued to squeeze. The soul beasts, be they desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts, all of them cried out in pain. After a few breaths of time, the claws opened up again, releasing all of these soul beasts. The released soul beasts not only changed in appearance, their strength also rose by a lot. 3 immemorial soul beasts were created. These soul beasts were completely loyal to spectral soul demon Venerable. They howled as they attacked Ing Wu Xie. Ing Wu Xie coughed out blood. He was extremely shocked. His method of controlling and enslaving soul beasts was completely destroyed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He suffered a backlash as a result. Fairy Myrtle brought Ing Wu Xie along as they escaped. Purple smoke rose up, trapping these soul beasts temporarily. They flew in circles inside the smoke. After flying for a while, the 2 immortals heard a loud sound. The surrounding 100 Li started to shake. The heavenly chasm was broken through by spectral soul demon Venerable. The 2 immortals had pale expressions. They tried their best to escape. But spectral soul demon Venerable was extremely fast. He soon caught up to the 2 immortals. Spectral soul demon Venerable's left head roared loudly. The silhouette of Dang Hun Mountain appeared, descending towards the 2 immortals. The 2 immortals could not dodge. Immortal killer move, Purple will birth. At the crucial moment, Fairy Myrtle used her killer move. Her body shook as she turned into purple smoke that enveloped Ing Wu Xie, vanishing on the spot. After a few breaths of time, purple smoke appeared out of nowhere at a certain place tens of li away. The purple smoke turned back into Fairy Myrtle. Ing Wu Xie fell out of it. Fortunately, they encountered the heavenly melody earlier. After Feng Jioge left, Fairy Myrtle set off. She set up a method at a fixed distance. This method was originally used to defend against the heavenly melody. Fairy Myrtle did not expect to use it to evade spectral soul demon Venerable. Now that she used this killer move, the 2 immortals managed to survive. But the killing intent was still thick. The 2 immortals were definitely not out of danger yet. Bring me away. There is a huge backlash from using this killer move. I need to get rid of the purple will in my mind before I can use it again. Fairy Myrtle said anxiously. Ing Wu Xie quickly used a soul path method to fly away with Fairy Myrtle. After the 2 immortals escaped for a while, Ing Wu Xie was shocked to find that his speed was getting slower. The immortal essence expenditure of every soul path killer move was increasing. I was hit. It was when the main body grabbed me earlier. What kind of method is this? It seems to be a killer move that targets all soul path. Ing Wu Xie soon became a cripple. Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to take action again. She escaped with Ing Wu Xie. As spectral soul demon Venerable approached, Fairy Myrtle had no choice but to use purple will survival again to stall for time. Let's split up. Ing Wu Xie gritted his teeth and suggested. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, rejecting him. Spectral soul demon Venerable wanted to kill Ing Wu Xie. If they split up, Fairy Myrtle could survive, but Ing Wu Xie would not. Fairy Myrtle was hit by spectral soul demon Venerable's method. She was extremely loyal to him. Spectral soul's main body was clearly not in a good condition. Fairy Myrtle was more loyal to spectral soul's clone. She would risk her life to protect Ing Wu Xie, even if she had to sacrifice herself. However, right at this time, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals appeared in front of Fairy Myrtle. The one on the left had a round head and large ears. His robe was fluttering. He had a dense chi path aura. He was Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch. The one on the right had a golden circlet. He was Golden Hooped Great Immortal. The Gu Immortal in the center had a kind expression. His eyebrows were long and extended to his chest. He was one of the 3 dukes, Duke Mei. Fairy Myrtle is here after all. Oh, there is also Ing Wu Xie. Duke Mei, 7 Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and golden-hooped Great Immortal were here on star constellation Immortal Venerable's orders to capture Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's immortal aperture was given to Celestial Court, with such an obvious clue and star constellation Immortal Venerable's deduction. The three immortals followed the clues and intercepted Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie's expressions changed. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. They were in a desperate situation again. What do we do? Ying Wuxie had a pale expression. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply, her life and death were at stake. She shouted, "Feng Jioge, I know you are nearby. If you lend us a helping hand, we will definitely repay you tenfold in the future." Feng Jioge, is he that traitor of Celestial Court? Golden-hooped Great Immortal frowned slightly. Seven fiendish primeval monarchs snorted coldly. Good, let's deal with him together. Duke Mei was about to speak when his brows suddenly rose, his long eyebrows shook intensely. Oh no, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is here. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like figure appeared in the immortal's vision. Chapter 2304. At once, the situation became very complicated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable broke through the heavenly chasm and chased after them. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie were among them. The three immortals of the Celestial Court, Golden-hooped Great Immortal, Seven Fiendish Primeval Monarch, and Duke Mei blocked the path of the two Shadow Sect immortals, while Feng Jioge was truly hiding far away like Fairy Myrtle had said. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his own consciousness, Feng Jioge would not do this. It was too risky. Fairy Ziwei was only probing him a little more. She was not sure of Feng Jioge's location, she only deduced the possibility. After all, Feng Jioge did not kill the two Shadow Sect immortals, he planted some method on them instead. This proved that the two Shadow Sect immortals were useful to Feng Jioge. Fairy Myrtle was in a desperate situation. She had to make use of everything she could. In this situation, Feng Jioge became Fairy Myrtle's hope. But Feng Jioge did not have any intention to move. He squinted as he looked at the two Shadow Sect immortals far away, sighing internally, "It is useless, I can already hear the cries of your destiny, even though it has its ups and downs, it is sliding into the abyss, the outcome is already set." While he was missing, he had been cultivating Destiny Song, he had made a lot of progress. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's left head suddenly roared. A large number of soul balls appeared out of nowhere. The soul balls dragged their tadpole-like tails as they swam towards Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie, before exploding intensely. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxie resisted with difficulty, their souls shook, they were about to be shattered on the spot. Attack! At the other side, Duke Mei activated a killer move first. Golden-hooped Great Immortal and Seven Fiendish Primeval Monarch followed closely behind. My life is over. Ying Wuxie's expression was ashen. How could this be? At the next moment, Fairy Ziwei showed a shocked expression. Because the three immortals of the Celestial Court did not attack the two Shadow Sect immortals while they were down, instead, they targeted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, blocking the Soul Ball method while helping the two Shadow Sect immortals defend. Why did the Celestial Court take the initiative to rescue the two immortals of the Shadow Sect? Even a wisdom path great expert like Fairy Myrtle was stunned. Don't tell me, because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, I can return to the Celestial Court and abandon my loyalty to Master. Or perhaps, they want to capture Ying Wuxie, the key avatar, and use some means to suppress and target Master? Although the clone technique was very convenient, it also exposed its weakness. Nothing in the world was perfect. Where there are advantages, there are disadvantages. There were actually quite a few drawbacks to cloning. Most importantly, he could use the connection between his doppelganger and the main body to do tricks. The weakness of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone was exposed long ago. That was the sharing of attainment levels. This was an advantage, but also a huge disadvantage. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone refined sovereign immortal fetus goo, expending a vast amount of attainment levels to create a dream realm. This caused Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's attainment level to fall. Regardless of the true intentions of the three immortals of the celestial court, the two shadow sect immortals were able to survive because of them. Far away, Feng Jioge shook his head inwardly. Be it the two immortals of the shadow sect or the three immortals of the celestial court, their efforts were futile. As expected, the number of soul balls increased sharply, reaching a level that the five immortals could not resist. Be it Fairy Myrtle, Duke Mei, or the rest, they fell into despair. This is the might of a venerable? Spectral soul demon venerable is clearly unconscious. He is also heavily injured. Damn it. The three immortals of the celestial court could not save the two shadow sect immortals. They were implicated and became spectral soul demon venerable's targets. At the next moment, the terrifying soul balls were about to explode and take the lives of the five immortals. But at this moment, Feng Jioge's expression changed. At this moment, he felt a vast power suddenly invading the battlefield. This was the power of Luck Path. It was so grand and majestic. Luck Path is a variable. This power was only a small variable at first, but because of the two heavens Luck Path Dao marks, it became a huge variable. The source seems to be man-made? Feng Jioge analyzed carefully. The power of Luck Path was so huge, it could rival rank 9 killer moves. Crack crack. The power of Luck Path changed the two heavens. It changed the entire battlefield. Originally, the two heavens were mixed together. The fragments of immemorial black heaven and white heaven were intertwining. The five immortals were inside a fragment of white heaven. Right at this moment, the immemorial black heaven fragment that was right in front of them crashed into them. White heaven had abundant light path Dao marks, while black heaven had mostly dark path Dao marks. The Dao marks repelled each other. As the immemorial black heaven fragment crashed into each other, the immemorial white heaven fragment shattered. A large number of black and white fragments of the two heavens formed a huge flood. The flood poured down and enveloped Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, sweeping him away. Without Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's control, the soul balls floated quietly on the spot. Let's go! Using this chance, Fairy Myrtle brought Ying Wu Xie and flew away, entering the immemorial black heaven at the side. The three immortals of the celestial court quickly chased after them. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was struck by the two heavens fragments along the way. The power of the flood slowly weakened, allowing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to escape. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was covered in injuries now. Heaven Path Dao marks were all over his body. His body was pierced by countless tiny fragments of the two heavens. It was like countless black and white glass shards. The distance was too far. With the obstruction of Injury Mountain's Heaven Path Dao marks, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not sense Ying Wu Xie's presence. His mind was not clear. He could not use any investigative or tracking methods. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable roared in anger. After venting his anger for a while, his attention was drawn to a distant grotto heaven. This grotto heaven was Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. The Gu immortal leader of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, Liang Jingjing, was in extreme fear. Her entire body was trembling. If this was in the past, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven could be stored in the void and condensed to a point. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would not be able to find it while he was unconscious. But now, the fusion of the two heavens was at its peak. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was one of the heaven vein nodes. It was affected by the commotion and was forced to appear. Lord Alliance Leader, save me. Liang Jingjing did not hesitate. She immediately sent a message to Fang Yuan. I am willing to hand over Light Heaven in exchange for a huge amount of contribution points. I only hope that Lord Alliance Leader can save my Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing had a pitiful expression. Light Heaven. Fang Yuan quickly received Liang Jingjing's message. He was currently undoing the truthful floating ice. From the message, Fang Yuan also learned about the details of Light Heaven. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven devoured many fragments of the immemorial 9 heavens, but its internal space was still too small. A certain generation's Flickering Light Grotto Heaven proposed a grand plan to construct a grotto heaven. It was to create another heaven. That was the origin of Light Heaven. From then on, generations of Gu immortals in flickering light grotto heaven worked hard. They made many contributions to this grand plan. They gathered heavenly light and refined it, making the light heaven in flickering light grotto heaven bigger and bigger. The current scale had already greatly surpassed the original space of flickering light grotto heaven. Feng Yuan quickly thought about it. His original plan was to let Zhan Budu stabilize his immortal aperture, then create resource points and create Dao veins. Finally, he would take in the primordial domain and raise his attainment levels. With these attainment levels and a stable sovereign immortal aperture, he could annex the two heavens grotto heavens. But now, flickering light grotto heaven's destruction was imminent. Feng Yuan's plan could not keep up. Feng Yuan's current light path attainment level was only master. If he wanted to protect flickering light grotto heaven, Feng Yuan would have to fight spectral soul demon venerable. If the battle was too intense, obscured heavenly secret would not be able to conceal it. He would be exposed. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would work together to suppress him. Most importantly, against Venerables, Feng Yuan did not have much of an advantage. Even though he had two rank 9 Immortal Gu, he did not create a killer move that complemented them. At the same time, he cultivated refinement path. It was not specialized in fighting. If Venerables fight, I will have some immortal essence advantage at most. But if they work together to suppress me, my immortal essence advantage will be offset by the enemy's numbers. Flickering light grotto heaven cannot be saved. Feng Yuan decisively gave up on flickering light grotto heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, this light heaven is priceless. If you place it in the sovereign immortal aperture, it will add to your glory. Liang Jingjing urged. The only thing she could offer to move Feng Yuan was this light heaven. Lord Alliance Leader, can you hear me? Quickly reply to me. Liang Jingjing stomped her feet anxiously. Spectral soul demon venerable arrived in front of her. With a loud sound, the grotto heaven entrance was destroyed. Hundreds and thousands of arms entered the immortal aperture. Everywhere they went, countless people were slaughtered. Nobody could resist the might of a venerable. Liang Jingjing could only retreat into light heaven, crying and begging for Feng Yuan's help. Feng Yuan had an indifferent expression. He knew that this would cause him to lose the support of his subordinates, but fighting against spectral soul demon venerable would result in greater losses. These subordinates were only tools for him to fight against the venerables. He would not sacrifice his own benefits for the safety of one or two tools. Pawns were pawns because they could be used and discarded when necessary. Feng Yuan, I hate you, I hate you. What kind of great love immortal venerable are you? I was wrong about you, you did not save me, you are not fit to be the alliance leader. Liang Jingjing cursed in despair before her death. Feng Yuan had a joyful expression. There was a qualitative change in the truthful floating ice. His heaven path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. There was a huge increase in heaven path Dao marks. His attainment levels of other paths had also increased. And most importantly, he obtained the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu? This was an unexpected surprise for Feng Yuan. Even someone like him could not help but have bright eyes. It was a wise decision not to save flickering light grotto heaven. So close, if I had protected flickering light grotto heaven, it would have caused the venerables to fight. And I was just one step away from obtaining the rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu's Immortal Gu recipe. This Immortal Gu recipe came at the right time. It was very useful to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately decided to advance his third rank 9 Immortal Gu, Heavenly Secret Gu. Chapter 2305. Qin Ding Ling and Jun Shenguang traveled rapidly. Ever since Qin Ding Ling used her luck path killer move, the two's journey was very smooth. They did not encounter any setbacks. Jun Shenguang praised this many times. Qin Ding Ling explained, "This power is far beyond what I can unleash normally. I have also figured out the reason behind the resonance of heaven and earth." Back then, Giant Sun Immortal placed Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace in Northern Plains Black Heaven for over 300,000 years. Over these 300,000 years, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace has been in operation, it slowly created luck path Dao marks, almost covering the whole of immemorial Black Heaven. Because of such a terrifying accumulation, Central Continent once attacked Northern Plains to seize fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but suffered heavy losses halfway through the march. Giant Sun Immortal had already expected that the two heavens would fuse, so he moved Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace away and used it for the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But over 300,000 years of Luck Path creation, Luck Path Dao marks have already been carved in immemorial Black Heaven above Northern Plains. Furthermore, the scale of these Luck Path Dao marks is unimaginably huge. After the two heavens fused, immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven split into countless fragments. Some were big and some were small, black and white. The Luck Path Dao marks also spread out. Jun Shenguang asked, then why did Lady Qin Dingling's Luck Path Killer move get amplified by these Luck Path Dao marks? Did Giant Sun Immortal help you? Qin Dingling's expression sank. If that is the case, I'm afraid Giant Sun Immortal is involved in this. But this possibility is not high, because I have already sent a message back to ask Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable told me clearly that these Luck Path Dao marks have already returned to natural Dao marks, they are not Giant Sun Immortals. Jun Shenguang was even more confused. Then why did it respond? Qin Dingling shook her head. Let's not investigate this for now. The most important thing now is to recruit Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Jun Shenguang was even more confident in this. Lady Qin Dingling, your Luck Path Killer move is truly powerful. In my opinion, we will succeed this time. A moment later, the two immortals of the Celestial Court finally arrived near the Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They were shocked to see that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was rampaging outside Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not enter Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He broke the Grotto Heaven's entrance and stretched out his countless arms, rampaging inside the Grotto Heaven, slaughtering countless living beings. He killed humans and immortals alike. He was extremely cruel. Qin Dingling was dumbfounded. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The supreme ancient two heavens were too powerful. The probability of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable finding trouble with Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was very small. Jun Shenguang also opened his mouth wide, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before slowly turning around to look at Qin Dingling with a strange and complex expression. Jun Shenguang seemed to be saying, Lord, is this caused by your Luck Path Killer move? Qin Dingling coughed and said awkwardly, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a venerable, even if my Luck Path methods are resonated with heaven and earth and are amplified by Luck Path Dao marks, it should not be to this extent, right? Jun Shenguang was also at a loss. Then what should we do? The two of them originally wanted to instigate Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, but in the end, old Immortal Hua Yu fully displayed the specialty of an information path expert. He vaguely told the two immortals of the Celestial Court without leaving any evidence that if the Celestial Court could persuade the Twinkling Grotto Heaven to surrender, then old Immortal Hua Yu would follow. But now, Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang had gone through a long and arduous journey to reach the Flickering Light Grotto. In the end, Flickering Light Grotto Heaven was going to be destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Go quickly, Cave Master. Let us attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Flickering Light Grotto Heaven is destined to be destroyed, but there are still our clansmen in your immortal aperture. Please think of the big picture. Right at this time, 6 Gu Immortals came out of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Rank 8 Light Path Gu Immortal Liang Jingjing was already heavily injured. She was escaping in tears under the protection of the other Gu Immortals. However, even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was not in his right mind, he was still a venerable. He was filled with killing intent. Seeing that these Gu Immortals were about to escape from under his nose, he followed his instincts and attacked. The Gu Immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were in danger. Chance. Jun Shenguang blurted out. So that's it. Qin Dingling realized at once, so my Luck Path Killer move is here. Huge opportunities were often hidden in danger. Let us lend you a hand. Qin Dingling shouted, taking the lead to attack. Jun Shenguang followed closely behind. The Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven were initially terrified. After all, according to the current situation, they were enemies. But when they found out that the two immortals of Celestial Court were truly helping them, these Gu immortals felt even more joy and gratitude. Eventually, with the help of Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven successfully broke out of the encirclement. Of course, they had paid a huge price. Qin Dingling was lightly injured, Jun Shenguang was heavily injured. There were only 3 Gu immortals left in Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. 1 was unconscious and 2 were heavily injured. This is the power of a venerable. We could not retaliate at all. Jun Shenguang sighed. Even though he was safe now, he still felt some lingering fear. He was a rank 8 expert, but under the pursuit of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he was as weak as a baby. And this was when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had lost his mind. His actions were similar to a soul beast. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chased us with his full strength, we would not have survived. Thankfully, his attention was still on Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. He only chased us for a short while before returning to Flickering Light Grotto Heaven to wreak havoc. Qin Dingling said. Sigh, our homeland, of the 3 Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven, 1 was unconscious. The other 2 had pale expressions, their hearts were heavy, they could not conceal their grief, anger, helplessness, and other emotions. My condolences, my 3 friends. Venerables are invincible, we rank 8s are still ants. It is already a great fortune that we were able to escape. Qin Dingling consoled. Liang Jingjing suddenly bowed towards Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang. I will never forget your kindness in saving my life. We were enemies, but you 2 risked your lives to save me. Such righteousness and magnanimity, I am truly moved by it, it is truly shocking. Celestial Court is indeed the leader of humanity since ancient times, the #1 super force forever. Compared to you, our alliance leader actually calls himself Great Love Immortal Venerable and created the so-called Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It is the greatest irony in the world. Liang Jingjing was filled with anger and hatred at the mention of Fang Yuan. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang looked at each other, seeing the joy and surprise in each other's eyes. The other Gu immortal from Flickering Light Grotto Heaven who was awake said, Friends of Celestial Court, our Grotto Heaven leader is not a traitor, it is Fang Yuan who has gone too far. We had already asked him for help, we took the initiative to stuff Light Heaven into jewel yellow skies and transacted it to him. But he took the Light Heaven and ignored us, he did not even think of helping us, he directly abandoned us. We are his subordinates. We are members of his Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Such actions are truly too disappointing and despicable. To think that we thought he had truly turned over a new leaf after becoming venerable, he had turned over a new leaf. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang heard this and were overjoyed. Even without their persuasion, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already taken the initiative to surrender. Lady Qin Dingling's luck path killer move is truly profound. Jun Shenguang praised in his heart. Qin Dingling said solemnly, Friends, I will not hide it from you, we have our own reasons for coming to help. Next, Qin Dingling explained the reason in detail and asked Liang Jingjing to help her persuade old immortal Huayu to surrender. Liang Jingjing and the rest were overjoyed after hearing this. They had no choice but to turn to Celestial Court and betray Fang Yuan. They felt very uneasy. If Fang Yuan came to settle the score with them, they would be in deep trouble. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could block Heaven Refining Demon Venerable for a while and protect them. But was there a reason to guard against a thief for a long time? If Fang Yuan harbored hatred in his heart and wanted to kill these traitors, he would definitely have the initiative. He could attack whenever he wanted. If he attacked one day, the Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven would not be able to resist for long enough to wait for reinforcements. This was something that they were absolutely certain of. Because earlier, they had experienced the terror of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And this was a venerable without sentience. With sentience, If Feng Yuan replaced Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he would be extremely terrifying. These Gu immortals would not have any hope of escaping. The Gu immortals of Flickering Light Grotto Heaven had already decided to betray them. They hoped that there would be as many traitors as possible to divert their attention. Thus, Liang Jingjing ignored her injuries and decided to go with Qin Dingling to Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to rebel against Old Immortal Huayu. The group met up with Old Immortal Huayu in secret. Qin Dingling had a powerful explanation. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already deduced the result. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable seems to be casually roaming around and destroying things, but there is a pattern to it. Everything he destroyed was the pillar that supported immemorial White Heaven. For example, the Heavenly Chasm, the Heavenly Pillar, or the Heaven Vein node of immemorial White Heaven like Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Your tribe's Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is the same as Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. They are both Heaven Vein nodes in immemorial White Heaven. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will definitely come to destroy Profound Literature Grotto Heaven, just like how he destroyed Flickering Light Grotto Heaven. Liang Jingjing immediately added, Old Immortal Huayu, we have known each other for many years. You have seen my situation. Feng Yuan did not save me and even devoured my tribe's light heaven. His actions are not only cruel, they are also despicable and shameless. Are you still placing your hopes on such an alliance leader? Oh friend, please make a decision quickly. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable comes, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven will not have the time or opportunity to relocate. Chapter 2306. Old Immortal Huayu was moved. He gritted his teeth. I wonder if Celestial Court has a way to transfer my Grotto Heaven? Qin Dingling smiled. Of course we do. Our Celestial Court's foundation is not something that Longevity Heaven or Feng Yuan can compare to. Trust me, it is a wise choice for you to side with Celestial Court. Old Immortal Huayu sighed deeply. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to return to the Grotto Heaven and hold a meeting to discuss with the other Gu immortals. Then we will wait here for your good news. Qin Dingling was very magnanimous. Old Immortal Huayu returned to the Grotto Heaven and gathered the immortals, explaining the situation. The immortals were shaken. After discussing for 3 days and 3 nights, they all decided to side with Old Immortal Huayu to side with Celestial Court. Li Xiaobai was among them. He also expressed his allegiance to Celestial Court, but he was feeling uneasy internally. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable inspected him, she might discover the relationship between Li Xiaobai and Feng Yuan's main body. But he could not do anything alone. Joining Celestial Court had already become the consensus of the immortals. Old Immortal Huayu led the immortals out of the Grotto Heaven's entrance, greeting Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang. Good. Qin Dingling smiled as she accepted them. Everyone, not only will your future benefit by joining the light, you will also be able to fight for a bright future for your clan. Old Immortal Huayu said, That's right, such a good thing should be shared. I hope that Lady Qin Dingling and Lord Jun Xinguang can help us. I am willing to take the risk and save more friends from the demonic nest that is the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Qin Dingling and Jun Xinguang heard this and laughed heartily. With Old Immortal Huayu leading the way and Liang Jingjing as an example, of course, with the help of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move earlier, Qin Dingling's following persuasion was very smooth. Several days later, almost all of the human forces in the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens betrayed Feng Yuan. They joined Celestial Court. The truth was, Qin Dingling only wanted to make Old Immortal Huayu defect, but after taking action, she did not expect the results to be so good. Unsurprisingly, this news could not be concealed. Once it spread, the whole of the 5 regions Gu immortal world was shaken. The Celestial Court is indeed the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan is at a disadvantage again. Previously in Western Desert, it was the Celestial Court's victory that forced Feng clan to sell all their resource points and flee. Right now, Feng Yuan's influence in the past 2 days has almost been uprooted by the Celestial Court. Although Feng Yuan is a venerable, he mainly cultivates refinement path. Celestial Court's Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is a wisdom path expert. She is most skilled in making arrangements and making use of people's hearts. To be honest, I can understand why the two heavens forces would side with the celestial court. After all, Feng Yuan did not do anything and allowed spectral soul demon venerable to invade and slaughter. This was not the behavior of a responsible alliance leader. There are even rumors that Liang Jingjing clearly offered light heaven to Feng Yuan, but he accepted it and did not make a move. The Gu immortals discussed among themselves. Every action of a venerable, no matter how small, was a huge matter in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. It would attract the attention of the entire world. Many people started to guess what Feng Yuan would do next. Would he take revenge? Would he personally chase after those grotto heaven forces that betrayed him? Or should he swallow this loss in silence? If it were me, I would definitely take action. Traitors must be punished. If they live better lives, what would the other members of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance think? Betraying them just like that, they are clearly looking down on Great Love Immortal Venerable's reputation. Maybe they are bullying Lord Feng Yuan for being the newest venerable. How can the dignity of a venerable be challenged like this? Soon, a wave of public opinion rose. It became the mainstream voice in jewel yellow skies. Southern Borders Wu Yong snickered. He did not need to guess to know that Longevity Heaven was behind this. If Heaven Refining Demon Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could fight personally, it would be extremely beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan will not take action, I know him too well. Wu Yong looked towards Eastern Sea as he sighed deeply. If it were him, he would not help either. Once he took action, Feng Yuan would have to fight against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This was more disadvantageous than advantageous for Feng Yuan. Looking at the confrontation between the 3 venerables, it is clear that Giant Sun Immortal is ahead of them. He has the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal both have bases to defend. Feng Yuan's foundation is the weakest. He has the least immortal essence. In this situation, we need to be even more careful. If we act rashly, our opponents might widen the gap. The rumors should be true. Feng Yuan accepted light heaven but did not help. In this aspect, I am inferior to him. Wu Yong compared himself to Feng Yuan, then reflected on himself. He felt that he needed to learn more from Feng Yuan in terms of shamelessness. What were reputation and face? They were just a factor that was beneficial to survival and victory. If reputation and face were not beneficial to survival and victory, then he would discard them. When it was time to be shameless, he would be decisive and shameless. It is time. It is time to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with bright light. When almost everyone looked down on Feng Yuan, when they thought that Feng Yuan was the weakest among the 3 venerables, Wu Yong made a different choice. Feng Yuan accepted it, of course. When news spread, Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was in an uproar. The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. Feng Clan, who joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, became a stray dog. A large number of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heaven super forces left the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Under such a situation, Wu Clan went against the flow and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It was truly suspicious and disdainful. Southern Borders Gu Immortal World was shaken. People started to doubt Wu Yong's decision. Wu Clan, who was at the center of the wave, was still united like a reef. No matter how strong the waves were, they did not move, they did not show any flaws. Western Desert. Southern Borders Wu Yong. I have heard of his name long ago. His courage is truly admirable. Feng Gong sighed. Feng Dichang nodded. I wonder, he used the entire Wu clan as a bargaining chip to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. How many benefits did he obtain from Feng Yuan? No matter what the result is, this is a hero with wild ambitions. Wu clan has been the #1 superforce in Southern Border for a long time, but they still took such a risk. My Feng family's original status is far inferior to the Wu family, so what is there to be worried about? Feng Huaxing said with a smile. What Third Supreme Elder said is extremely true. Right now, our Feng clan has finished recuperating. We have traded many immortal Gu in all kinds of resource points. Seniors Fong and Lei and Fong Chen have also returned. The immortal Gu house has also been modified and replenished. We should make a move. Fong Lung called out with a fervent expression. Fong clan had completely lost their territory. They had become a nomadic force without a foundation. But this situation instead allowed youngsters like Fong Lung to grow rapidly. They became more proactive and worked harder. Fong Dichang slowly looked at the other Gu immortals. What are your thoughts? I also think we should make a move. My bones are rusting from staying here all the time. Those super forces that attacked our Fong clan, it is time to let them know the price of offending our Fong clan. Seeing that the clan's Gu immortals had high morale, Fong Gong was happy and gratified. Very good, then let's give them a memorable lesson. First Supreme Elder made his stance clear. The eyes of Fong clan's immortals shined. They became even more excited. Fong Dichang nodded with a smile. He threw out an information path Gu worm that turned into a map in the air. Then let's set this as our target. The immortals took a look and their expressions changed. They did not expect Fong Dichang to go so far. This is Earth Flame Forest? This is Dong Clan's #1 resource point. The defense is quite tight. Isn't it a little too aggressive? Fong Dichang smiled. Everyone listen to me. Earth Flame Forest is not made of trees. It is made up of surging underground flames. After breaking through their limits, they burst out of the ground and formed a tree-like flame. The root is the underground fire path Dao Vein. However, after the 5 regions were united, the regional walls disappeared and the earth vein migrated. The influence was very widespread. Right now, the fire path Dao Vein there has also migrated. The immortal formation that Dong clan set up earlier was based on the environment at that time. They did not use any immortal Gu. Right now, it is already at the end of its tether. It is like a thin sheet of paper that can be pierced with just a slight poke. Most importantly, Lord Alliance Leader's mission board has already changed. The contribution points that can be exchanged for Earth Path resource points are much lower than before, while the value of Wind Path and Fire Path resource points has increased. If we attack this place, we can exchange for even more contribution points. After hearing this, Fong clan's immortals understood that Fong Dichang had already made sufficient deductions and bargaining chips. As expected of Lord Fong Dichang, Fong Chen sighed. Since Second Supreme Elder said so, we will believe you. Fong and Lei also expressed her stance. Then let us take this Earth Flame Forest. Old Ghost by June was a slave Gu immortal of Fong clan. He did not want to fall behind. I can't wait anymore. Fong Dong Shi rubbed his palms. Even though he revived and his cultivation level was still rank 7, his immortal aperture was empty and needed to be developed. Earlier, when the Fong clansmen were sold, he went to Xiao Yi Hu to trade but found that Wang Xiao heir had already been bought. As for the other Fong clansmen, under Fong Dichang's persuasion, Fong clan's Gu immortals did not buy them back just in case. Several days later, Fong clan moved out and successfully attacked the Earth Flame Forest. The Fong clan was powerful, but the Dong clan had just lost the Red River Wheel. Dong clan's first Supreme Elder did not hesitate. He immediately asked for help from other super forces. When Dong clan finally gathered many Gu immortals and several immortal Gu houses to reinforce them, there was only a huge crater and ruins. It was a scene of devastation. Not only did Fong clan retreat calmly, they even moved the entire Earth Flame Forest into jewel yellow skies. Western Desert's Gu immortal world was shocked. The 5 regions' Gu immortals were stunned. Just as Dong clan's first Supreme Elder was hesitating about whether to form a second anti-Fong alliance, Fong clan's Gu immortals moved out again. Attacking the resource points of other super forces, they succeeded and retreated calmly. The 5 regions were shaken. Western Desert's super forces were panicking. Everyone was in danger. Fong Yuan did not move out to investigate the betrayal of the 2 Heavens Grotto Heavens. But Southern Border's Wu clan and Western Desert's Fong clan's actions were like 2 slaps on Celestial Court's face, creating 2 loud slaps. Chapter 2307. Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of turbid air. Her expression was pale, weakness and exhaustion filled her body and mind. I finally completed this formation. Human path will advance by leaps and bounds now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at the derivation formation in front of her, feeling gratified. After she refined all the wisdom path Tao marks in Celestial Court, she did not set off immediately. Instead, she used this period of time to complete the derivation formation's construction. Even though star constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated wisdom path primarily and star path secondarily, setting up immortal formations was not her weakness. In fact, she was even more formidable than most formation path rank 8 experts. Of course, star constellation Immortal Venerable's formation path attainment was still lacking compared to those legendary formation path great experts. All in all, star constellation Immortal Venerable had already completed the derivation formation with all her might. The core of this formation was rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu. This was a legendary Immortal Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. After Limitless Demon Venerable obtained it, he had been using it as the core of the Crazed Demon formation. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, star constellation Immortal Venerable obtained a piece of truthful floating ice, which contained derivation Immortal Gu. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Celestial Court's Heaven Path research results to break the truthful floating ice and take derivation Immortal Gu out. Next, she used derivation Immortal Gu as the first core, surrounding it and creating this formation. Limitless Demon Venerable used derivation Immortal Gu and the primal chaos in outer space to deduce and create the truthful floating ice that did not belong to this world. Meanwhile, star constellation Immortal Venerable used the essence of the Crazed Demon formation to create the derivation formation, which was used to promote the development of human path. The development of a path usually required countless elites to put in their effort, as well as hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years of continuous development. But with the derivation formation, the path's development seemed to have grown wings. It could leap into the sky and soar into the sky. After inspecting the derivation formation, star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected the wisdom path killer moves that she had activated earlier. These wisdom path killer moves could defend against investigations, conceal the derivation formation, and strengthen the defense of Celestial Court. Even though the core Immortal Gu of these wisdom path killer moves were only rank 8, with the amplification of Celestial Court's wisdom path Tao marks, even if other venerables attacked with full strength, they could last for some time. After doing this, star constellation Immortal Venerable chose to rest for once. She had expended too much immortal essence. Even though she was developing her immortal aperture, the production of rank 9 immortal essence could not keep up with the expenditure. Furthermore, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate formation path after all. She had to expend a lot of her mental energy to set up this rank 9 formation. Speaking of which, ever since star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she had not had such a good rest. The confrontation between the venerables gave her a heavy pressure. After 3 days, star constellation Immortal Venerable immediately started to deal with the matters of the Celestial Court. The immortals, wills, of the Celestial Court gathered again for a meeting. Qin Dingling came to report everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Star constellation Immortal Venerable encouraged her. Qin Dingling and Jun Shenguang had indeed made great contributions this time. They had actually instigated more than half of the 2 heavens grotto heavens. As for the mysterious amplification of Qin Dingling's luck path killer move, star constellation Immortal Venerable also decided to take some time to deduce it. Northern Plains was fine. The lone and demonic cultivators had already gathered under the influence of Giant Sun Immortal. They were either recruited by the Huangjin tribes or gathered around Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, and Fairy Black Moon. In Western Desert, Fong Clan was in chaos. They attacked Western Desert's super forces everywhere and succeeded many times. Western Desert's righteous path was in a terrible situation. One clan and other forces were actively seeking help from the Celestial Court. In the southern border, Wu Yong had stirred up trouble. The celestial court that was close to the celestial court suddenly changed its attitude and joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable rejected the suggestion of sending a large number of reinforcements to Western Desert's righteous path. She sent almost all of the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects to set up the star array calculation formation. Western Desert's side was still led by Zhou Xiong Xin and Wan Zihong. Fong Clan is only a small problem. How many resource points can Fong Clan plunder alone? It is not much for the sovereign immortal aperture. The more Fong Clan makes a move, the more clues they will leave behind. One day, we will find out their location. Western Desert's righteous path's losses are not our celestial court's losses. As for southern borders Wu Yong, let him be. Right now, it is not time for the celestial court to mobilize their troops. He has great ambitions, but he is not even a pseudo-venerable. How many ambitious Gu immortals are there in this world? There will be more in the future. The fusion of the two heavens has reached the most crucial moment. This is the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already lost his humanity. His every action is based on his nature. I have already deduced that there will be a huge change soon. My central continent needs to set up the star array calculation formation in time to prepare for this huge change in the heavenly Tao. After star constellation Immortal Venerable said this, a Gu Immortal asked, "The scale of setting up this formation is unprecedented. It is definitely the first in history. I am very worried that if we do it so openly and without concealment, venerables will attack us." Star constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. "No worries, I have a plan." On the same day, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent a large number of Gu immortals to the sky above Central Continent to set up the stars and start setting up the star array calculation formation. The number of Gu immortals involved and their cultivation levels were unprecedented in the history of humanity. Such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the 5 regions' Gu immortals. Evidently, other than star constellation Immortal Venerable herself, no one had such a huge rallying power. Many Gu immortals tried to guess what kind of power this formation that star constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to set up would have. Giant Sun Immortal had already returned to Longevity Heaven. His gaze pierced through the ground, reaching the blood sea below. The blood sea was boiling, huge waves were surging, a huge whirlpool was formed at the center of the blood sea. The time is ripe. Giant Sun Immortal nodded slightly. This blood sea had always been hidden in Longevity Heaven. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal's former clone, Blood Sea Ancestor. His intention was to create a blood path secluded domain of heaven and earth. Blood Sea Ancestor had left behind countless blood path inheritances, including 9 true inheritances. He naturally left behind even more essence for Longevity Heaven. The blood sea was one of them. Initially, this blood sea was not large and of low quality, but after so many years, it had already reached a considerable level. Before Giant Sun Immortal revived, he had already started to make arrangements for the blood sea. The blood sea was extremely important to Giant Sun Immortal. For this, he did not hesitate to send Yao Huang, who was the most skilled in Gu refinement, here to take charge of the situation. Immortal Killer Move, Birth of Time. Giant Sun Immortal activated the killer move. This luck path method combined with the blood sea had the power to revive Gu immortals. Under the amplification of Longevity Heaven's luck path Tao marks, golden light shone down on the world. Penetrating deep into the blood sea, every drop of blood was dyed in golden light. Rumble, blood waves surged to the sky. The sound of the waves was deafening, the whirlpool was rotating rapidly and violently. Yao Huang looked haggard. He had been guarding this place these days. He had to use refinement path methods from time to time. He could be said to be racking his brains. He did not dare to relax at all. He had a strong look of anticipation on his face as he pondered. The blood sea itself has the power to revive, while Ancestor used a luck path killer move to create it. With the combination of these two, the first Gu immortal to revive will definitely be the greatest help to my Longevity Heaven and Northern Plains. Who in the world is he? Boom. After the blood wave reached its limit, It suddenly exploded and set off a terrifying tsunami. The surging tides surged into the huge whirlpool in the center from all directions, instantly filling up the whirlpool. The blood sea surface became strangely calm. It was extremely violent a moment ago, but now it was as calm as a mirror. It gave off an intense feeling of abruptness. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out of the sea. Next, 2, 3, hundreds and thousands of pillars of light pierced through the sea like giant swords that were tens of li long. A huge lump of light rose up from the blood sea like a small sun. This light was so dazzling that Yao Huang squinted his eyes and activated a killer move, but he still felt his eyes turning bright. A light path Gu immortal expert. In history, who has the Huang gene bloodline? Almost instantly, a name appeared in the mind of the medicine sovereign. The dazzling light faded, a Gu immortal floated in the air. He had no hair, every part of his body was emitting intense light. He was like a man of light. He pointed at the sky and the ground, shouting, "In this world, I am the brightest." Yao Huang's mind and body shook intensely. That's right, this aura, it is him. Ancestor's eldest son, a legend who cultivates light path, a great expert who left his mark in history. Pseudo-venerable, Light Emperor. At this moment, Light Emperor reacted, looking at Yao Huang. I actually revived. Who are you? I am the current South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. You revived me? Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded. Father. Light Emperor was shocked. He quickly blinked his eyes. Then it seems that other than father, I am the brightest in this world. Yao Huang interrupted. The truth is, Lord Light Emperor, in the current world, there are 4 venerables and 3 venerables. Light Emperor was stunned. He rubbed his chin. Is that so? Then other than the 4 venerables, I am the brightest person in this world. You are not the only pseudo-venerable, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice resounded again. Mama. Light Emperor rubbed his bald head. He did not have eyebrows and could not frown, but his expression was clearly troubled. It seems that there are many shining people in this era. But it does not matter, I am Light Emperor. You were born at the right time. I have already investigated. Your fortuitous encounter is in the immemorial 2 heavens. Go, my son. Giant Sun Immortal's voice gradually weakened. He was already far away. Dad, don't leave in such a hurry. Give me some immortal goo, otherwise, how can I shine? Light Emperor shouted. Lord, don't worry, old ancestor has already prepared immortal goo for you. Yao Huang said as he flew forward, handing over several light path immortal goo. Light Emperor was annoyed. Just these few immortal goo? No wonder his father left so quickly. This time, it's going to be very difficult. Writing pen Chinese net. Chapter 2308. To think that Celestial Court would place us here. Where else do you want to be placed? In Celestial Court? Everyone, the situation is already set in stone. Since we have already joined Celestial Court, we have no other way out. Any infighting is a foolish act. Old Immortal Hua Yu, Liang Jing Jing, Granny Skeleton, and the other Grotto Heaven Gu immortal leaders gathered together. Some of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After joining Celestial Court indeed used a method to relocate their immortal aperture, even though their Grotto Heavens had devoured immemorial 9 heavens fragments before. But these 2 heavens Grotto Heavens suffered huge losses because of the forced relocation. And after the relocation, they were all concentrated in the 2 heavens above their respective races. According to Celestial Court's notice, their Grotto Heavens had to resonate with Central Continent's starry sky calculation formation. They were the formation cores of this formation. Fellow immortals, how have you all been? Qin Ding Ling smiled and flew over. The Grotto Heaven Lords were expressionless, some even snorted coldly. Eventually, old Immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jing Jing welcomed them together. Qin Ding Ling understood the emotions of these rank 8 Gu immortals. After these people joined Celestial Court, not only did their Grotto Heavens suffer huge losses, They were also immediately used by star constellation Immortal Venerable as the formation cores of the starry sky calculation formation. This meant that when the three venerables fight and someone tries to break the formation, these grotto heavens would be the first to be attacked. They would become the first line of defense against the enemy. They could be sacrificed if they were careless. Qin Ding Ling smiled as she conversed with old immortal Hua Yu and Liang Jingjing. Before her tone turned cold, she said in a reprimanding tone, "Everyone, we have already explained. Celestial Court's justice has a price. If we did not take action and remove the Heaven Vein Node status from your grotto heavens, would your homelands still exist?" The other immortals' expressions changed. Qin Ding Ling's attitude had not been revealed at all when she had tried to recruit them. Now that it was exposed, the grotto heaven lords could only endure it. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under the eaves. Especially Granny Skeleton and the other Gu immortals, their grotto heavens were located in immemorial Black Heaven. They were instigated by the situation. They joined Celestial Court together with old immortal Hua Yu and the rest. Looking at the other variant human grotto heavens left in the immemorial Two Heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable only destroyed the grotto heavens in immemorial White Heaven. He did not attack the grotto heavens in immemorial Black Heaven. Granny Skeleton and the others were naturally frustrated, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? After reprimanding these grotto heaven lords, Qin Ding Ling saw that the immortals had respectful expressions. She snorted coldly. "It seems that everyone has recognized the truth. Now, follow me to pay respects to Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer in the Celestial Court. She refined all of the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the Celestial Court and used Wisdom Path methods to conceal the great amplification formation that had already been constructed. She left the grotto heaven and started to refine the natural Wisdom Path Dao marks of Central Continent. But because of the lack of immortal essence, the immortal aperture origin cores could not produce enough immortal essence to keep up with the expenditure. She spent her free time helping the Central Continent immortals construct the starry sky calculation formation. Under Qin Ding Ling's lead, the Two Heavens human grotto heaven lords met Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in the sky above Central Continent. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was inside Embroidered Tower. She personally engraved Wisdom Path and Star Path Dao marks, using the surrounding 10,000 li as a piece of cloth to weave and paint. After the Fate War, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's trump card was obtained by Fang Yuan. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she started to modify and repair Embroidered Tower. Right now, Embroidered Tower was not only complete, it was even more powerful. Seeing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mystical methods, the Two Heavens grotto heaven lords were shaken. They paid their respects to her. Seeing them kneeling in the air, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects who were setting up the formation saw this. These members of the Celestial Court became excited. Their morale rose greatly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked down and sensed the complex emotions of the Two Heavens human grotto heaven lords. Most of them felt uneasy, but there were also some who felt resentful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable consoled them expressionlessly. "Everyone, you are all humans. Leaving Eastern Sea Demon Cave is part of humanity. Since ancient times, the Celestial Court has been the sacred land of all humans in the world. It is the highest homeland. No matter what reason your ancestors once hid in the immemorial Two Heavens, Celestial Court will let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Don't worry, Celestial Court treats everyone equally. From now on, anyone who makes contributions will be rewarded fairly by Celestial Court. In fact, in the future, the glory of joining the Heavenly Court and becoming one of them will also fall on the shoulders of you and your juniors." Old Immortal Hua Yu and the rest were still kneeling. After hearing these words, they expressed their gratitude and praised the righteousness of Celestial Court, expressing their loyalty and confidence towards Celestial Court. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan looked at the rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu and let out a breath of air. This Immortal Gu recipe was different from before. The original rank 9 Immortal Gu recipe of Heavenly Secret Gu came from the truthful floating ice. It was limitless Demon Venerable's own foundation. He had digested the chaos in outer space. That was to say, according to the current heavenly Tao, there was no rank 9 heavenly secret goo. In order to seek eternal life, limitless Demon Venerable digested the chaos in outer space. He had many achievements that surpassed the current heavenly Tao. Heavenly Secret Goo's rank 9 immortal goo recipe was one of them. This was indeed a great achievement, but there was still room for improvement. After all, limitless Demon Venerable had died long ago. Even if he revived, he was not a refinement path venerable. In terms of refinement path, Feng Yuan was the number 1 person in history. The other venerables could not compare to him. Thus, Feng Yuan used his own refinement path attainment to modify this immortal goo recipe. It was even better than before. It was so excellent that it was beyond the limits of the heavens. Right now, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Goo worm, but Feng Yuan had once thought that it was a Wisdom Path Goo worm. This immortal goo was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He already had Heaven Path attainment back then. Afterwards, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, Inkstone, but it was destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain. Eventually, Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo was refined by Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan still remembered that he used the Refinement Path Killer move Heavenly Light Will back then. Activating Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo could detect the thoughts of providence. It could probe the contents of calamities and tribulations. It could allow the Goo Immortal to ask heaven and earth for answers. As long as something happened in heaven and earth would know about it. As the saying goes, heaven and earth know, you and I know. Being able to leak the secrets of heaven and earth, even if the Goo Immortal had no evidence, they could point to the truth. But Heavenly Secret Immortal Goo had a flaw in its usage. 8 out of 10 times of activating Heavenly Secret Goo would fail. Once it failed, one would suffer a backlash and lose 10 to 70 years of lifespan. This flaw was a manifestation of people's misunderstanding of Heavenly Secret Goo's essence. Heavenly Secret Goo was a Heaven Path Immortal Goo. Only those who cultivated Heaven Path had enough Heaven Path Tao marks to use it normally. Activating Heavenly Secret Goo not only required immortal essence, it also required a certain amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials. Like Feng Yuan's obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move, it expended Heaven Path Immortal materials. Without using Heaven Path Immortal materials, Heavenly Secret Goo could barely be activated, but the price was that the Heaven Path Immortal materials needed would be expended. It would be delayed until the next time it was used. This was the weakness of the Goo cultivator losing lifespan after the backlash from failure. Lifespan Goo belonged to Heaven Path. The lifespan of a Goo cultivator was actually Heaven Path Tao marks. Looking back, Old Man Inkstone did not recognize Heavenly Secret Goo's essence back then. However, this situation was very normal. Sects were constantly developing, and the nature of Goo worms was also gradually explored when they were being used. Understanding things required a process. With this immortal Goo recipe, I can officially refine Heavenly Secret Goo. Feng Yuan did not lack Heaven Path Immortal materials. This was all because of the fusion of the two heavens. An unprecedented amount of Heaven Path Immortal materials was produced. Shen Shang, who was in charge of collecting Heaven Path Immortal materials, was working very hard. Because earlier, Feng Yuan clearly wanted to collect his human path cultivation results. He only handed over a portion of them. This made him very uneasy. For the sake of the clan, and also for himself, he needed to perform better. As long as I refine rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move's power will rise sharply. The two venerables will continue to be deceived. But before that, I need to make an announcement. Almost all of the two heavens Human Grotto Heavens had joined Celestial Court. The variant Human Grotto Heavens left in Immemorial White Heaven were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Regarding this, Feng Yuan had to make a statement. Friends of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, I am Great Love Immortal Venerable. Firstly, I want to congratulate all of you who joined Celestial Court. Don't worry, I will not pursue this matter. How can I, great love immortal venerable, be such a person. I am very sorry about the destruction of the grotto heavens in immemorial white heaven. Not long ago, I was ambushed by star constellation immortal venerable. I could not fight spectral soul demon venerable personally. I have already mobilized people to evacuate the grotto heavens. I firmly believe that the world needs love and harmony. War hurts everyone. Not just humans, but variant humans and all living beings as well. Why can't we live together in peace and happiness? Precisely because of this belief, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entrusted all of his inheritance to me. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was established with this belief in mind. It is not a super force to fight for supremacy, it is everyone's home, it is an attempt to allow everyone in the world to coexist peacefully. The actions of the two heavens grotto heavens have made me reflect deeply on myself. I know I was wrong, but my thoughts are still restricted by history and tradition. I have decided. From today onwards, the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will open its doors, we will abolish all binding agreements, everyone can join and leave freely. I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, swear to the world that I will not pursue this matter. I will still refine Gu for those who did not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. This is a fair transaction. Those who join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance will receive a 20% discount on Gu refinement. Yes, 20%, a full 20% discount, you did not hear wrongly. As for how to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, it is simple. You just need to pay a joining fee. Furthermore, this joining fee will still be yours, it will be converted into contribution points for the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. When you refine Gu in the future, you can use these contribution points to exchange for large amounts of Gu refinement resources. O Liang Jing Jing, I am not greedy for your light heaven. Your light heaven will be converted into contribution points for the Great Love Alliance. Fellow human Gu immortals who joined Celestial Court, I hope you will be well. I also welcome you to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. I will not mind your identities. Because the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance has always been free, open, and peaceful. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The Two Heavens Human Gu Immortals. Jewel Yellow Skies. Chapter 2309. In the sky above Central Continent, the starry sky calculation formation was taking shape. Large numbers of Central Continent Gu immortals were moving around. Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Little Swan Z set up the formation as he muttered, clearly thinking about the problem. Sister Bai Qing, do you think we can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? Not far away, Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine Han Kai Xin transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing wore a white dress with a green jade sash around her waist. She smiled. Kai Xin, are you moved? How can I not be moved? There is a 20% discount, and there are no restrictions on entry and exit. Such a huge benefit. If I were not a member of Spirit Butterfly Valley, I would have joined long ago. Is sister not moved? Han Kai Xin said. Colorful butterflies flew around Han Kai Xin, placing countless Gu worms at the designated locations. Fairy Bai Qing pondered. Even though she was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House, she had a good relationship with Han Kai Xin. They were close in nature, they called each other sisters in private. She knew why Han Kai Xin was asking her, because Fairy Bai Qing's daughter was Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had a closer relationship with Celestial Court. Fairy Bai Qing shook her head. I am not sure about this. Maybe we can ask He Fengyang. If it were before, Fairy Bai Qing might have directly said her opinion, but after Fairy Myrtle and Feng Jioga's betrayal, Fairy Bai Qing could only act cautiously. Little 9, get to work. After setting up this star path Immortal Gu, we will leave immediately. Far away, He Fengyang transmitted to 9 Palace Crane Little 9. He had had enough. Ever since Feng Yuan made the announcement, all the Gu immortals in the world knew that joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance had huge benefits. They could enter and leave freely without any restrictions. He Fengyang became the target of all the immortals' gazes and questions. After all, He Fengyang had received star constellation Immortal Venerable's instructions to trade immortal goo with Feng Yuan publicly. Forget about what the members of Celestial Court were thinking, just the goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were moved. Who did not lack immortal goo? Especially after the 5 regions were unified, the realm walls disappeared, the chi tides swept through the world, and the earth veins and heaven veins were all connected. All kinds of immortal materials overflowed, simply gushing out. Among them, Earth Path, Chi Path, and Heaven Path were the most powerful. The goo immortals had more immortal materials, transactions in jewel yellow skies became more frequent, but the goo immortals still did not have many immortal goo. Everyone had their own specializations. If one was not a refinement path goo immortal but another path, the chances of success in refining immortal goo were too low. From ancient times until now, in the 3 million years of human race's rise and dominance, it was all the blood and tears of goo refinement. Countless heroes and heroes had sunk into the bitter abyss of goo refinement. The radiance of just a few refinement path great experts could not shine on everyone. The goo immortals were all heartbroken by goo refinement, but they had to try again and again. It was unbearably bitter, but there was nothing he could do. But now, a refinement path venerable had appeared, and this refinement path venerable was different from other goo immortals. He was very special. He created the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, and even conducted public transactions in jewel yellow skies, conducting immortal goo refinement businesses. This made all the goo immortals who were tormented by goo refinement see hope. They felt a sense of warmth. Most of the goo immortals were moved. No matter how fake Feng Yuan's declaration of great love was, the benefits were right in front of everyone. But the identity of one of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was a form of restriction. These goo immortals were worried about the Celestial Court's thoughts. Thus, they asked He Fengyang about it. Because He Fengyang was the first goo immortal of Central Continent's righteous path to conduct public transactions with Feng Yuan. According to rumors, he had even received instructions from star constellation Immortal Venerable. He Fengyang had indeed received star constellation Immortal Venerable's orders, but what could he say? Some things could be allowed to happen, but they could not be said out loud. Once it was put on the table, the nature would change. Thus, He Fengyang could only give vague answers. The more vague he was, the more others would want to get to the bottom of it. For example, now Vicious Lightning Fiend took the initiative to ask. Vicious Lightning Fiend had rank 7 cultivation level, and he had been famous for a long time. Compared to him, He Fengyang could only be considered a minor character in the past. But now, because of his transaction with Feng Yuan, He Fengyang became famous in Central Continent and was the focus of attention. Facing Vicious Lightning Fiend, He Fengyang naturally had to lower his head. He Fengyang spoke vaguely, hinting at him repeatedly. However, Vicious Lightning Fiend wanted a clear answer. He Fengyang was under a lot of pressure. Right at this time, another goo immortal asked. It was Immortal Monkey King Shirley. This expert had been rank 7 for a long time, and now, there were rumors that he was about to advance to rank 8. When Feng Jioga was still in Central Continent's righteous path, Immortal Monkey King Shirley was an expert second only to him. Brother He Fengyang, is it true or not? Tell me directly. Shirley was very direct. This time, He Fengyang felt even more pressure. Fairy by Qing and Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine transmitted at the same time. Fairies, I don't know either. He Fengyang felt a headache coming on. Brother He Fengyang, why don't you ask him? Vicious Lightning Fiend said. He Fengyang wanted to cry. Brother, please forgive me, I am just a pitiful person. Vicious Lightning Fiend chuckled. You have been in contact with Feng Yuan for a long time. Your relationship is different, how could I not know? He Fengyang was extremely depressed, he almost wanted to roar out loud. I really don't know this demon. He Fengyang was still thinking of a way to reply to Vicious Lightning Fiend without offending him. On the other side, Shirley urged, I have a good idea, brother. If you join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance now, I am sure Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will not punish you. He Fengyang's eyes rolled, he would rather faint on the spot. If Feng Yang was in a difficult situation, Liang Jingjing was also going through a test. Her divine sense had already entered jewel yellow skies, communicating with Feng Yuan's will. After knowing that light heaven had been exchanged for a large number of Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance contribution points, she felt very conflicted. She felt very uncomfortable. Because this amount of contribution points was huge, it would be very painful for her to give it up. Liang Jingjing had 2 Gu immortals with her. Flickering light grotto heaven was already destroyed. In her current situation, she needed cultivation resources even more. But Celestial Court would not support her for no reason. She needed to save every cultivation resource and start from scratch. Thus, the contribution points that light heaven had been exchanged for became the greatest temptation. Liang Jingjing was not worried that Feng Yuan would go back on his words. After all, Feng Yuan had already announced it to the world. If Liang Jingjing joined the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again, Feng Yuan would definitely do his best to protect her and announce it to the world. Liang Jingjing was worried about Celestial Court and the other Gu immortals in the world. She had just betrayed Feng Yuan and joined Celestial Court. Now she wanted to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance again. What would Celestial Court think? What would the world think of her? At this moment, Liang Jingjing had to admit that she was a little regretful. Of course, her hatred and anger towards Feng Yuan was still the main factor. It did not waver. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan started to refine heavenly secret Gu. This was his 3rd rank 9 immortal Gu. Feng Yuan was much more confident in this Gu refinement than before. Because for this Gu refinement, he had made the most ample preparations in his life. While refining Gu, Feng Yuan thought about the big picture. Now that he had lowered the requirements for joining, it had already caused a huge commotion. The impact would become more obvious in the future. Lord Great Love Immortal Venerable, I am Shang Beggar Fan. I wonder if I can join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance? A southern border Gu immortal contacted Feng Yuan's will, who was inside jewel yellow skies. Actually, during this period of time, many Gu immortals had contacted Feng Yuan's will, but this was the first person who expressed his desire to join the alliance. You can join as long as you pay a fee. Feng Yuan's will replied plainly. Naturally, the entry fee for joining a guild alone and a guild with a superpower would be different. Shang Beggar Fan asked, is it possible to join secretly? Feng Yuan's will nodded, expressing his agreement. Then I am willing to join. Shang Beggar Fan agreed. He made an agreement with Feng Yuan's will about the time and place to exchange the resource points. That's right, the fee to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was resource points. Shang Beggar Fan is a marginal character in Shang Clan, but this time, he was sent by Shang Clan as a representative to join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Feng Yuan immediately understood Shang Clan was behind this. The resource points that he requested earlier were already beyond Shang Beggar Fan's capabilities. But Shang Beggar Fan agreed. It was clear that he had the support of the entire Shang Clan. Even though Southern Border's Shang Clan is not as bold as Wu Clan, their thoughts are very flexible. Feng Yuan smiled. This was just the beginning. Soon, as Feng Clan continued to provoke them, and Wu Clan continued to take the lead, more super forces would come to probe them. These super forces would probably do the same thing as Shang Clan. They would send one person in first to make use of the benefits of being a member of the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. But all of this was within Feng Yuan's plan. He would let them have a taste of the benefits first. When these super forces could not stop themselves, Feng Yuan would start to restrict the number of Gu immortals they could refine. Next, these super forces would send even more Gu immortals to join secretly, or even their entire clan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not restrict them. They could leave the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance at any time. While refining immortal Gu, Feng Yuan used information path methods to contact Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, how have you been? Feng Yuan greeted with a warm attitude. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly replied, I am fine, but dirty water fell from the sky and landed on me. Great love, do you have anything to say? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. To speak the truth, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, I am here to help you. I heard that you have been working hard recently, setting up a super formation that covers the whole of Central Continent. A formation of this scale will definitely need many immortal goo. And in this aspect, I, Great Love Immortal Venerable, am most proficient. Why don't you join my Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance and enjoy a 20% discount? That is the best way to save money. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable laughed. She was laughing out of anger. Chapter 2310. Towards Fang Yuan's shamelessness, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was convinced. She had no choice but to admit, Fang Yuan's declaration of taking action was a brilliant move. Fang Yuan lowered the requirements for joining and leaving the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to the lowest level. He did not care about the loyalty of these members. He immediately opened up a whole new situation. He used benefits to fully display the advantage of refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal could not stop him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was certain. Right now, all the Gu Immortals in the world were restless. Even the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were considering whether to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could order these Gu Immortals not to join this Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance, she could not change their minds. People's hearts were fickle. But what did Fang Yuan lose in this? Almost nothing. Originally, the subordinates he recruited in Eastern Sea and the two heavens did not have much loyalty. It was only because of the situation that they had no choice but to join Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not hope for them to attack Central Continent and other places in the future. From the fact that Qin Ding Ling successfully incited a large number of Grotto Heaven forces to defect, these people's loyalty towards Fang Yuan could be seen. If Fang Yuan was the only venerable in the current world, everyone would be loyal to him. But now, there were 4 venerables and 3 venerables. These Gu Immortals had a choice. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart. She knew that Fang Yuan purposely contacted her. It was not just to show off his strength. Fang Yuan's suggestion of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance was just a joke. He was clear that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance to build up support for him. Fang Yuan's true motive was to threaten Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. At the moment, Zhongzhou State was carrying out an unprecedented formation. At this crucial moment, if Great Love Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal made a move, it would be easy for the formation to fail. Fang Yuan has little immortal essence. He does not want to destroy the Starry Sky calculation formation, nor does he want us to succeed easily, so he contacted me. Fang Yuan had been acting crazily. He did not mind using immortal goo to exchange for resource points, as if he was trying to increase the foundation of his immortal aperture origin core to increase his immortal essence. Star Constellate Immortal Venerable had also investigated, but like Giant Sun Immortal, she could not find anything wrong with Fang Yuan. Thus, in her mind, Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence all along. This left a deep impression. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not surprised that Fang Yuan contacted her. She agreed to transact with Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court would pay resource points, primordial domain, and immortal materials in exchange for Fang Yuan refining immortal goo for Heavenly Court. Star to do, Star Constel Immortal Goo to do, the transaction, Star to do, Celestial Sect Imto exchange would be Clan's great deal. Fang Yuan knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was protecting their formation. This was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. According to the current incomplete formation, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not out of the ordinary. It was within the range that Fang Yuan could endure. Fang Yuan gave up on attacking and destroying, in exchange for a peaceful deal that was more beneficial to himself. It was a win-win situation. Especially now that he was refining heavenly secret goo. At this juncture, Fang Yuan could not resort to force at all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not know this. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used primordial domain as a bargaining chip. It was a small surprise. Feng Yuan had been negotiating with the Celestial Court for the origin domain all this time. Primordial domain's value to him was much higher than to Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had not relented, but now, she finally revealed a small portion of primordial domain to tempt Feng Yuan to accept this transaction. Maybe in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's view, I have not taken back the primordial domain in Jewel Yellow Skies because I lack the method to do so. Thus, giving me a portion of primordial domain in a short period of time will not give me an advantage. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would give me primordial domain first, I thought that I would obtain this breakthrough in the blood path transaction with Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan thought of this and got distracted. He contacted Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is making such a huge move. The formation that she wants to set up must be extraordinary. She is the #1 wisdom path Gu cultivator in history. If she has the help of the formation in the future, we might not be able to detect it even if we fall into her trap. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, replying, "What do you think?" Feng Yuan said directly, "I am willing to work together with Giant Sun to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and destroy her formation. Wisdom Path is no small matter. It can be seen from the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. We cannot let her set up the immortal formation smoothly." Giant Sun Immortal said ambiguously, "This is a good suggestion." Then, "Great Love, have you considered Heavenly Lord Baizu's suggestion?" Feng Yuan chuckled. "That can be discussed. I have many Blood Path research results and Blood Path Immortal Gu." Giant Sun Immortal had been looking to purchase Blood Path resources. Now that Feng Yuan took the initiative to give in, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly, immediately contacting Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. "Heaven Refining Demon Venerable has just contacted me. We are going to attack your formation together. I wonder what Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thinks?" Giant Sun Immortal directly sold out Feng Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her heart, using the same method to transact with Giant Sun Immortal. The three venerables negotiated and schemed against each other. As a wisdom path Gu cultivator, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was superior. She had the initiative. Eventually, she gave up on a portion of the benefits and settled the issue between Feng Yuan and Giant Sunday. We finally managed to stabilize these two. But if our formation was stronger, it would not have been so easy to deal with. It was not that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have stronger immortal formations, but she could not set them up. Once she set them up, the two venerables would destroy them. There was no agreement. The Starry Sky Calculation formation was carefully chosen by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was above the bottom line that the two venerables could accept. The two venerables would rather let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up the immortal formation so that they could exchange for some benefits. This was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis of the three venerables. Of course, the main reason is because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt that the two venerables were cheating because of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's formation was not worth mentioning. The three venerables were paying close attention to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's movements. As they expected, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable got rid of the white heaven grotto heaven that he could sense, he charged towards the sun. In the mixed two heavens, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mountain-like black figure charged towards the sun. This was within Feng Yuan's observation. He thought about it. Back then, I expended White Heaven's heavenly spirit. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not directly control Immemorial White Heaven. He only has Black Heaven's heavenly spirit. He can only represent Immemorial Black Heaven to annex Immemorial White Heaven. Right now, among the two heavens grotto heavens, White Heaven grotto heaven no longer exists. The heaven vein nodes in the grotto heavens were all destroyed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As for Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they are heavily guarded. spectral soul demon venerable is not in a clear state of mind, he cannot investigate them. Therefore his only remaining target is the sun. Spectral soul demon venerable charged towards the sun. This time was different from before, he roared and shouted with unprecedented determination and killing intent. However, the closer he got to the sun, the more obstructions he faced from fire path and light path Tao marks of a terrifying scale. Spectral soul demon venerable's body started to melt like wax. Small flames started to appear on his body. Giant Sun Immortal looked at the immemorial two heavens. He had been paying attention to this matter. He evaluated. The sun has existed since ancient times. It has immense power. It is the largest heaven vein node in the world. It is also the largest light vein and fire vein node in the two heavens. Even in my previous life, when I was at my peak, I could not deal with the sun. Now that spectral soul demon venerable is not in a clear state of mind, it will be even harder to deal with. In the previous life, Giant Sun Immortal was invincible in the world. He was invincible in the universe. He could naturally destroy the sun. But there were no benefits to doing so. It would cause great harm to all living beings. Giant Sun Immortal did not do that. Spectral soul demon venerable finally charged into the sun. Countless pitch-black pillar-like arms grabbed at the sun. His mountain-like body rampaged in the sun, creating huge currents of light and fire. But at the same time, he suffered even greater damage. His body quickly melted. A vast number of light path and fire path Tao marks were engraved on his body. The soul path Tao marks that he had accumulated were collapsing rapidly. Spectral soul demon venerable's three heads roared in pain. Their gazes were filled with even more anger and hatred. Following his instincts, he activated a defensive killer move. His entire body was covered in a layer of eerie light. Pitch-black smoke surged out crazily, resisting the boundless power of the sun. Spectral soul demon venerable stabilized his footing for now. Star constellation immortal venerable stayed in embroidered tower, watching from the window. The sun is only a lump of heaven path, light path, and fire path Tao marks that has a form but no substance. It can be seen as a tribulation, but this tribulation has lasted for countless years. It has been accumulating since the beginning of the world. Thus, even if it is not a chaotic tribulation, it is not easy for venerables to deal with. This time, when spectral soul demon venerable fights the sun, both sides will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be time for me to make a move. If spectral soul demon venerable can be eliminated, it will be greatly beneficial to our celestial court. By then, we can even compromise with the other venerables. Star constellation immortal venerable knew the principle of being flexible. For celestial court, spectral soul demon venerable was a huge threat. Because celestial court was located in immemorial white heaven, it had the largest heaven vein node in the world. It was just that celestial court was concealed by star constellation immortal venerable's wisdom path methods. Spectral soul demon venerable did not sense it. However, at the next moment, a change occurred. A giant beast the size of a hill, with a trace of the aura of a rank 9 immortal goo, escaped in panic. There is a legendary immemorial desolate beast inside the sun? And a rank 9 immortal goo? Star constellation immortal venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal stared with wide eyes. No, not just one rank 9 immortal goo, there is another one. Under the three venerables' observation, the rank 9 wildfire goo inside the sun was no longer concealed. After a few breaths of time, spectral soul demon venerable reached the center of the sun. He stretched out his remaining dozens of arms. Ignoring the intense pain, he sucked the fire goo into his hands. Spectral soul demon venerable's left head opened its mouth and swallowed the fire goo. Spectral soul demon venerable screamed in pain. His left head immediately burned like a torch. Without the support of two goo, the sun self-detonated with a loud sound. Heaven and earth could hear it. At this moment, all living beings looked up in fear as the sun turned into countless lumps of light and fire, scattering in all directions. The sun was gone. Chapter 23:11. This change happened too quickly. Even the three venerables were unable to act in time. The original plan of the three venerables was to wait for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the sun to fight until both sides were heavily injured. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable followed his nature, he had survival instincts. Once they were heavily injured, they would retreat. At this time, the three venerables attacked Spectral Soul Demon Venerable while they were both heavily injured. In the confrontation of three venerables, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still a huge variable. They could not completely eliminate the possibility of him regaining his consciousness, so the three venerables had a tacit agreement to eliminate this variable first. Like in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to eliminate all the pseudo-venerables first. What surprised the three venerables was that the sun was the first to collapse. Different from what people thought, the truth was that the sun was actually hiding two rank 9 immortal goo and a mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast. The foundation of the sun was far beyond their estimation. According to this foundation, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not have sentience, it would be even harder to deal with him, he would definitely lose first. However, the legendary primordial desolate beast hiding in the sun was scared away. It was fine if it was scared away, but the important thing was that it took away a rank 9 immortal goo. Once this immortal goo left, the sun lost its core, its stable state disappeared and it collapsed. Even the strongest and sturdiest goo house can be easily destroyed from the inside. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. A saying of the goo cultivation world appeared in her mind. This sudden change had disrupted her plans. Among the three venerables, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the most. Because she was the clearest about the threat Spectral Soul Demon Venerable posed to the Celestial Court. Originally, she wanted to make some sacrifices to lure the other two venerables to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and eliminate him. Who would have thought that such a change would occur? Fire Goo was a legendary immortal goo recorded in The Legends of Rinzu. It was a rank 9 immortal goo, but was devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This could be ignored for now, but that mysterious legendary immemorial desolate beast also had a rank 9 immortal goo. This meant that they had to give chase. This concerned a rank 9 immortal goo, and a legendary immemorial goo was not a problem for venerables. Precisely because it was too easy to succeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to seize every second. There were three venerables in the world. She did not want this immortal goo to be obtained by another venerable. Be careful, there are flames coming like a storm. Fairy by Qing warned. Oh heavens, what do we do? Rainbow Butterfly Immortal Concubine looked up at the sky and saw countless fireballs falling down. The level of these flames was too high. Bright Splendor Ring Fire occupied the majority. This was one of the three fires in the world, Heavenly Fire, a rank 9 Fire Path Immortal material. Those who were not rank 8 Fire Path Goo Immortal experts could not deal with it. However, there was a huge immortal formation in the sky above the central continent. The central continent Goo Immortals had to defend the formation, they had to deal with these flames. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, please give the order. Shirley shouted. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed to herself. She left behind a portion of her will and rank 9 immortal essence to control Embroidered Tower and control the situation here. As for her main body, she resolutely abandoned this place and rushed straight for the two heavens. E.C. Fang Yuan was currently using his investigative techniques to observe the entire 5 regions. The sun disintegrated, turning into countless immortal materials that scattered in all directions. Among them, most of the light path resources are still scattered in the 2 heavens, while most of the fire path resources are in the 5 regions. The fire rain is mostly in Western Desert, while Eastern Sea has the least. The reason was simple. Conflicting Dao marks. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had more water path Dao marks, while Western Desert had more fire path Dao marks. Thus, the fire rain favored Western Desert more. These flames are all high-level resources. After collecting them and accumulating to a certain extent, we can create fire path resource points. Especially bright splendor ring fire, this rank 9 immortal material can only be found by chance, it is very rare. This time, their numbers have increased sharply. This is a good opportunity, we need to grasp it. Fang Yuan immediately gave the order to send Gu immortals to various places to collect these fire path resources. Regretfully, he had the most water path Gu immortals under him. He did not have many fire path Gu immortals. There were also very few rank 8 Gu immortals. Regarding this, Fang Yuan used the will in jewel yellow skies to announce, "Good news, good news. The Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance is holding a new activity. As long as you collect fire path immortal materials and come here to trade, you will be able to exchange for a certain amount of alliance contribution points. After accumulating a certain amount of alliance contribution points, you will be able to join the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance. It will no longer be resource points. And after joining, the contribution points that can be exchanged with immortal materials will still be there." Fang Yuan's will tossed out a list with the details of the various exchanges. Bright Splendor Ring Fire was at the top of the list. It could be exchanged for the most contribution points. Gu immortals in the world heard this news and became restless. Originally, joining the Heaven and Earth Great Love Alliance required resource points, but now, they only needed to collect these fire path immortal materials. For most Gu immortals, the difficulty of joining the alliance had fallen again. Fang Yuan's will revealed, this activity will only last for a short period of time, first come first serve. Once the fire path immortal materials are collected, this activity will stop. Fire path immortal materials? Unfortunately, other than Bright Splendor Ring Fire, the other fire path immortal materials I collect cannot compare to the heaven path immortal materials. In these 2 days, Xin Shang continued to search for resources. Are we not going to chase after Fang clan? Chase for what? Let Celestial Court's Zhou Xiong Xen chase after them. Quickly gather these fire path immortal materials, use a portion and sell the rest to Great Love Immortal Venerable. If we miss this opportunity, we won't get another one. More and more Gu immortals in Western Desert started to move around. Southern border. Wu Yong led a large group of Wu clan Gu immortals and started to move. It was a swift and decisive action. Benefits were the main attraction. At once, countless Gu immortals of the 5 regions were mobilized by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan himself was also heading towards the 2 heavens. Spectral Soul Destructive Sun also affected his plan. Originally, he was thinking that if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and the Sun were both heavily injured, if he succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Gu, he would be able to take action in time and gain some benefits from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But now, he had to refine Heavenly Secret Gu while continuing his disguise. Thus, he had to enter the 2 heavens and act like he was chasing after a rank 9 immortal Gu. This was the most normal behavior and reaction. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were very astute. Fang Yuan had to do this to not expose any flaws. The sun was extinguished, the entire world of the 5 regions dimmed. The mortal Gu masters were shocked, the other living beings were also panicking. Panicked beast roars and bird cries could be heard everywhere. This was an unprecedented change. It was inevitable that it would cause a large-scale panic. Starlight flickered. A legendary immemorial desolate beast broke out of the encirclement while bathed in blood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the first to arrive. She waved her hand as the remaining blood chi and scales in the air flew into her hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable activated her Wisdom Path Killer move and deduced. It is Yu Tianguang. She quickly deduced the origin of this legendary immemorial beast. She could not help but feel shocked. Yu Tianguang and Zui Yihui had once wreaked havoc in the 5 regions, creating a bloodbath. They were very crafty and often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. But eventually, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable conquered the world and killed Yu Tianguang. This was recorded in history. But Yu Tianguang is still alive now. Did he fake his death? Could he fake his death in front of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Or, is this also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement? At once, Star constellation Immortal Venerable thought of many things. The situation immediately became a little confusing. Star constellation Immortal Venerable chased as she analyzed. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was likely Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's backup plan. According to the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revived and became venerable using Heaven Path, he would have a huge advantage in the two heavens. Especially after he refined the Heaven Path Tao marks of the two heavens, he would be able to control all of the Heaven Vein nodes. By then, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven would face a huge threat from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The Sun was also a Heaven Vein node. Back then, if Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable purposely placed Yu Tianguang in the Sun, he was clearly planning to subdue the Sun. Thankfully, Paradise Earth died and did not revive. From this, it seems that I should thank Feng Yuan? Star constellation Immortal Venerable had just thought of Feng Yuan when Feng Yuan appeared in her vision. Star constellation, we meet again. Feng Yuan smiled as he greeted. Star constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly in her mind, but she nodded with a smile on the surface. She was very graceful. The two had a warm attitude, but their movements were not slow at all. They moved even faster. The two venerables were on guard against each other as they chased after Yu Tianguang. This Yu Tianguang was also in human form. He had a hunched back, his forearms were long, he had a horn on his head, his body was covered in scales. They were like countless mirrors, shining brightly. Under the pursuit of the two venerables, Yu Tianguang actually managed to escape time and time again. As I expected, this Yu Tianguang took away rank 9 light goo. And it has not been refined by him, it is still a wild immortal goo. Feng Yuan saw some clues. He grumbled internally. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, heavenly secret goo's refinement had reached a crucial moment. He did not want to snatch this rank 9 light goo. Once he obtained it, he would face the frenzied attacks of the other venerables. A rank 9 immortal goo could completely break the balance between the three venerables. Nobody wanted such an immortal goo to fall into someone else's hands. But Feng Yuan still had to say what needed to be said. Yu Tianguang, your master, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and I were good friends. After Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, he gave all of his resources to me. As for you, I did not have the time to tell you. Quickly leave with me, I will do my best to ensure your safety. Yu Tianguang coughed out blood as he cursed. Paradise Earth, that old scoundrel, I was almost killed by him. I had to hide under the sun to recuperate. After sleeping for so many years, I finally regained my senses. He caused me so much trouble, I will not surrender to him. That means, it was not Paradise Earth's arrangement? Star constellation Immortal Venerable came to a realization. She could clearly sense Yu Tianguang's emotions. He was not lying. This Yu Tianguang can fake his death and escape from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He is quite capable. Light Emperor, who was hiding in a corner, sighed. He was hiding in the black clouds. He did not want to shine at all. Chapter 23:12. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Tongue Dragon Soul. Feng Yuan's body shook as 100 evil dragons appeared around him. The evil dragons flew and surrounded Yu Tianguang in groups. He had already used this compound killer move. If he used it against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there was a risk of it being broken or countered. But now, Feng Yuan used it to trap Yu Tianguang. The evil dragons pounced at Yu Tianguang from all directions. Some opened their mouths to bite, some swung their tails, some used their horns to provoke their enemies, some used their claws to tear, and some even opened their mouths to roar, shooting out sharp sword chi from their tongues. In a moment of desperation, Yu Tianguang also erupted with legendary immemorial level strength. He waved his arms as his body moved like lightning. The horns on his head were extremely sharp. After fighting for a while, 3 evil dragons were cut in half. He had killed several evil dragons with much difficulty, but these evil dragons produced dragon souls and modified the battlefield. The more evil dragons were sacrificed, the more dragon souls there would be, the more soul path Dao marks there would be on the battlefield, the stronger the dragon souls would be. The situation was getting more dangerous. Yu Tianguang charged left and right, fighting a bloody battle, but he could not escape from the evil dragons. Sensing the danger of its host again, the wild rank 9 light goo on Yu Tianguang burst out with power again. Piercing light shone on the entire battlefield. At the next moment, it was about to bring Yu Tianguang away. Earlier, when Feng Yuan and Star Constellation chased after Yu Tianguang, they were stalled by this move. They failed repeatedly. But at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared. Starlight specks flew and instantly enveloped Yu Tianguang's body. Rank 9 Wild Light Goo's power was mostly restrained by the starlight specks. It caused Yu Tianguang's escape to fail. Yu Tianguang was heavily injured instead. Rank 9 Light Goo was still wild. It did not cooperate well with Yu Tianguang. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found a flaw. But this was normal. Even though Yu Tianguang and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo had been together for so many years, Yu Tianguang was almost always asleep. Even if he was awake, with his Rank 8 cultivation level, he could not refine a Wild Rank 9 Immortal Goo. Back then, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became venerable, she spent 100 years to refine Wild Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Giant Sun Immortal tried to refine Rank 9 Love Goo, but he still failed. Yu Tianguang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. The enemy he was facing was too strong, and his injuries were too heavy. His entire movement slowed down. But he was still struggling. He was fighting for the glimmer of hope that remained in his heart like a mirage bubble. Don't come over, don't come over. Light Emperor Lord hid in the dark clouds and watched Yu Tianguang approach him. He grew increasingly anxious and terrified. The direction in which Yu Tianguang was fleeing was coincidentally in his direction. Could this be where my opportunity lies? Light Emperor's body suddenly shuddered as he recalled Giant Sun Immortal's words. He instantly realized that his fortuitous encounter was with Rank 9 Light Goo. But, Dad, you've gone too far this time. Light Emperor quickly took a glance at Feng Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He did not even dare to look at these two venerables for too long, lest they discover him. Light Emperor Lord's bald head subconsciously shrunk into his neck. All along, his body had been shining with radiance, but he had concealed it with all his might. Only a thin layer of light was left on his body now. But Yu Tianguang was escaping crazily. He was almost coming straight for him. At this moment, Light Emperor hated this huge fortuitous encounter like never before. What he did not know was that Feng Yuan also had similar emotions. The timing is not right. If this happens after I refine Heavenly Secret Goo, I might be able to fight for this Wild Rank 9 Light Goo with all my strength. Feng Yuan chased after Yu Tianguang while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Goo. Thankfully, he had spent a lot of effort to modify Heavenly Secret Goo's Immortal Goo recipe. Using 4 elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool and the help of other Hairy Man Refinement Path Goo Immortals, Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement continued in an orderly manner. Next is the most difficult part. But at this time, I have to chase after some Rank 9 Light Goo. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. As for the Rank 9 Light Goo, he did not covet it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's value to Feng Yuan was much higher than Light Goo. But now that things had reached this stage, Feng Yuan had to show an intense competitive intent. Fate Goo is destroyed. This situation should be caused by the entanglement of the luck of the other 3 venerables. Feng Yuan had a vague understanding. Once Feng Yuan succeeded in refining Heavenly Secret Goo, his strength would rise again. It would not only bring the convenience of obscured Heavenly Secret, it would also bring many other benefits. This way, Feng Yuan's advantage would be too huge. Precisely so, the other 3 venerables were greatly threatened by Feng Yuan. The 3 venerables themselves might not have sensed it, but their luck was already resisting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's luck, and Giant Sun Immortal's luck were entangled with each other. They mixed together and attacked Feng Yuan. Thus, at the crucial moment of refining Heavenly Secret Goo, Feng Yuan encountered a huge change. 4 venerables coexisting, 3 facing each other. This is the crucial point of a qualitative change. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Rank 9 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo. I cultivate Refinement Path as well as Heaven Path, Obscured Heavenly Secret. All these factors have given me a huge advantage. My luck is equal to the other 3 venerables combined. The sum of the 3 venerables here was unknown to them. They had expended a lot of effort to reach the same level as Fang Yuan. Once the venerables understood the situation and saw through the truth, they would work together and reduce the internal conflict. By then, the 3 venerables' combined luck would rise rapidly and surpass Fang Yuan's. Without the 3 venerables knowing, once I get past this obstacle and obtain rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo, my luck will be higher than the 3 venerables combined. After the qualitative change, I will not face this difficulty in refining other rank 9 Immortal Goo. After Fang Yuan analyzed, he realized that this was a crucial battle. If becoming a Refinement Path Venerable was the foundation to fight against venerables, then, after successfully refining Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, Fang Yuan would be able to shorten the gap between him and the other venerables. Rank 9 Advanced Refinement Goo would shorten the gap again. It would also deepen Fang Yuan's Refinement Path specialty. And now, refining rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo could be said to be the turning point of the 3 venerables' confrontation. Once he got past this crucial point, Fang Yuan would vaguely surpass the other venerables. He would have a true advantage. The star mist rose and blocked Yu Tingguang's path forward. Evidently, this was the incomplete form of a battlefield killer move. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to use a battlefield killer move to trap Heavenly Light and Wild Rank 9 Light Goo before making her move. Fang Yuan had never seen Star Constellation Immortal Venerable use a battlefield killer move. He hesitated. Was he going to destroy it? It was not impossible for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to take Wild Rank 9 Light Goo. It was difficult to refine Rank 9 Light Goo. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not cultivate Light Path. After obtaining it, before the refinement, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's positive luck would fall sharply. And looking at the situation, to prevent Fang Yuan from destroying her plans, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would definitely give more benefits to Fang Yuan. This was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately activated his killer move. Immortal Killer Move, 7 Kills Rainbow. Metal Paths Yellow Light, Wood Paths Jade Light, Water Paths Light Blue Light, Fire Paths Red Light, Earth Paths Brown Light, Wind Paths Green Light, Lightning Paths Dark Blue Light. These 7 paths lights intertwined and shot out in a spiral towards Heavenly Light. Heavenly Light immediately faced a fatal crisis. If he was hit by this attack, he would die for sure. The rank 9 Light Goo on him would also be destroyed. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was already on guard against Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shouted. Starlight flew out and formed into a stardust veil. It was like a huge wall that blocked Fang Yuan's 7 Kills Rainbow. Fang Yuan's thoughts were almost dried up. He had to refine Heavenly Secret Goo while maintaining his defensive killer moves and movement killer moves. He had barely managed to activate 7 Kills Rainbow earlier. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He did not show any flaws on the surface. Star Constellation, you want to obtain rank 9 Light Goo, aren't you thinking too easily? On the surface, Fang Yuan looked like he was not going to give up. He was going to pester her, but he had already made up his mind. Destroy this wild Light Goo first. If he failed, it did not matter if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable obtained it. With Fang Yuan's current condition, he definitely could not snatch it. First was to destroy rank 9 Light Goo, second was to let Star Constellation Immortal Venerable get it, and last was to let Giant Sun Immortal get it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not Light Path Goo cultivators, but if Giant Sun Immortal obtained rank 9 Light Goo, the scale of his luck would rise sharply. This was very advantageous to Giant Sun Immortal. He was very skilled in the aspect of luck. He would be able to gain a huge boost. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed. Fang Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal has not arrived yet. Is it really good for us to fight like this? Fang Yuan smiled coldly. What's not good about it? If I don't make a move now, wouldn't I be letting you obtain this rank 9 immortal goo? Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought. The curved hooks quickly flashed and then disappeared. It was as fast as lightning, but also like an illusion. Fang Yuan continued to move. His figure was like a phantom. He did not stop at his original spot for even a breath of time. Meanwhile, the silver hook continued to flash and attack Fang Yuan. It was only a few millimeters away from him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was furious. In her opinion, Fang Yuan was still playing tricks. He had Cooking Luck Pot to protect him. He could take on the silver hook and attack Light Emperor, but he chose to dodge everywhere. He fell into Giant Sun Immortal's trap. Giant Sun Immortal was very relaxed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was completely unaware of Fang Yuan's true situation. Giant Sun Immortal has never used this Luck Path Killer move before. If I get hit by this move, my luck will be greatly damaged. At the crucial moment when the three Venerables' luck are attacking together, it will be a fatal blow. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the situation. He could not use offensive methods to begin with. He was completely focused on refining Heavenly Secret Goo. But the two Venerables were not easy to deceive. His disguise was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods. He almost squeezed his brain dry, but his thoughts had already fallen to an extremely dangerous level. Heavenly Secret Goo's refinement took up most of his thoughts. The current situation was also very tense. Fang Yuan did not even want to touch these silver hooks. He was walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. If he was careless, he would lose everything. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable charged towards Giant Sun Immortal. She helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. At this moment, Light Emperor was already very close to Giant Sun Immortal. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to attack him, but Giant Sun Immortal blocked her with all his strength. Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable urged. Then let me take a gamble. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He almost squeezed his brain dry. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal in an extremely dangerous manner. Fang Yuan carried Reverse Flow Protection Seal as he dove down like an eagle, creating intense sounds of wind and thunder as he pounced towards Light Emperor. Father, save me! Light Emperor was scared out of his wits by Fang Yuan's actions. He could only shout for help. Giant Sun Immortal took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's fierce attacks head-on. He activated a killer move. Golden light shot out like a pillar, obstructing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He got close to Light Emperor. You dare to snatch an immortal goo in front of me? Hand over your life. Fang Yuan sneered. His mind was completely blank. Light Emperor stared angrily. He gritted his teeth as his body stiffened like a rock. At the crucial moment, Wild Rank 9 Light Goo also erupted. A blinding white light swept across the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan was first hit by the white light. Before being attacked by the golden light pillar, his entire body fell towards the ground like a meteor. Thoughts continued to appear in his mind. They were all placed into the goo refinement. He also had to maintain his defensive killer move. He could not support Fang Yuan's thoughts at all. After a few breaths of time, Reverse Flow Protection Seal showed signs of instability. Once this move broke, not only would Fang Yuan suffer a heavy backlash, the other Venerables would also notice something amiss. Fang Yuan's situation was very dangerous. If he was attacked by a Venerable, he would not be able to resist at all. But everything was within Fang Yuan's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were fighting for rank 9 Light Goo. It was already a crucial moment. They had no time to care about Fang Yuan. Under Giant Sun Immortal's full protection, Light Emperor finally flew to his father's side. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were not light. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. The two Venerables confronted each other. Their gazes were like lightning as they collided in the air, fighting fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth. He did not act rashly. He wanted to open his immortal aperture's entrance a little and place Light Emperor, the unconscious heavenly blessing light, and rank 9 wild light goo into his rank 9 immortal aperture. But he knew that he could not act rashly at this moment. As time dragged on the other side, inside the sovereign immortal aperture's 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, the hairy man goo immortals cheered loudly. The most difficult step of heavenly secret goo's refinement had been passed. The difficulty of the following refinement was simply falling like a waterfall. It was a piece of flat land. The thoughts supporting the refinement decreased rapidly. Fang Yuan soon had enough thoughts to think about. He immediately realized that he was falling. He turned around and flew towards Giant Sun Immortal again. When he saw Light Emperor standing beside Giant Sun Immortal, he shouted anxiously, "We cannot let Giant Sun obtain the rank 9 Light Path Immortal goo. If worst comes to worst, we will destroy it." Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly, staring at Fang Yuan with killing intent. "Come at me, I will make you pay a terrible price." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was silent. Fang Yuan accelerated the refinement of heavenly secret goo while looking at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Star Constellation, this is a rank 9 immortal goo." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a cold expression. She was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. "If Great Love Immortal Venerable used your full strength, how could you have ended up like this?" Chapter 23:14. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. His expression was grim. "I just did not expect light goo to erupt so suddenly. It cooperated perfectly with the golden light pillar." Giant Sun Immortal smiled smugly. "My soft gold pillar killer move was created specifically for your reverse flow protection seal. How does it feel?" Fang Yuan nodded. "This move's power is hidden internally. It actually has a mystical impact force. When it collided with reverse flow protection seal, it actually penetrated and shook my reverse flow river, thus disrupting the entire reverse flow protection seal's operation. But unfortunately, this move still has room for improvement. It has not been fully created yet. Otherwise, I would not have calmed the chaotic reverse flow river so quickly." Giant Sun Immortal nodded. He felt some regret about this. Maybe if he gave up on Light Emperor and kept this move, it might become a killer move against Fang Yuan in the future. But Giant Sun Immortal would not make such a choice. He would rather expose himself in advance to protect his son's life. "I was rash this time, to think that a rank 9 immortal goo would be involved," Giant Sun Immortal said to Light Emperor. "Father, what is the point of saying this now? Let's quickly think of a way to escape. All the hairs on my body are standing on end." Light Emperor quickly replied. Even though he returned to Giant Sun Immortal's side, his legs were still trembling. He was on guard. "Didn't you create the light body inheritance? Your entire body is covered in light path Dao marks. You don't even have a single hair?" Giant Sun Immortal asked curiously. The Light Emperor rolled his eyes and shouted, "Dad, now is not the time to care about this. The situation is bad. We need to think of a way to escape." Giant Sun Immortal suddenly laughed loudly. "Then let's go." Saying so, he grabbed Light Emperor and Yu Tianguang as he retreated rapidly. "You want to leave? Not so easy. Giant Sun, please leave your immortal goo behind." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable attacked. The Giant Sun Immortal roared and clashed with the two Venerables, causing the two fragments to explode. At the center of the explosion, under the terrifying power of the killer move, nothing existed. Even the supreme ancient two heavens were destroyed, forming a void. In the next moment, the surrounding fragments of the two heavens instantly filled up the void like seawater flowing backwards. Using this chance, a golden path flew out from the depths of northern plains. This was Calamity Luck Alter's strongest technique, luck-changing golden light path. Giant Sun Immortal purposely left Calamity Luck Alter in Longevity Heaven and left his will and a batch of 9 revolutions immortal essence. At this moment, with the amplification of a vast number of Luck Path Dao marks in Longevity Heaven, Luck Golden Light Great Path Killer moves power rose sharply. It shot from Northern Plains longevity heaven to the battlefield. Giant Sun Immortal brought Light Monarch and Yu Tianguang with him as he stepped onto the path. His speed increased explosively, and in the blink of an eye he had already flown to the horizon. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable were not willing to let this go. But their attacks were constantly running out of energy due to all sorts of accidents around the Golden Path. Even if a Venerable attacked alone, under the chaotic situation of the two heavens, they would either be obstructed by soul beast groups or black-white overturning clouds. This was the power of Luck Golden Light Great Path. The world was changing, not to mention mortals and Gu masters, even super forces and Gu immortal experts were affected. They were in a state of unrest. Some were overjoyed, some were worried, some decided to leave their homes and start anew. In the darkness of the night, Lu Qingming and Su Guang had already flown to the border of Northern Plains and Western Desert. They were originally two of the traveling three elites, but after Han Dong's death, there were only two elites left. They were Northern Plains lone immortals, but they were not willing to join the Huang Jin tribes, Chu Du, Heavenly Lord by Zhu, or Fairy Black Moon. In the huge Gu cultivation world, people had their own hearts. There will always be people who prefer more freedom. As longevity heaven continued to work hard, Northern Plains living space for lone cultivators became smaller and smaller. The situation forced Lu Qingming and Su Guang to leave Northern Plains. They were not willing to go to Central Continent or Eastern Sea. Western Desert and Southern Border were more suitable for them. Because Lu Qingming cultivated Wind Path, while Su Guang cultivated Light Path, they were more suited for Western Desert's environment. Sigh, we have to leave Northern Plains after all. At this moment, I feel that it is hard to leave my homeland. Lu Qingming sighed deeply. Su Guang said, Western Desert is in chaos, and Fong clan attracted its attention. It is more suitable for us to cultivate. Let's go. The 5 regional walls have vanished. The 2 heavens have fused into one. Heaven and earth are our home. Lu Qingming laughed. You are more carefree than me. But at the next moment, their expressions changed. A terrifying pitch-black darkness suddenly descended. The 2 immortals could not resist. They were grabbed by the mysterious expert, unable to move. Lu Qingming and Su Guang were filled with fear. Because the one who captured them was not a Gu immortal, but a legendary immemorial desolate beast. This legendary immemorial beast was like a giant. Its body was black as ink. A head of jet black, thick hair hung down to his waist like a cloak. Its eyes were huge, emitting a bloody light. At this moment, 2 huge claws were grabbing Lu Qingming and Su Guang. It was Zui Yihui. Zui Yihui's voice was deep and hoarse. 2 Northern Plains Gu immortals, you can lead the way. Tell me, longevity heaven, how do I infiltrate it? Lu Qingming and Su Guang heard this and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. Western Desert. An extremely short confrontation had come to an end. Flower petals fell and gathered, forming Wan Zihong's complete immortal body. She looked at Ling Husu's disappearing figure as she smiled. Ling Husu, huh? Interesting. Zhou Xiongxian's expression was ugly. This Ling Husu deserves to die. If he did not use Fong clan's name to steal, would we have been misled by him? Zhou Xiongxian wanted to find Fong clan's hiding location, but to think that he followed the wrong clues. Ling Husu was a rare theft path Gu immortal. He had once stolen Fong Dongshi's soul core in Sand Heap Blessed Land. Evidently, he did not just obtain the soul core, he even used it to disguise himself as Fong clan's item. While spectral soul destruction was in a state of panic, he committed crimes everywhere, purposely leaving behind clues and placing the blame on Fong clan. In the end, Zhou Xiongxian exposed him. Back then, the pursuit was very short. Ling Husu only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he used a strange theft path method to escape from the 2 rank 8 experts of Celestial Court. In the sky of Central Continent, many Gu immortals' gazes were gathered on Gu immortal Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji successfully placed the final immortal Gu. Good, prepare to activate the formation. Chapter 23:16. Millions of stars filled the sky, forming a sea of stars that floated above Central Continent. The blue radiance of the stars interweaved, creating a dreamlike scene. If one looked at the 5 regions now, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Western Desert were all shrouded in darkness. Only a few special areas were shining brightly. In stark contrast to the 4 regions, only Central Continent was shrouded in light. Central Continent, which was filled with stars. Compared to giant sun immortal, star constellation immortal venerable understood spectral soul demon venerable's situation very well. She had already made arrangements. Even Feng Yuan was lagging behind star constellation immortal venerable. He was gradually understanding spectral soul demon venerable's true state. This was Wisdom Path's forte in preparing for a rainy day. Star constellation immortal venerable was inside embroidered tower. She was multitasking now. She was refining Central Continent's natural wisdom path Tao marks while healing her injuries. She was controlling the starry sky calculation formation, and a portion of her attention was placed inside Celestial Court. This was also the advantage of wisdom path. Thoughts were plentiful. The starry sky actuarial array was operating slowly. Everything was normal. This formation only had some basic offensive and defensive abilities. It was not even at pseudo-venerable level. But precisely because of this, Great Love Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal gave up on them. They chose to transact with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and seek their own benefits. Giant Sun Immortal had a strong need for blood path, while Feng Yuan obtained a batch of primordial domain. The starry sky calculation formation's main ability was to cover the whole of Central Continent. It could gather information from all over Central Continent and make deductions to mobilize Central Continent's Gu immortals to cooperate more precisely. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was number 1 in Wisdom Path. Wisdom Path was created by her. She was still the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu immortal in the current world. No one understood the essence of Wisdom Path better than her. Wisdom Path emphasized control. It was the research of fixed numbers. Wisdom Path had 3 essential elements: thoughts, will, and emotions. Thoughts were ever-changing, wills were fierce, and emotions were disturbing. Wisdom Path cultivation advocated for Gu cultivators to control these 3 aspects. This was the most basic. Thus, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were usually very calm and self-disciplined. They knew how to control and adjust themselves. On this foundation, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators were good at memorizing information and understanding the current situation. This was controlling the present. Furthermore, Wisdom Path Gu cultivators could use all sorts of clues and information to deduce certain possibilities based on the rules of heaven and earth and common sense. This was controlling the future. This was the essence of Wisdom Path. Precisely because of this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the only venerable in history to become one with the Tao. She interfered with providence and affected fate Gu because fate was the greatest determinant in the world. In this aspect, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the most unique. Countless pieces of information flowed out of the starry sky calculation formation like streams, entering Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind. This information included the most basic topography of mountains and rivers, weather changes, the distribution of the various Gu cultivation forces, and even the specific locations of Gu immortals, their current conditions, and so on. A vast amount of information poured into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mind like rivers flowing into the sea. Lifespan, cultivation level, path, immortal Gu, killer moves, immortal apertures situation, path attainment level, and so on, will be sent to the starry sky calculation formation for allocation. As for the Gu immortals in the 2 heavens grotto heavens, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to slow down. This matter could not be rushed. Spying on a Gu Immortal's information was a taboo to begin with. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was forcefully pushing it, and because Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinates of the Celestial Court, it was possible to do so. Even so, the immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would feel uncomfortable, they might even hide it secretly. But these were minor details. Star constellation Immortal Venerable did not want to force it. Forcing it was going against the will of the people, it was going against the grain. How could Star constellation Immortal Venerable be so unwise? When the immortals start to taste all sorts of benefits, their mentality would gradually change, they would even take the initiative to cooperate with the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. In this situation, Star constellation Immortal Venerable would force the Gu Immortals of the two heavens Grotto Heavens to report their complete information to the Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She could not do so now. Many super forces of the two heavens Grotto Heavens had just joined the Celestial Court after all. If Star constellation Immortal Venerable did this, not only would she disappoint them, she would also let the world see the plight of the foreign Gu Immortals who joined the Celestial Court. In the long run, it would be disadvantageous to the Celestial Court and the future situation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable first refined the Celestial Court and interfered with Western Desert, obstructing and interfering with Feng Yuan's arrangements. Then, she created the Great Development Immortal Formation and instigated Feng Yuan's two heavens Grotto Heavens forces to defect. Afterwards, she worked together with Feng Yuan to defeat Giant Sun, creating the most basic Starry Sky Calculation Formation. She made all sorts of moves, she countered them as they came, but she also did it steadily. Right now, the Celestial Court's situation was clear. The dark clouds of their previous defeats were swept away, their future was bright. Giant Sun Immortal's injuries are more severe than mine, he is also repairing and refining rank 9 Light Gu. As for Feng Yuan, he lacks immortal essence, be it refining natural Dao marks or fighting venerables, he is unable to do anything. The biggest variable is still Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Thinking of this, Star constellation Immortal Venerable looked afar again. In these 2 days, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was bathed in flames, his mountain-like body was melting and recovering rapidly, his 3 heads had twisted expressions as they screamed in pain. Spectral Soul. Star constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Intense killing intent surged in her heart again. Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan's heart shook, joy filled his heart, but his expression did not show it. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu was refined successfully. Ever since the battle for Light Gu, Feng Yuan had passed the most difficult period of raising Heavenly Secret Gu's refinement. Next, Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. He did not refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Dao marks. He acted like he was accumulating immortal essence while secretly refining Heavenly Secret Gu. Just now, Feng Yuan finally succeeded. He refined rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu. It was very rare. This was only his first attempt, and he had already succeeded. The main reason was because of rank 9 Advanced Refinement Gu, it helped Feng Yuan a lot. Chapter 23:18. Immortal Killer Move, Obscured Heavenly Secret. Everything happened silently. But Feng Yuan knew clearly how much immortal essence he expended after activating this rank 9 killer move. 360 beads of rank 9 immortal essence. After Heavenly Secret Gu advanced to rank 9, Obscured Heavenly Secret was modified by Feng Yuan into a complete rank 9 killer move. Compared to the original rank 8 Obscured Heavenly Secret, the rank 9 killer move expended a lot more immortal essence. The activation time was 10 times longer, the activation steps were also 5 to 6 times more complicated. Feng Yuan's thoughts were also expended more intensely. After paying a huge price, rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret's power had become much stronger. This strength was not a quantitative change, it was a qualitative change. Originally, rank 8 obscured heavenly secret killer move could form a fishnet-like temporary heaven path Dao marks. They were layered and complex, covering Feng Yuan's entire body. For example, it was like a silkworm using silk threads to weave a thick, dense, and bloated cocoon. Right now, the heaven path Dao marks were still in the shape of a fishnet, but they were denser, they were not layered, there was only one layer. This layer of fishnet heaven path Dao marks were not temporary Dao marks, they were fixed, forming a certain state. Feng Yuan knew about this. He used investigative killer moves to observe and barely sense this layer of heavenly secret fishnet. It was almost like it existed and did not exist. This fishnet's shape made Feng Yuan immediately think of thieving heaven demon Venerable's ghostly concealment killer move. Truthfully speaking, heavenly secret fishnet was still inferior to ghostly concealment. But Feng Yuan could clearly sense that the two had a certain similarity. Ghostly concealment did not expend immortal essence, it could be maintained for a long time. Heavenly secret fishnet was the same. But heavenly secret fishnet was slightly inferior to ghostly concealment. Even though it could be stabilized, it could be expended. As long as the outside world surveillance was strong enough, the heaven's fate fishing net would be damaged in order to resist the surveillance. This damage would be greater than the net's self-recovery speed. Then, the balance of the heaven's fate fishing net would gradually be broken, like a sinking ship. Of course, ghostly concealment had its weakness too. However, its recovery speed and defensive capabilities were much higher than the heaven fate fishing net. But because Feng Yuan had ghostly concealment, his enemies already knew about it, they targeted and countered him. The true value of ghostly concealment was far inferior to obscured heavenly secret. Even though ghostly concealment was much better than obscured heavenly secret, it was already outdated. Other than the increase in power and qualitative change, obscured heavenly secret had another benefit, that was the consumption of heaven path immortal materials to activate it fell drastically. All of a sudden, it was reduced to the previous 20%. This reduction in the consumption of heavenly law immortal materials would be of great help to Feng Yuan's future accumulation of heavenly law immortal materials. Heavenly law immortal materials were not that easy to obtain. It was only during the past 2 days that Feng Yuan had such a good opportunity. In fact, the reason why heaven path immortal materials could appear in such a large scale was also because of the delirious spectral soul demon Venerable. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Rank 9 Heavenly Secret Gu and the Rank 9 Obscured Heavenly Secret Killer move were extremely important to Feng Yuan. This was a sprint. If the sprint failed after Feng Yuan was exposed, he would be attacked by the two Venerables. Unfortunately, his mind is not clear. He cannot even seal off the natural primeval energy, allowing Fire Gu to unleash its terrifying might for no reason. This Gu immortal had a deep gaze. He was continuously comprehending some sort of mystical thing from spectral soul demon Venerable. He was Feng Jioga. At this moment, a soul beast army was advancing over 100 li away. Spectral soul demon Venerable seemed to have sensed the soul beast army. He had a ruthless expression as he roared and pounced forward. The soul beast army was easily dispersed by spectral soul demon Venerable. He opened his two mouths and continued to devour. In just a few breaths of time, he had devoured over 10,000 soul beasts. These soul beasts melted, their soul path Dao marks were all transferred to spectral soul demon Venerable's body. Spectral soul demon Venerable's injuries recovered rapidly, but soon he was burned by fire. New injuries were created. Even though spectral soul demon Venerable has the instinct to eat, he was just lucky. He encountered a soul beast army and managed to stall for some time. Then let me give you a helping hand. Feng Jioga activated an immortal killer move, Destiny Song. The song was ethereal and heavy. It was filled with contradictions. Initially, the song was like a small stream in the mountains, flowing slowly. But soon, the stream seemed to turn into magma. It expanded into a long river. It was like a giant dragon swimming in the mountains. At the same time, The mountain range beneath the enormous river of lava turned into waves that rose and fell without end. The magma and the waves collided and interacted, creating a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor condensed into azure clouds. The azure clouds rose up. It was as if they were going to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The lightning pierced through the azure clouds. The immortals felt like they were falling from the clouds. Their hearts were empty. Fake and real, high and low. At times, they were in high spirits. At times, they were wandering aimlessly. At times, they bent their backs. At times, they spread their wings and soared. Feng Jioge's expression turned pale. His current song of destiny was far more powerful than before. Furthermore, the song was extremely beautiful. It contained the charm of heaven and earth. Evidently, Feng Jioge had gained a lot from collecting the heavenly music earlier. Destiny's song only lasted for a dozen or so breaths of time. Feng Jioge stopped this move and quickly retreated. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was still engulfed by the terrifying flames. He screamed in pain. It seemed like Feng Jioge's destiny song had no effect. However, 3 days later, the red flames on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body suddenly turned from a blazing red to a gray-blue ice-cold color. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable calmed down. He was like an injured beast that had finally gotten some time to rest. Then, why did star constellation Immortal Venerable not pursue Feng Jioge? Why did she give Feng Kim Hong the cold shoulder? It was as if she had forgotten about her? What was star constellation Immortal Venerable's plan? Spring-autumn cicada could not be used. Feng Yuan had not reborn. There were many secrets and secrets that he did not know. And because he lacked investigative methods against venerables, and he had to pretend to be weak, Feng Yuan could only make guesses now. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had finished healing her injuries. She left Celestial Court. Over the last few days, she had been refining Central Continent's wisdom path Dao marks. At the same time, she was making deductions. Feng Jioge, Destiny Song. I cultivate wisdom path, I control fate. Giant Sun Immortal cultivates luck path, he studies variables. This Destiny Song contains fate and variables. It involves heaven path and human path at the same time. Star constellation Immortal Venerable recalled her own experiences, and even looked at the history of humanity and variant humans. She felt that in terms of talent, Feng Jioge was definitely in the top 10. Feng Jioge had interacted with Fairy Myrtle and the rest. He might have even helped them. Now that he is helping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, his actions are likely to be very helpful to his Destiny Song killer move. The pursuers of Celestial Court had failed. They could not capture Fairy Myrtle and the rest. But star constellation Immortal Venerable used all sorts of clues and deductions to deduce the truth. At this moment, inside Celestial Court, the derivation formation was still operating slowly. Che Wei and several other Gu immortals were waiting in front of the formation. The 10 children of human path had already left Celestial Court. Their memories had all been erased. This step was done by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. She did not erase their memories crudely, she made ingenious changes. The 10 children of human path would have a burst of inspiration in the following period of time. They would create related Gu recipes and so on. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but star constellation Immortal Venerable was even more strict in this aspect. She would deal with any living being that interacted with the derivation formation like this. This way, as long as their wisdom path attainment could not match her, no one would be able to obtain information about the derivation formation from the 10 children of human path. The derivation formation was too important to Celestial Court. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had thought of all ways to keep this a secret. Ruan Dan flew out of the derivation formation. Che Wei and the rest immediately went up and asked in concern. Ruan Dan's expression soon returned to normal. He had an expression of wild joy. Amazing! This derivation formation is too amazing. Chapter 23:20. As far as the three venerables were concerned, spectral soul demon venerable's huge change was only beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Longevity Heaven. Giant Sun Immortal let out the breath of air. He was naked, sitting cross-legged. His muscular upper body was covered in bulging muscles. His black chest hair gave off an intense aura of masculinity. My injuries are healed. Giant Sun Immortal let out a sigh of relief. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Fire Goo continued to fight evenly with each other, both sides would be heavily injured. The Venerables would fight again. However, Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were much heavier than Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. If he did not participate, he would lose the opportunity. If he participated, he would be injured. He would be at a disadvantage. In the battle for Light Goo not long ago, Giant Sun Immortal had to endure the pressure of the two Venerables. He also had to protect his eldest son, Light Emperor. He had to pay a huge price. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already healed her injuries, but Giant Sun Immortal had only recovered now. Feng Jioga's sudden attack made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable even stronger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Great Love Immortal Venerable could only wait patiently. Giant Sun Immortal became the beneficiary of this. But Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling in his previous life. After all, he cultivated luck path, he researched variables. As he grew stronger, any variable would be beneficial to him. Giant Sun Immortal prepared for a moment before activating his luck path investigative killer move. But this time, he did not investigate the other venerables, he only inspected himself. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the Celestial Court's Wisdom Path Tao marks, Giant Sun Immortal's number of times he inspected others decreased. He focused on his own situation. His luck was not good. I successfully obtained rank 9 Light Goo, but my luck is still not good. Which side is against me? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. Don't tell me because rank 9 Light Goo is not suitable for me to use, and because it is injured, it is being nurtured in Emperor Light's body? Giant Sun Immortal guessed. Rank 9 Light Goo was injured by Feng Yuan's incomplete refinement killer move. The Giant Sun Immortal had no way to heal his injuries. On the other hand, the Light Emperor had his own expertise and thought of a solution. That was to use his light body to continuously refine and nurture it, until the Light Goo became his vital goo and be used by him. If it were a rank 9 Wild Light Goo, Light Emperor would not be able to subdue and refine it. But Light Goo was injured and its will was heavily injured. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Light Emperor saw some hope of success. This method had many drawbacks. For a very long time, the Light Emperor was almost unable to move. He even needed the help of others to drink and eat. As soon as Longevity Heaven had a pseudo-venerable battle prowess, it went into seclusion. But Longevity Heaven could do nothing about it. They could not hand Light Goo to Feng Yuan and let him repair it. This was a rank 9 Immortal Goo. But Feng Yuan had no bottom line. Giant Sun and Light Emperor were not stupid enough to seek Feng Yuan's help on this. Looking at his bad luck, Giant Sun Immortal sighed helplessly. If only I did not obtain rank 9 Light Goo, but a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Goo, no matter what it was, as long as it was a Luck Path Immortal Goo, that would be great. Giant Sun Immortal was very familiar with this feeling. Although many sudden changes would ultimately be beneficial to him in the end, he had no choice. But most of the time, it was not what Giant Sun Immortal needed the most. After all, it was a variable, not a fixed outcome. Fate Chi is mysterious. Back when Chi Path dominated the world, there were already many people who studied its profundity. Do not underestimate fate chi. Think about Giant Sun Immortal. I believe that when this person created Luck Path, he definitely used fate chi as a reference. You are already a Gu Immortal now, you should know more. Gu cultivation paths do not exist independently, they influence each other and are interconnected. Fate chi is the connection between Chi Path and Luck Path. Eventually, Kong Sheng's will of providence persuaded Kong Ri Tian. Gu immortal cultivation is much more profound and mysterious than Gu master cultivation. It is all thanks to ancestors' help, otherwise, even if I became an immortal alone, I would not know anything. Kong Ri Tian sighed. Next he asked, then what should I do from now on? What's most important? Kong Sheng's will of providence did not hesitate. Little guy, even though you became an immortal, you did not have enough heaven and earth chi, you could not raise your vital gu to an immortal gu. This Chi Path Gu worm is very important to the entire Sheng Tian true inheritance. Kong Ri Tian immediately realized, so now, I should refine this immortal gu. Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted coldly, hee, you are truly ignorant. What immortal gu can you refine? Even if you go bankrupt, you will not have any hope of success. Do you know that most rank 6 Gu immortals do not even have a single rank 6 immortal Gu? And most rank 7 Gu immortals are searching for the first rank 7 immortal Gu in their lives. This situation is the same for venerables. Think about how hard it is to refine immortal Gu suitable for Gu immortals. Kong Ri Tian was tongue-tied, his heart shook. Isn't this too difficult? Kong Sheng's will of providence sighed. Gu immortal cultivation is not easy, it is far riskier than Gu masters. Lad, you need to learn how to survive. Every immortal aperture calamity or tribulation is a test for you. Your starting point is already much higher than ordinary people, but you cannot act rashly. Especially refining immortal Gu, it is very likely that you will go bankrupt without any gains. Kong Ri Tian was troubled. Then what should I do? Oh ancestor, you told me that my vital Gu needs to be refined into an immortal Gu, but you also told me that refining immortal Gu is a dead end. What good ideas do you have? Don't keep me in suspense, okay? Kong Sheng's will of providence snorted again. Lad, now you know to listen to me? Earlier, I told you not to deal with Xiao Yan, but what did you do? You are still too inexperienced. Yes. Kong Ri Tian quickly apologized. Ancestor, I will definitely listen to your suggestions in the future. Kong Sheng's will of providence saw that this junior admitted defeat. He did not pester him anymore, saying, you are quite lucky to have met a refinement path venerable like Feng Yuan. Only a top-rank 8 Luck Path Gu immortal like Qin Ding Ling could push the development of Luck Path forward. Of course, it was not impossible for other Luck Path Gu masters and Gu immortals. It was just that they had not reached the peak of Luck Path yet. It was very unlikely for them to break through the limits of heaven and earth. As for the celestial court, they lacked motivation to try this. The difference between the investment and benefits was too great. Next, it is my turn. Fairy Maiden Soul nodded at Qin Ding Ling with a smile. The two brushed past each other. Fairy Maiden Soul entered the derivation immortal formation, vanishing without a trace. She was a soul path great expert of the celestial court during Spectral Soul's era. She was on par with Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This time, she would definitely have huge gains. It would push forward the development of soul path in this world. It is a pity that the current celestial court lacks a refinement path great expert. There are many refinement path Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sects, but there are only a few rank 8 refinement path Gu immortals, and none of them are great experts. They have not reached the peak of refinement path. Qin Ding Ling thought about it. The celestial court's derivation immortal formation completely displayed star constellation immortal venerable strength and terror. However, it was still very difficult to kick the other venerables out of Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. Giant Sun Immortals Luck Path, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Soul Path, and heaven refining demon venerable's refinement path. These three aspects required many great experts to cultivate. The celestial court had the derivation immortal formation. Rank 9 derivation Gu was not refined by star constellation immortal venerable, it was still in a wild state. It absorbed heaven and earth primeval energy. Thus, the derivation immortal formation expended very little immortal essence. But the celestial court lacked crucial people. Without enough Gu cultivation great experts, it was hard to kick out a venerable with the derivation immortal formation alone. Maybe celestial court's development of human path is related to this? Qin Ding Ling suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could only see some aspects of star constellation immortal venerable's arrangements. She could not see the whole picture. Eastern Sea. There were no ripples on the sea, it was very calm. Guyue was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. The three qi of heaven, earth, and man had already surrounded him. Guyue gritted his teeth. He tried to coordinate the three qi and slowly compress them. I must succeed. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I save my mother. Also, after becoming a Gu immortal, my strength will rise greatly. I will be able to find my father more easily. Guyue wanted to encourage himself, but soon his attention was drawn to another matter. At this moment he felt providence. He was about to learn from nature. You must succeed. Thus, even if derivation immortal Gu was wild, it was not a problem. Celestial court was not like this. Celestial court had annexed too many immemorial 9 heavens fragments. It was filled with providence. It was the largest heaven vein node of the 2 heavens. During the confusion of the 2 heavens, celestial court mobilized countless rank 8 experts and sent all of its immortal Gu houses to defend it. In the end, after star constellation immortal venerable refined celestial court's wisdom path Dao marks, she made an emergency move and stabilized the situation, preventing spectral soul demon venerable from finding them. But the derivation immortal formation was located in celestial court. It was noticed by providence. Star constellation immortal venerable could not conceal this providence. As long as it was in celestial court, providence was one of the foundations of celestial court. But other than celestial court, where else could she place the derivation immortal formation? None. At least not in central continent. Thus, everything that happened in the derivation immortal formation happened between heaven and earth. It was not that star constellation immortal venerable did not notice this. She knew about it long ago. But it was not a problem. At least, it was not a problem in her opinion. Because providence did not want to see any venerable in the current era. Giant sun immortal and star constellation immortal venerable had revived. How could providence allow the dead to revive? Not to mention Fang Yuan, he was an otherworldly demon, a complete otherworldly demon. He was one of the culprits who destroyed Fate Gu. Only spectral soul demon venerable was favored by providence. But his mind was not clear. Even if he wanted to deal with celestial court was tightly shut. He could not find or enter. If he entered, with the amplification of celestial court's wisdom path Dao marks, would star constellation immortal venerable be afraid of him? She could use this chance to eliminate him. Just like how Fang Yuan did not expect the derivation immortal formation, star constellation immortal venerable also did not know that Fang Yuan had rank 9 heavenly secret Gu. And most importantly, Fang Yuan created the killer move thieving heavenly secret. Whether providence was willing or not, as long as Fang Yuan used natural inspiration, he could wantonly steal heavenly secrets. The 3 qi enveloped Guyue. He was starting to use natural inspiration now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan stopped his distracting thoughts. What heavenly secret should I steal this time? He thought about it. Maybe I can ask for information about celestial court. No matter how star constellation immortal venerable tries to conceal it, my thieving heavenly secret killer move is at rank 9 level. If she wants to resist it, she will need to have a qualitative change in her rank 9 wisdom path immortal Gu. Chapter 23-25. Eastern Sea. In the dark depths of the sea, Fang Yuan's true body concealed his tracks as he snuck into this place. A huge translucent bubble gradually appeared in his field of vision. It should be here. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, stopping his footsteps and carefully inspecting it. This bubble was very unique. It was formed from the eruption of an underground volcano, the surrounding seawater, and the chi tides that came here in the past. All sorts of factors created this hidden underwater world. Fire path, earth path, water path, and chi path, these 4 Tao marks formed a paradise here. This place was very hidden. Unless a Gu immortal encountered it by accident, it would be hard to find it. I'll call it 4 path bubbles for now. Fang Yuan used his investigative method to inspect the surroundings. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance slightly and let out a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal had long wavy hair. It was Fang Yuan's dream path clone, Meng Qiuzhen. Meng Qiuzhen's cultivation level was low, but he cultivated dream path. Because of the special mission this time, Fang Yuan sent him out. Otherwise, he would have been hiding in the sovereign immortal aperture, spending most of his time researching dream path, only helping out and stabilizing the sovereign immortal aperture situation. Fang Yuan used his method to carefully help Meng Qiuzhen enter the bubble. 15 minutes later, Meng Qiuzhen returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. He succeeded. He brought back a wild wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was once rank 9, but it was arranged by Giant Sun Immortal to be given to Fang Yuan. During the Fate Destruction War, because Fang Yuan wanted to complete the Red Lotus plan, Wisdom Gu became one of the Gu refinement materials. Rank 9 Wisdom Gu perished as a result. But the heavenly Tao was clear. Life and death corresponded to each other. Under the influence of Providence, a wild rank 6 Wisdom Gu was soon created in the 5 regions. This Wisdom Gu was hidden in this bubble. After Fang Yuan stole heavenly secrets, he learned of the locations of many wild immortal Gu. Wisdom Gu was the most important of his gains. Thus, he made a move personally to prevent any accidents from happening, to ensure that Wisdom Gu was obtained. Everything matched the information in Thieving Heaven's secret. Meng Qiuzhen used dream path methods and easily suppressed the rank 6 Wisdom Gu. Inside the large bubble, even though there was an underwater volcano and the surrounding deep-sea fish, there was nothing that could threaten Meng Qiuzhen. As for Fang Yuan, he had too many Tao marks on his body. It was very likely that he would burst the bubble with just a palm. Therefore, it was most convenient to use a clone for this matter. The rank 6 Wisdom Gu was quickly refined by Fang Yuan. Although it was Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan was a grand refinement path venerable. Refining a rank 6 wild immortal Gu was a simple matter. For venerables, using rank 9 immortal essence to refine rank 8 immortal Gu was no pressure. The hard part was refining rank 9 immortal Gu. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's first life's refinement of rank 9 Wisdom Gu, or Giant Sun Immortal's failure in refining Love Gu, they were both examples. After the Fate War, to think that Wisdom Gu is in my hands again. And this time, there is no Giant Sun Immortal tampering with it. This is Wisdom Gu that belongs to me. Fang Yuan felt a faint sense of joy. As for raising Wisdom Gu and returning to rank 9, Fang Yuan felt that this was not an urgent matter. With the killer move Thieving Heaven's secret, after stealing the Heaven Path information, Fang Yuan greatly improved on his Wisdom Path deductions, as well as his Information Path information gathering. After obtaining Wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan secretly returned to his original location, continuing to refine Eastern Sea's refinement path Tao marks. The stolen killer moves, combat systems, and other precious information will be of great help in modifying killer moves and creating combat systems. However, since Providence knows about it, it must have happened in the world. Others might know about it too. And Providence also has many things that it does not know about. For example, the true inheritances of venerables. Providence can remember them, but it cannot modify killer moves on its own. The gains I obtained in Painting Path, Human Path, Pill Path, and other aspects were mainly because of the formation derivation. Stealing Heaven's secret could be used for investigation, it could save Fang Yuan's energy and time in deductions. The effect was excellent, but there were still flaws. Fang Yuan still had needs for information path and wisdom path. But this need was mostly satisfied, it was not as urgent as before. Stealing Heaven's secret killer move mainly relied on rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo. Once rank 9 Heavenly Secret Goo's recipe is known by Providence, the Heavenly Tao will react and Steal Heaven's secret killer move's effect would not be as strong. Stealing Heaven's secret also relied on natural inspiration, it could not be used freely. Fang Yuan was already planning to nurture the Goo cultivators in his immortal aperture, he would nurture and accumulate Goo immortal seeds. At every crucial moment, he would let a group of them ascend to immortal. Chapter 23-26. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was sitting in a circle. More accurately speaking, there were a large number of Fang Yuan clones. This secret room was huge. Fang Yuan's clones were newly formed, they were formed from human path Goo worms. Among them were Goo Master Level Doctor Clone, Alchemist Clone, Constable Clone, Craftsman Clone, as well as rank 6 Goo Immortal Level Skin Shadow Clone, Talented Girl Clone, Soldier Clone, Sergeant Clone, Musician Clone, Thief Clone, Farmer Clone, Dancer Clone, and Blacksmith Clone. That's right, after the 10 children of Human Path entered the derivation Immortal Formation, their Human Path research results were all obtained by Fang Yuan. Then he managed to refine all of them. As long as he had the Goo recipe, with Fang Yuan's refinement path cultivation level, he could easily refine Goo worms of these levels. This caused the 10 children of Human Path to fail miserably when they attempted to refine mortal Goo during their immortal ascension. During this period of time, Fang Yuan's clones were in closed cultivation in the secret room. They comprehended human path cultivation and gained some insights. Even though these clones are of low level, they are still quite outstanding compared to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's clone methods. For example, the investment is low and they can take shape quickly. Spectral Soul's Shadow Sect clones, on the other hand, need to cultivate continuously and start from scratch. And these clones, as long as they have human path Goo worms, they can instantly form the corresponding Goo cultivation clone. Human path Goo worms formed clones, Goo masters had apertures, Goo immortals had immortal apertures. But be it apertures or immortal apertures, they could not produce primeval essence or immortal essence, they could only store. Human path clones could not cultivate on their own. The clone's strength was limited to the level of the human path Goo worms. Human path clones shared the same attainment level as the main body. Human path clones cultivated human path as well as other paths. For example, the musician clone cultivated human path as well as sound path. The farmer clone cultivated human path as well as earth path and wood path. The skin shadow clone cultivated human path as well as transformation path and shadow path. All in all, these clones were not useful to Fang Yuan at the moment. They were too weak, the strongest among them was only rank 6. Among them, Fang Yuan shared the same opinion as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He also felt that the most valuable thing was the Alchemist clone. These clones mainly cultivated the Tao, Refinement Tao, and Pill Tao. Although it only covered the ranks of rank 1 to rank 5 Goo Masters, it had a huge impact on the grassroots Goo Masters. If Fang Yuan's subordinates did not undergo immortal ascension on a large scale, these human path clones would still be of some use. But now, to Fang Yuan, they were not very useful. Furthermore, it could be a huge flaw in the obscured heavenly secrets. Fang Yuan willed as the human path clones in the secret room returned to their Goo worms. Their states were very similar to Fang Yuan's supreme immortal physique, but there were also differences. They could freely change from the state of Goo insects to human form, but Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was fixed on the human body, leaving only the need to feed the Goo insects. But then again, normal people also needed to eat something once in a while. I'll leave Thief Goo behind. At the next moment, Fang Yuan willed as he destroyed most of the Goo worms in the secret room. Central Continent. at the deepest part of the starry sky calculation formation. Star constellation Immortal Venerable inspected a secluded domain of heaven and earth inside the formation. This secluded domain was like a cage, but also like a lantern. Chapter 23-28. Deep into the night. Wang Xiao'er looked at the thin volume of The Legends of Rinzhu. His eyes were bloodshot from excitement. He was breathing heavily. The human path cultivation method that foster father gave me was not wrong at all. The Legends of Rinzhu is truly a human path classic. I found out now, the content of Rinzhu Discovering Self-Gu actually contains the various attainment levels of a Gu master's cultivation. Light, water, ice, and crystal. Rinzhu and the other two obtained the space path and time path Immortal Gu year, moon, and day in the river of time. Does this mean that Gu masters need to spend years and years to accumulate their attainment? My attainment level is too low. I can only see this shallow level. According to the human path cultivation method, the most outstanding Gu Immortal Venerables in history had many comprehensions from The Legends of Rinzhu. They created many human path killer moves. Even though I cannot compare to them now, I have extraordinary hope. Self-Gu. It had always been hidden in my body, but when I started cultivating human path, I found it. It is definitely a human path Immortal Gu. The Legends of Rinzhu describes many Gu worms, but in my opinion, Self-Gu is the most unique and legendary. Haha. With this Immortal Gu, human path is the most suitable path for me. Cultivating human path is definitely the most correct path. Almost at the same time. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, inside Mini Eastern Sea. Mermaid Gu Immortal Tang Qiong could not help but laugh. My tribe joined Feng Yuan and lived in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This is definitely the best choice. She could not conceal the excitement on her face. There were a total of 3 Mermaid Gu Immortals. They were recruited by Feng Yuan earlier. They led a group of mermen to station in Mini Eastern Sea and lived here ever since. The 3 Mermaid Gu Immortals had a clear division of labor. Yuzi was in charge of completing missions and earning contribution points. Lian Kuexen was in charge of diplomacy and liaising with other tribes and forces, while Tang Qiong was in charge of guarding the merman tribe's territory. After all, abnormal situations often occurred in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The important settlements of the various clans needed at least 1 Gu Immortal to guard them at all times for them to be safe. Tang Qiong had just received a decree from Feng Yuan, which revealed an obvious message. In the following days, Feng Yuan would increase his efforts to support the outstanding disciples of the various clans. He would spend a huge amount of resources to help them cultivate and raise the Gu Immortal seeds of each clan. Because of this, Feng Yuan even gave the Gu Immortals in charge of the various clans a target. Every year, each tribe would nurture a certain number of Gu Immortal seeds. If they met the requirements, they would be able to establish the Great Love Alliance. If they didn't meet the standards, they would be punished. Not only does Lord Alliance Leader treat everyone equally, he also has a benevolent heart, helping us variant humans by allocating such a huge amount of resources to nurture Gu Masters. Throughout the generations of Venerables, there has never been a great being who cares for our race as much as Lord Feng Yuan. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cannot compare to Lord Feng Yuan in terms of help to us. When Tang Qiong thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. The reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable helped variant humans was because he saw that the variant humans were in danger of being exterminated. He could not bear to see them die. He helped them. Feng Yuan, however, was different. Feng Yuan not only provided a fair environment for the variant humans to live without discrimination, he even supported these variant humans and allowed them to grow stronger. This was unprecedented. As for second aperture goo, it is only the icing on the cake. Feng Yuan could not refine rank 6 second aperture immortal goo to nurture them. He could at most take out rank 1 to rank 5 mortal goo. Right now, second aperture goo was clearly a heaven path goo worm. Rank 6 second aperture goo needed lifespan goo as a goo material, and lifespan goo was the most classic heaven path goo worm, containing heaven path Dao marks. Rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo used the 10 extreme physiques as the goo material. It was an immortal fetus and not an immortal aperture, thus it was a human path immortal goo. Feng Yuan concluded that he needed to accumulate goo immortal seeds. He first needed a large number of people. Variant humans and humans did not matter. Feng Yuan did not plan to purchase outsiders for the time being. It was better to nurture goo immortal seeds in the sovereign immortal aperture. They were more loyal. Variant humans were naturally the most loyal. Feng Yuan was more at ease with variant humans. With more people, there would be more goo masters. But to have goo immortal seeds, the goo master's aptitude had to be raised. This required the mortals to not only have many children, they also had to have many siblings and relatives. It would be convenient for a large-scale massacre in the future. It would be best if they had more twins. That way, during the massacre, they could also refine bone-flesh unity goo. Twins. Feng Yuan pondered. It seems I need to find Giant Sun Immortal. I've told you many times, he is most proficient in giving birth. Once it lost consciousness, even spectral soul demon Venerable could not keep Fairy Myrtle, Ing Wu Xie and the rest. The world had changed. By now, the power of Fei Clan's killer move was already very weak, almost reaching its limit. But even if the primordial chi seed regained its freedom, with its current state, it would still remain at the same spot without any consciousness. Giant Sun Immortal used the primordial chi to inspect the depths of its immortal aperture and immediately found many rank 8 immortal yuan stone. The immortal aperture origin core's production of immortal essence was as natural as breathing. Providence always suppressed one's will, causing the legendary immemorial immortal chi seed's immortal aperture to accumulate a large number of rank 8 immortal yuan stone. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have much meaning to Giant Sun Immortal, but rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone was different. Giant Sun Immortal was overjoyed, but he also found a problem. There was a lot of providence in rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone. If he wanted to absorb these Immortal Yuan Stones, he would need to get rid of these providence. It was slightly troublesome. If he did not handle it well, it would affect the efficiency of the Immortal Yuan Stone converting into Immortal Essence. For example, a rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, after getting rid of Providence, could only convert half a bead of rank 8 Immortal Essence. Rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone did not have this problem, because there was too little Providence. Giant Sun Immortal thought. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable used Chi Seed back then. He also had rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, but he purposely spread the rank 6. He probably did not want the variant human goo immortals to suspect him. But during Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's era, Chi Seed committed suicide and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable altered Providence. She could only use the origin core of the Celestial Court to produce rank 6 Immortal Yuan Stone. It's just that, where did these rank 8 Immortal Essence Stones go? Was it used up, Or is it still hidden? If it is hidden, why did we not discover it when we attacked the Celestial Court? Did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable rob the Celestial Court's treasury and let him obtain it? Giant Sun Immortal shook his head. Later, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was captured by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and turned into a puppet. If he obtained this batch of extremely valuable rank 8 Immortal Yuan Stone, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would take the chance to take it back. But it was clear that up until now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had always been lacking immortal essence. No, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivates wisdom path. What if this is all her disguise? Giant Sun Immortal frowned. A solemn expression appeared on his face. If she has a lot of immortal essence, why is she lacking immortal essence? What is she using it for? Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable refined the wisdom path Tao marks of the Celestial Court, Giant Sun Immortal could no longer investigate her situation. As for Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal could easily investigate him. If that is the case, O Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, what are you hiding, and how deep are you hiding it? Giant Sun Immortal looked toward Central Continent. Eastern Sea. Any venerable has talent that ordinary geniuses cannot surpass. Feng Yuan had already studied the gains he obtained from Giant Sun Immortal's transactions. He had obtained what he wanted. Feng Yuan had already refined the rank 5 Blood Skull Goo recipe. He had only used rank 4 Blood Skull Goo earlier, but Giant Sun Immortal had already developed it to rank 5 recently. Even though it was a mortal goo recipe, it was an advancement that surpassed the limits of the world. This showed how talented Giant Sun Immortal was. Chapter 23:33. Feng Yuan's divine sense spread rapidly in the sovereign immortal aperture. Maybe I need to construct some wisdom path formations to facilitate the spread of my divine sense? Feng Yuan thought. The divine sense's speed was actually very fast, but the sovereign immortal aperture was too big. Every time Feng Yuan used his divine sense to check the situation in his immortal aperture, it was not very convenient. Ordinary goo immortals did not have such a problem. Although their immortal apertures were also called small worlds, they could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan's divine sense soon arrived at his destination. Mini Western Desert, Inkman City. In an inconspicuous corner of the city, there was a family. The male Inkman Goo master was a young man with limited aptitude. He was only rank 2. Right now, he had a worried expression as he paced back and forth outside the bedroom. Wah! A baby's cry suddenly came from the bedroom. The male lead was overjoyed. He quickly rushed into the bedroom and saw his wife, as well as the female doctor who he had spent a lot of money to invite. The female doctor was holding an Inkman baby boy in her hands. He was very small and somewhat ugly, but he was very healthy. Everything is normal. The female doctor smiled at the male lead before turning her gaze to the baby boy's hand. There was a pair of goo worms in his hand. It was bone-flesh unity goo. The female doctor's eyes were filled with shock. Because she had personally delivered the baby, she had seen this pair of goo worms being born together with the baby boy. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it. This should be the effect of the life-sending temple? The female doctor asked the Inkman male lead. This was the first time the Inkman male lead had seen it. His eyes quickly turned red as he looked at this pair of goo worms. With his level and wealth, he did not know how much time and effort he would have to spend to obtain such goo worms. But now, this pair of rare goo worms was born together with his son. This was such a huge surprise. The Inkman male lead nodded and said with a choked voice, "Yes, after the life-sending temple was built in the city, we discussed to give it a try. To think we actually succeeded." The female doctor sighed. "You are definitely not the only one. This life-sending temple is indeed as advertised. It can quickly give birth, and if we are lucky, there will even be goo worms. The male Inkman wanted to say something but hesitated. The female physician gave him a questioning look. On the bed, the still very weak female Inkman took the initiative to ask the female doctor to examine the bloodline of their family of 3. The female doctor suddenly realized that the family was worried that the baby boy was not their biological son. A moment later, the test was completed. The result made everyone happy. "This is my son. I finally have a son. Heavens, I finally have a son." The male Inkman no longer had any misgivings as he hugged the baby boy and cried tears of joy. Feng Yuan's spiritual force quietly retreated after witnessing the entire scene. The life-sending temple was his setup. There were many of these mortal goo houses. After Feng Yuan ordered them to be built, they were distributed all over the sovereign immortal aperture to make it easy for people to use them. Life-sending temple was a human path immortal goo house. It used the human path goo worms pregnancy goo, third fetus goo, death fetus goo, multiple fetus goo, and safe fetus goo. He even used a large number of time path and refinement path goo worms to assist him. The actual effect of the life-sending temple was to extract the yin and yang energy of the man and woman, then use the pregnancy goo to make the woman pregnant. He then used 3 births goo to form triplets. Under the effect of death fetus goo, 2 of the triplets were refined as goo materials. These floating refinement nests were arranged properly. There were no problems. Their source was Feng Yuan's stone nests. Back then, Feng Yuan used the concept of assembly line production to create these stone nests to accommodate hairy man goo masters to refine goo. Right now, each of the floating refinement nests could be considered an incomplete secluded domain of heaven and earth. They were of a much higher grade than Feng Yuan's stone nests. Some of the floating refinement nests had already accommodated many hairy man refinement path goo masters. The first batch of goo worms to be refined were relic goo and connecting heaven goo. Feng Yuan's divine sense lingered for a while before moving again. A moment later, under the control of his divine sense, many goo worms expended a large amount of rank 9 immortal essence to activate an immortal killer move, Endless Trouble. The core immortal goo of this move was rank 8. It could teleport calamities and tribulations to the next time, and erupt together with the next calamity or tribulation. Feng Yuan had already modified this killer move and used it many times. He adjusted the sovereign immortal aperture's time flow to be very fast. The calamities and tribulations were already going to descend, but Feng Yuan used endless trouble time and time again to delay them until the next time. This had the disadvantage of angering Providence. When the calamities and tribulations truly erupted, they would be even more powerful. But for the current Feng Yuan, this disadvantage was exactly what he wanted. Even if the calamities and tribulations erupted and angered Providence, causing their power to rise sharply, Feng Yuan would still be able to survive and obtain a huge amount of Dao marks. Refinement path was his most proficient path. There was no need to say more. Raising the sovereign immortal body to rank 10 would solve the problem. Food path replenished consumption and promoted growth. Children needed to eat constantly to replenish their nutrients and grow. The sovereign immortal body had the same logic. As for heaven path and human path, sovereign immortal fetus goo's body used the 10 extreme physiques as its goo materials. It was a pure human path goo worm. But even though it turned into the sovereign immortal body, it had the sovereign immortal aperture. In this aspect, it also had the profundity of heaven path. And from the point of non-conflicting Dao marks, it clearly belonged to the heavenly Dao. The problem now was that these 4 paths all had the possibility of completely solving the sovereign immortal body's problem of consuming food. It was like there were 4 paths, but Feng Yuan did not know if these 4 paths could be taken at the moment. Refinement path Feng Yuan was the clearest about it. He had to modify and innovate to have a chance of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem. Food path and human path had not been developed yet. Heaven path was also uncertain, they might not exist, Fang Yuan might need to innovate further. After all, the rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu had already broken the balance of the heavenly path, it was spectral soul demon Venerable's creation. The difficulty of resolving the sovereign immortal body's problem of eating from the root was high even for Fang Yuan. Even though he was a venerable now, he did not have much confidence, he needed to invest resources and effort to deduce. After all, rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu was already an unprecedented existence in the world. Other than a permanent solution, there was also a temporary solution. That was to satisfy the need to eat and annex the Venerable's immortal aperture. This was very difficult. It meant that Fang Yuan had to defeat the Venerables. If it was just one Venerable, Fang Yuan would have an easier time. The difficulty was with many Venerables. If one was too strong, it would cause a chain reaction. Fang Yuan currently did not have the terrifying strength to suppress all the Venerables. Once he was exposed, it would be disadvantageous to him. But if I can really annex a Venerable's immortal aperture, there is another benefit, I can avoid the calamity. That means, as long as I do it properly, I do not need to take the risk of passing the chaotic calamity, I can directly jump over this huge flaw. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily moved. He thought of Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth was assassinated by him in Crazed Demon Cave. His soul dissipated but his immortal body and immortal aperture were left behind. Because he cultivated Heaven Dao, his immortal aperture was very stable, he was different from other paths. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to preserve it until now. At the same time, the Gu materials that were wasted in the refinement nests would be converted into refinement C after passing through the drifting refinement nest. Both sides complemented each other. If not for the replenishment of these drifting refinement nests, refinement C's sea level would have already fallen by a lot. After all, Fang Yuan had been refining rank 9 immortal Gu for many days already. The center of refinement C was a forbidden area among forbidden areas. Only Gu immortals with Fang Yuan's permission could enter. Because here was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Suddenly, there was a loud sound from 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, a pillar of light formed and pierced the sky. The pillar of light slowly dissipated, and a rank 9 immortal Gu appeared. This immortal Gu crystal spider was transparent, without any flaws. The spider's 8 legs were very long and slender, while its body was very petite, supported by the 8 legs. It was Heavenly Web Gu. And on the back of Heavenly Web Gu, there was a white mark that resembled a spider web. This was unique to rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. It did not exist on the back of rank 8 Heavenly Web Gu. The refinement is complete. Master has another rank 9 immortal goo. Oh heavens, we participated in the whole process. This is the supreme glory of refinement path. As long as this continues, Master will definitely trample all the venerables under his feet in the future. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool also had goo immortals participating in the refinement, the majority of them being hairy men. They looked up at the sky, gasping in admiration. Under the control of Feng Yuan's divine sense, the rank 9 Heavenly Web goo disappeared. Rank 9 Heavenly Web goo is also refined. Feng Yuan was calm. After refining many rank 9 immortal goo, he no longer felt excited or agitated, he was starting to get used to it. Although the goo refinement failed twice this time, there were no setbacks after that, it was very smooth. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan chose to refine Heavenly Web goo in the end. Feng Yuan's current situation was not bad. He needed an immortal goo to help him attack and defend. Between offense and defense, Feng Yuan chose the latter without hesitation. Because the sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict, its defense was very weak. This was Feng Yuan's shortcoming. If this aspect was broken by other venerables, then in a direct confrontation, Feng Yuan would have no place to stand, the consequences would be severe. Heavenly Web goo could release a huge net to trap the target when activated. Strictly speaking, it was not a defensive goo, it was used for offense. But it was the absolute core of the defensive killer move, expanding Heavenly Web. Expanding Heavenly Web's power rose sharply, it was even more powerful than Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Moreover, Heavenly Web goo could be mixed into obscured Heavenly Secret, increasing the power of this killer move by several times. The reason why Feng Yuan chose Heaven Path and gave up on Refinement Path was because Refinement Path was not good at offense, and it was too widespread. Heaven Path had a broad future and was developing well, it was even more outstanding than Human Path in this aspect. The most amazing thing was that almost no one had the qualifications to cultivate Heaven Path. Thus, Feng Yuan's choice of using Heaven Path as a base was very wise. Using Heaven Path as an offensive method was naturally the best choice. After storing the rank 9 Heavenly Web goo, Feng Yuan inspected his inventory. Because he had failed twice earlier, he had expended a lot of Heaven Path immortal materials. As for the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Refinement C, even though the sea level had fallen, it had not broken through the limit, it could recover on its own. But because this problem was very important, Feng Yuan felt that it was worth it even if he had to waste a rank 5 goo master. In the end, this rank 5 goo master failed and died because the 3 chi were out of balance. But during this short period of time, Feng Yuan used Thieving Heaven's secret killer move to find out the truth. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave the order to deal with Lin Clan, she was an embroidered tower outside the Celestial Court. But Bo Qing's soul was taken out from the Celestial Court's secret treasury. This was the most obvious evidence. Furthermore, when Fairy Maiden's soul modified Bo Qing's soul, she was in the Celestial Court the entire time. Feng Yuan obtained even more precious information. Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wu Xie were trapped in the Heaven Path Dream Realm, so Star Constellation Immortal Venerable decided to nurture Bo Qing, even though this was a risky move. This way, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's motive was clear. She wanted to use Bo Qing to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Feng Yuan's gaze was eerie as he muttered. He knew why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's previous performance was already the #1 threat to the Celestial Court. Of course, this was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's understanding when Feng Yuan tried to conceal himself. If the fact that Feng Yuan had many rank 9 immortal goo was exposed, then Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would be tossed aside. Not only would Star Constellation Immortal Venerable find trouble with Feng Yuan, Giant Sun Immortal would also have to join forces with Star Constellation to deal with Feng Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Fang Yuan rapidly deduced and thought deeply. Thoughts surged in his mind, gathering into surging waves that rose and fell. He knew that an opportunity was right in front of him. A huge opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, as time passed, star constellation Immortal Venerable might succeed. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no more opportunities like this. Would he be able to grasp this opportunity? If he could not, the result would be terrible for Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan could not make a decision. Even though he knew about the Celestial Court's secrets, he did not know about star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. How much progress had she made during this period of time? Giant Sun Immortal, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan were all shrouded in mystery. Fang Yuan had refined rank 9 Immortal Gu. He had an advantage in this aspect, but the other venerables might try to offset Fang Yuan's refinement path advantage in other aspects. Fang Yuan did not like war, even though he did not dislike it. In his opinion, war and killing were only ways to gain benefits. Harming the enemy while harming oneself was already a good outcome in a war. The risk of war was huge. Rashly starting a war was not wise. This move had a huge range. Fang Yuan was directly hit. The emotions accumulated in his heart were extracted by the mental realm and absorbed. Fang Yuan immediately activated Calm Killer move, but he could not stop this process. He used other methods but could not stop it. His expression changed. Because it was only extracting emotions at first, but gradually, along with the extraction of emotions, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Dao marks were also extracted. Wisdom path cultivation had 3 main elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Emotions were related to Wisdom path Dao marks to begin with. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's move was very powerful. Other than extracting emotions, it could also extract Wisdom path Dao marks, weakening the opponent's Wisdom path foundation. My emotions are extracted, they will form a blank space. If star constellation Immortal Venerable extracts my emotions, it will be very easy. Fang Yuan had a bad feeling. During the entire process, his reverse flow protection seal did not react. Clearly, this extraction was very subtle. It could not be considered an attack. It could not trigger reverse flow protection seal's counterattack. Star constellation Immortal Venerable probably thought of this move to deal with reverse flow protection seal. She succeeded. Fang Yuan's previous efforts in modifying reverse flow protection seal were all for naught. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan had already lost 100 Wisdom Path Dao marks. He activated defensive methods like Dream Armor Gu, but they had no effect. The core of star constellation Immortal Venerable's move was her mental state. It was a quasi-rank 9 killer move, and with the amplification of her Wisdom Path Dao marks, its power was terrifying. Dream Armor Gu's methods were still too weak. They could not resist it. Reverse flow protection seal's level was high enough. It had enough power, but it could not be triggered. Fang Yuan had a choice. That was to continue using this shocking Dream Wave Soul Sound Killer move to fight attack with attack. But he thought about it and found it difficult. His original plan was not to engage in an intense battle with star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a situation where both sides were heavily injured. It was most beneficial to Giant Sun Immortal. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not want to fight star constellation Immortal Venerable. His main goal was the Heaven Path Dream Realm. Thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. After a few flashes of thought, he made up his mind and secretly used Heaven Path Killer move Heavenly Web. This move was supposed to form a pure white net around the Gu Immortal to block attacks. But now, it had turned into a pure white light and entered the dense fishnet formed by obscured heavenly secret. Thus, the dense net had the power of both heavenly web and obscured heavenly secret. Heavenly Web Gu was a rank 9 immortal Gu. The defensive ability of Heavenly Web was superior to Mental State Killer move to begin with. Heaven's Web was flawless. It blocked the flow of Feng Yuan's emotions. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped in shock. And even more amazing was that Feng Yuan did not expose his rank 9 immortal Gu aura. Because the two moves merged into one, they were concealed by obscured heavenly secret. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of her reputation. After a few rounds of fighting, she forced Feng Yuan to use rank 9 Heavenly Web Gu. Because of this, obscured heavenly secret had to bear a huge burden. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's mood was even heavier. She could not resist Feng Yuan's shocking dream turbulent soul sound, but Feng Yuan resisted her Mental State Killer move. That was to say, she could not even use the tactic of using offense against offense. Does Feng Yuan have wisdom path methods that are not weaker than mine? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not help but suspect. Between the islands was a sea of rainwater. Come to be honest, it couldn't be considered a sea. At most, it could be considered a large lake. Normally, Meng Qiuzhen could not be bothered to create waves. The water surface was as smooth as a mirror. Only when he crushed the rocks or walked on water would he take the initiative to stir up a storm. This dream realm blessed land did not have space path Dao marks. The space was not big. Meng Qiuzhen could not teleport as a land spirit. Time passed quickly as the small islands were remodeled. When Meng Qiuzhen finished remodeling all the large islands and 7 or 8 small islands, the fire path tribulation arrived. A torrential rain of fire rained down. Every drop of fire was the size of a wash basin. When the rain of fire rained down, there was a grand aura. Many of the fire rains smashed onto the stone islands, burning the stone ground or the crushed stones. Some of the small pebbles melted. The stones turned into lava that slowly but firmly flowed to the bottom of the water. Over time, the rocky island, which was originally tall and steep, quickly changed its landscape under the ravaging of the rain of fire. The surroundings of the stone islands sank, the edges reached deep into the water, the middle was level with the water surface, while the back was slightly above the lake surface, forming a beach made of crushed stones. Most of the fire rain fell into the water. Water and fire stimulated each other to form a huge amount of water vapor. The water vapor flew up and gradually formed a thick layer of water clouds that covered the entire blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen hid underground. The earth path Dao marks were dense. He had the ability to escape underground as a land spirit. He allowed the fire rain to wreak havoc, occasionally taking care of the stone islands. The torrential fire rain tribulation lasted for a long time before dissipating. Meng Qiuzhen returned to the surface and immediately sensed that the air temperature had risen by several times. It was hot and humid. The entire sky above the blessed land was covered in thick clouds. Just now, there had been a huge rain of fire. It was as if someone had started a stove under the blanket. How could it not be hot? Meng Qiuzhen used wind power to blow away the clouds. It felt much better. But soon, water vapor started to gather in the sky again, forming thin clouds. After a period of time, it was likely that the thick clouds would form again. Meng Qiuzhen immediately understood. The fire path earthly calamity earlier brought about too many fire path Dao marks. He needed to restrain most of the fire path Dao marks. He could not let them interfere with the previous situation. If there were a large number of light path Dao marks, I could gather most of the fire path Dao marks and create an artificial sun in the sky of this blessed land. Meng Qiuzhen felt it was a pity. Even though spectral soul demon venerable was strong, he lacked intelligence. He was only a problem. Fang Yuan was the key. He was the biggest threat. But star constellation immortal venerable's repeated attempts had no effect. Fang Yuan used spectral soul demon venerable's cover. It was a shallow tactic but had great effect. The four venerables fought for some time. Seeing that all beings in the world were about to weaken, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use this move again. For a time, the golden pillar of light appeared once more. It lay across the heavens and the earth, and it was grand and resplendent to the extreme. Giant Sun Immortal's luck was strengthened again. His battle strength rose again. All beings in the world could be used continuously, but the backlash would become stronger. Right now, Giant Sun Immortal was in a difficult situation. His entire combat system was built on his positive luck. If his luck weakened, his battle strength would fall. Giant Sun Immortal naturally did not want to expose the weakness of all beings in the world the first time he used it. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal was raring to go again. He wisely retreated, using Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as a barrier to avoid the attack. Giant Sun Immortal saw Fang Yuan's actions and gritted his teeth in hatred. He knew that if he did not take any measures, the situation would repeat itself. Thus he immediately used a trump card. Luck Path Killer Move. Myriad things have flying yellow. Giant Sun Immortal's body flickered with golden light. The golden light was restrained as it slowly rose above his head, turning into an orange-yellow pill jade. The pill jade was extremely powerful. Fang Yuan and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt waves of fear. Next, Giant Sun Immortal gave a low growl. He raised his head and slammed his head towards the orange-yellow pill jade. The orange-yellow pill jade was sent flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that Giant Sun Immortal's luck that had risen earlier had mostly collapsed because of this move. It almost returned to normal. He knew that this move was powerful. He could not deduce the profundity of this move. He did not take it head-on. He hid behind Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had no qualms. He swept his arm and slammed with his ghostly claw, sending the orange-yellow pill jade flying far away. The orange-yellow pill jade fell down from spectral heaven like a rubber ball. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and Star Constellation were slightly stunned. Giant Sun Immortal's move was extremely powerful. To think that it would be suppressed so easily? Giant Sun. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable transmitted. Giant Sun Immortal smiled confidently. Star Constellation, watch carefully. This move is extraordinary. It is the culmination of my own luck, the luck of all living beings, and the luck of heaven and earth. It is no longer limited to the concept of offense and defense. It can make use of the variables of heaven and earth and all living beings to create a stupefying battle result. It's just that this move requires a period of time to manifest its power. Star constellation Immortal Venerable heard this and immediately asked the crucial question, how long will it take to see the result? Giant Sun Immortal's expression froze. The time is uncertain. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal said again. This move has already been used, no need to worry. Star constellation, why aren't you attacking Feng Yuan with me? Saying so, he charged at Feng Yuan. Star constellation Immortal Venerable took a glance at the orange-yellow pill jade before cooperating with Giant Sun Immortal to circle around Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and attack Feng Yuan. The orange-yellow pill jade flew down and encountered a soul beast army. After piercing hundreds of soul beasts, its aura fell by 10%, its direction also changed slightly. Like a pole that was pressed down, the other end would rise. The formation core's immortal goo and the surrounding mortal goo were like countless poles that were connected together. If one pole was pressed down, the other pole would rise, but the other pole would press down on the pole that was raised. These two variables would cancel each other out. Everything was unpredictable. Fei Huang did the exact opposite. It gathered all of the variables together and destroyed the formation core immortal goo. After a while of healing, Zhang Ji's injuries stabilized. During this period of time, 3 more formation cores of the Starry Sky Calculation Formation were destroyed by Feng Yuan's clones. This is all my fault. Zhang Ji blamed himself. He felt that the situation was collapsing. But at this time, another Gu Immortal came to his side. This was a Formation Path Grandmaster. The situation is urgent. I am here to repair the formation. I need your help. Zhang Ji quickly stood up and cupped his fists, expressing that he would help even if he had to risk his life. Even though the Formation Core Immortal Goo was destroyed, this Goo Immortal Formation Path Grandmaster could use immortal materials to set up the formation. He could temporarily replace the destroyed Formation Core Immortal Goo for emergencies. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation was created with great difficulty. Star constellations did not want it to be destroyed. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects had also tasted the benefits of this formation. They did not want it to be destroyed. Chapter 2351. Long before the Huangjin tribes asked for help, Longevity Heaven had already detected the disturbance in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Longevity Heaven was guarded by Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan discussed with Yao Huang and the 8 extremities. The disturbance in the Forbidden Area is no small matter. We need to save it. In my opinion, we need to find out the reason for the disturbance. Maybe because the sun was destroyed and spectral heaven was formed, light path weakened while dark path flourished. And the Flower Forest Forbidden Area itself has abundant dark path Dao marks. After discussing for a while, Bing Saichuan personally went to investigate the Forbidden Area, while the rest continued to guard Longevity Heaven. The reason for this arrangement was because Bing Saichuan had a time path killer move that could trace back to the past and see the truth of the past. Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance opened. Bing Saichuan's body turned into a flash of cold light as he flew down towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. Meanwhile, Zui Yihui was already hiding in Spectral Heaven, near the entrance of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture. He watched as the entrance opened and closed. He did not move. The opening of the entrance was a good opportunity to enter and exit the grotto heaven, but it was very eye-catching. Even if Zui Yi Hui had concealment methods, he could not do that. Every time the immortal aperture's entrance opened, the Gu immortals in the immortal aperture would be the most concerned about it. If Zui Yi Hui did that, he would be exposing himself, he would be looking for trouble, he would not care about Bing Sichuan at all. Zui Yi Hui did not want to fight him head-on. Even though he was a great legendary immemorial beast, compared to Longevity Heaven and Giant Sun Immortal, he was nothing. From start to finish, he had never thought of going in to save Yu Tianguang. Saving people was a technical skill. If he tried to do it forcefully, he might end up getting himself killed instead. Zui Yi Hui continued to conceal himself as he activated his killer move. This is a rare opportunity. Giant Sun Immortal is fighting the other 3 venerables. He has no time to spare. Flower Forest Forbidden Area has also lured out a rank 8 expert. The location of Longevity Heaven's immortal aperture's entrance has also been exposed. I need to hurry. Zui Yi Hui and Yu Tianguang had a mystical connection. Using this connection, Zui Yi Hui's Dark Path killer moves started to show their effects. Within Longevity Heaven, Yu Tianguang was imprisoned in Calamity Luck Altar. Suddenly sensing something, Yu Tianguang lowered his head and looked at his heart. After that, he came to his senses, raised his head, roared, and started to struggle fiercely. The Calamity Luck Altar shook continuously. The members of the 8 extremities were standing guard outside. Seeing this, they quickly acted and suppressed Yu Tianguang. Yu Tianguang, you've tried so many times, but you still don't understand that you can't break free from Calamity Luck Altar by yourself? Surrender to my Longevity Heaven is your only way out. As long as you pledge allegiance to my Longevity Heaven, you will receive the protection of the Giant Sun Immortal. Yu Tianguang shouted, "Return my rank 9 light Gu." The 8 extremities urged again, "Blessed heavenly light, light Gu has always been wild, it is currently residing in your body, how can it be yours?" Not bad. Our Giant Sun Immortal fought against 2 venerables to obtain this Gu. It belongs to my Longevity Heaven. You should thank our Lord Immortal Venerable and Crown Prince. If not for them, you might have died to Star Constellation or Feng Yuan already. Yu Tianguang's aura weakened from the suppression, but he still shouted, "Return my light Gu, I will consider surrendering." The 8 extremities looked at each other, they shook their heads and increased the suppression of Calamity Luck Altar. In the end, Yu Tianguang was filled with unwillingness, resentment, and anger. His strength was exhausted and he was suppressed. But this time, he had a new hope. "Brother, I am here to save you, we need to plan properly." A lump of black liquid appeared in Yu Tianguang's heart. It turned into a tiny Zui Yi Hui. Zui Yi Hui paused before continuing. "This killer move of mine has been modified, it will accumulate strength in your body. When it accumulates enough, you can use my strength to burst forth. When the time comes, I'll cooperate with you outside the Longevity Heaven and create an opening together." Yu Tianguang was not assured. Giant Sun Immortal is not to be underestimated. Pay attention to him, don't get yourself killed. Zui Yi Hui told Yu Tianguang about the situation. Yu Tianguang was overjoyed. The 4 venerables will fight for a long time. This is the best chance for me to escape. It is a pity that your arrangements in the Flower Forest Forbidden Area only drew out Bing Sichuan. Longevity Heaven is probably being cautious against Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's 3 clones are wreaking havoc in Central Continent. The Starry Sky Calculation Formation is already beyond recognition. Zui Yi Hui analyzed. The 2 legendary immemorial beasts communicated secretly. No one in Longevity Heaven noticed them. Back to the day, Bing Sichuan left Longevity Heaven and flew towards the Flower Forest Forbidden Area. He investigated along the way, getting closer to the location where Zui Yi Hui set up the Immortal Formation. This is bad. Inside the Immortal Formation, Lu Qingming and Su Guang controlled the formation. They sensed Bing Sichuan's traces. Their expressions were ashen. They knew the situation was dire. Once they were discovered by Bing Sichuan, they would not be able to escape. The two immortals thought of surrendering, but they were hit by Zui Hui's Dark Path method. If they tried to surrender, the Dark Path method would activate and take their lives. But the two had to activate the immortal formation to expand the beast tide. They could not stop for even a moment. Otherwise, the Dark Path methods on his body would also be activated, and the two of them would be killed cleanly. Zui Hui is using us as cannon fodder. Sigh, I never thought that today would be the day of our deaths. Just as the two were in despair, a turning point appeared. Who is it? Bing Sai Chuan stopped moving, his eyes shined with cold light as he was on full alert. Lin Jianxing's heart jumped. He had concealed himself and come to the Flower Forest Forbidden Area with the objective of obtaining some rare immortal materials to help him perfect Sword Forest. But he found out that a beast tide had appeared. This was good news for Lin Jianxing. In this chaotic situation, it was more suitable for him to fish in troubled waters. But he did not escape. He followed his senses and flew towards a secret place. The 8 extremities guarding this place were shocked. Oh no! That is the Crown Prince's closed cultivation area. Yao Huang had already come out of the Blood Sea. He wanted to stop Yu Tianguang, but he was too late. He and Mao Liqiu, who had just arrived, saw. Yu Tianguang took Light Emperor away. Light Emperor's body was nurturing rank 9 like goo. Even though he suffered such a huge change, his eyes were shut. He did not move. He was like a statue. He had lost all senses of the outside world. Don't provoke me, I will crush him to death. Yu Tianguang shouted. The surrounding goo cultivators hesitated. They could not advance or retreat. Don't kill him, otherwise, when Lord Giant Sun Immortal returns, you will die. Friend Yu Tianguang, we can discuss this. Calm down. Quick, call Bing Sai Chuan and the others back. While the Longevity Heaven Goo Immortals were panicking, Yu Tianguang attacked again. Zui Hui was not hiding anymore. The two cooperated extremely well. They tore a hole in the formation. This hole was not big, but Yu Tianguang had a method. He first swallowed the Light Monarch in one gulp, and then his figure transformed into a ball of light. He forcefully squeezed into the opening, and then flowed out into the outside world. After coming out, the light turned into Yu Tianguang's light again. Longevity Heaven's Goo Immortals chased after them. Seeing Yu Tianguang and Zui Hui, their expressions turned ugly. We fell for it. Yao Huang stomped his feet in anger. Bing Sai Chuan received the news and squinted at Lin Jianxing. So that's it, Brother Lin and Zui Hui are working together. What do you mean? Lin Jianxing was confused. Meanwhile, in Heaven Path Dream Realm battlefield, Giant Sun Immortal was concentrating on fighting Feng Yuan. Hearing this news, his heart sank. This seems to be caused by my flying yellow killer move. The Luck Path connection made Giant Sun Immortal feel a little dazed. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable wanted to explain to himself, but he could not. This killer move of mine should be correct, right? I rarely used it in the previous life. Recently, I've made some improvements to this move. Indeed, it should probably not be a problem. Taoist Giant Sun, what happened? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in Wisdom Path. She was very sensitive to changes in emotions. She asked directly. Oh, nothing. Giant Sun Immortal felt a little depressed, but he waved his hand on the surface. The Goo Immortals of Celestial Court saw this and turned pale. Time to end this. Chi Si Ancestor grunted as he activated his killer move, Hu Elevation. The energy pillar that overflowed into the heavens was grand and terrifying. It fiercely smashed out, directly splitting the heavens and earth, piercing through the entire skeleton paradise. Granny Skeleton's eyes were wide open. She could not dodge in time and was destroyed by the Chi pillar, leaving nothing behind. Skeleton Grotto Heaven was heavily damaged. Winds of assimilation started to appear. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court quickly retreated through the huge hole as Chi-Si ancestor chased after them relentlessly. Star Constellation's Will, who was inside Embroidered Tower, saw this and was about to make a move when Jean Budu charged into the formation space. It was here after all. Wu Shuai was relieved. The enslavement path killer move that he modified manipulated the ant group to infiltrate the depths of the starry sky calculation formation, creating a path for Jean Budu to squeeze into the formation space. The Gu immortals in the formation space were mainly from the 10 great ancient sects. Even though they were all elites, they were inferior to the members of Celestial Court. Even the Gu immortals of Celestial Court could not deal with pseudo-venerables, not to mention them. At once, Jean Budu was like a tiger that entered a flock of sheep, creating a storm of blood. Star Constellations will sighed. She could only give up on dealing with Chi-Si ancestor and personally activated Embroidered Tower to block Jean Budu. After a period of stalemate, Fang Yuan's 3 clones finally broke the deadlock. They continued to destroy the starry sky calculation formation like a hot knife through butter. Celestial Court's side was forced to retreat. They could not stabilize their footing. This situation was immediately transmitted to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed as she activated 2 human path killer moves. One was called Hope of the People, the other was called Heroes Among People. Divine Emperor City, which was at the largest node of Central Continent's human network, suddenly burst out with countless white lights, specks and lumps. Like candlelight, there were countless of them. The specks of light were like fishes swimming or birds returning to their nests. They gathered and attached themselves to the Gu immortals inside the starry sky calculation formation, forming a dense white halo. Next, the white halo started to weaken rapidly, while the Gu immortals' auras rose rapidly. Just like during the Fate War, they received a huge amplification once again. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used this move after all. It did not exceed Lord Alliance leader's expectations. Lu Wei-yin looked at Divine Emperor City not far away with an excited expression. She is using the same move again. It is a sign that she is out of tricks. Shen Shang smiled lightly as he attacked Divine Emperor City with Lu Wei-yin. Genesis Lotus Will and Qing Cho were defending Divine Emperor City. After being attacked by 2 experts, they could only stop supporting the 2 human path killer moves and start to defend themselves. Remote Heaven Battlefield. The white halo formed by human path killer moves also enveloped Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Both of them received amplification. Their strength rose greatly. As expected of a human path method, even a venerable like me can benefit from it. Giant Sun Immortal praised. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned deeply. Heaven Path Dream realms are almost depleted. We have lost this battle.